just 2 miles from the coast. Look at that sandcastle. Monmouth Park, Oceanport, New Jersey. It's showtime. Exciting Sunday program about to get underway. Big day for this mare. Beach Days in about 2 hours. Her title defense. Can she go back-to-back in the Smart and Classy Stakes? Standing in her way, Mia's Crusade. Locked in, razor sharp, seeking a third straight stakes victory. About 223 miles to the north, Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Belmont in 6 days. Preparations continue. The Wood Memorial winner stretching his legs this morning. Resilience. Will he compete in the Belmont Stakes? The clock is spinning, and very soon, Hall of Fame trainer Belmont has to make that call. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Horses in the Paddock, Monmouth. This is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Live look on the Shore's greatest stretch. Hazy Sunday afternoon, temperature in the mid-70s. Ready to get things rolling at Monmouth Park. Welcome, everyone. I'm Laffit Pincay. How much fun was yesterday's program? All those stories really about the jockeys, right? Paco Lopez, or just Paco, winning 5 of 12 races. Frankie Dettori, or just Frankie, riding for the first time here at Monmouth Park in 17 years and winning the Jersey Derby. So what will we see on this afternoon? First of 12 races just around the corner, and the feature is early. Race number 5, the Smart and Classy Stakes. Here's the field. New Jersey bred fillies and mares on the main track. $85,000 purse, 1 mile the distance. Number 1, Beach Days, as mentioned. Defending champ, 9 to 5 in the morning line. So I welcome in my co-host, the 2007 Roberto Clemente Award winner, Paul Lo Duca, on set. Paulie, what are you looking forward to most this afternoon?
Well, I'm looking forward to the Smart and Classy for the New Jersey breds because Beach Days, like you said, is going to try to go back-to-back. And if you look at her form, she's been running at Parks, and she just keeps on getting better and better. And she's going to be the horse to beat in there. But when you get to Mia's Crusade for Chuck Spina, whose barn's been off to fire so far this week, this meet, and she likes to win races. But I also don't want to exclude Riding Pretty. I think it's a very good six-pack of affiliated mares today, but Beach Days is a kind of a horse that's never been the favorite, kind of under the radar. I think she's not going to be under the radar today.
And there's some familiarity here. If she's going to successfully defend her title, as some of the fillies and mares you mentioned, she's going to have to defeat them once again. This was a scene in last year's Smart and Classy. Beach Days you're going to see here in between Mia's Crusade, Paulie, and Trading Paint with Riding Pretty to the outside. An absolute thrilling rendition of the Smart and Classy.
Yeah, and, she made up a ton of ground this day, and I thought this was a game effort. Adam Bowman, who's been her regular jockey for a long time, just got her up right in the nick of time. And, she wasn't the favorite for that day. She's been the favorite in her last 10 starts only once, and she's been pretty dominating. She's got $359,000 in the bank. And this is, a horse that is a New Jersey bred that won this race. Obviously, it is for New Jersey breds, but she's been in Philadelphia running against Open Company and getting better. So she might be better than she was last year.
Lots of grit and determination in last year's edition, Beach Days, out to defend her title. As we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by. Maggie, so Beach Days, while she might be the favorite, Mia's Crusade is kind of on a heater coming in.
That's right, Laffit. She won kind of the local prep for this Smart and Classy. And I think distance is a major question mark for a lot of these, where it's not a question mark for Beach Days, where she's 4 for 8. But as we take a look at Mia's Crusade as well as Belle Pinciero in their last matchup, Belle Pinciero, she has the speed to put herself in the game as she stretches back out here. 2 back, she won at at this mile distance, albeit in an off-the-turf event. She was so game, Belle Pinciero. She never switched leads, which is also something that Beach Days never seems to do, while Mia's Crusade sat the perfect trip behind her. But Mia's Crusade at this distance of a mile is 0 for 2, albeit a third place and a second place. We'll see if she can finally break through at this distance in this smart and classy. But Belle Pinciero, she's going to be the one playing Catch Me If You Can today. We'll see if Beach Days or the outside runner in Riding Pretty can do just that, Lafitte.
Exciting addition to the smart and classy. And for Mia's Crusade, I just love hearing Chuck Spina talk about her. He says, I've never had a horse who's won 3 consecutive stakes races. He was asked about the quick turnaround, the 2 weeks in between her last race and this race. He's like, she can do anything. Lights up when he talks about her. He's so proud.
Whenever you have a horse that's won 7 out of 17 times and a horse that's 6 for 13 over the racetrack, you're obviously going to love her. And she's won a lot of money for Chuck and the Prancing Horse farm. You know, the thing that makes Mia Crusade very interesting, Maggie makes a good point. Now, she did try a mile on the turf, 4 starts back. She didn't run awful. So you try to gauge whether she's going to be able to handle dirt against these kind of fillies going a longer distance of ground, which she has not proven to do. But she does have a second. She does have a third. And again, like you said, she's kind of on a heater. So she's one of those horses that maybe she just is going to keep on going at a mile.
Coming in hot, Mia's Crusade, the smart and classy stakes. Again, it's early, race number 5, post time around 2:45 Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. It's all Monmouth all the time. Race 1 in about 15 minutes, 14 to be exact. Starts the early pick 5, Jersey Shore 6. Begins in the 7th. Main track is fast. A turf course is firm. Time to fire up that Naira Bets account or sign up if you don't have one. Now would be the time. Experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with Naira Bets. Join now. Get a $25 bet and $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Belmont Stakes. Use promo code Belmont25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Can we call it Belmont Stakes Week just yet? 6 days and counting. The Belmont Stakes at Saratoga for the very first time. We have on-site coverage. Andy Serling, Richie Migliori standing by. Andy, I understand you were our man on the street earlier this afternoon.
You know, unlike you, Lafitte, I'm a true man of the people. And, you know, spreading a little of that love around town, actually. It's funny being around town in the morning now, and you're around, and I've spent a lot of time in Saratoga. It's quiet right now, but the crowds are coming.
Well, the crowds are coming, but I think that energy is already starting to really build. And, you know, you can feel the excitement. And just what a unique, novel, and fantastic thing to have a June meeting in Saratoga.
Right. I mean, it's, you know, you can't call it an appetizer. And I don't know if people have looked at Thursday and Friday's cards. Friday's card might be the best card I've seen us run in many, many years. An incredible card, working on it for a while. And it's going to be great racing, an amazing thing. It's not an appetizer. It kind of is for the Saratoga Meeks, 4 days, but it's a main course.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great celebration of our sport. There's something for everybody. Pretty much every division is covered. And obviously the Belmont Stakes being in Saratoga, to me, it's a wonderful thing because you have American's classic racetrack hosting an American classic race.
And for all those people who insanely think we could have a Breeders' Cup here in the end of October, early November, they've never really spent a lot of time in Saratoga in that time of the year. This is the mid-year Breeders' Cup, and so we're getting it at Saratoga this year.
Yes.
And it's going to be fabulous and so much more to talk about. But obviously the Belmont Stakes is the big one. And you have to talk about the Triple Crown races and see how you feel about the shooters in here. And you got to give a lot of credit to Mystic Dan. He just continues to run well every time he shows up.
He shows up. He's a handy horse, not the biggest individual, but that's what makes him shifty and handy. And he's such a pleasure for a rider to ride. And Brian Hernandez has given him sensational rides because he can make multiple moves. He can move to a spot, idle, wait, move again. A lot of horses don't have that ability, even if they're extremely talented.
And I know trainers worry about drawing inside posts, but Sierra Leone took full advantage of that post, and I thought Tyler Gaffleone gave as good a ride as you could give a horse. Saving ground. He's not that kind of horse, and he angled out when he had to. He actually was inside of Forever Young, and he waited for that one to go by so he could follow outside of him where he'd be most comfortable in here. there's been so much made of Brian Hernandez's ride, and I think Tyler Gaffalione in some ways hasn't gotten the credit he deserves because the bumping and such, but I thought he gave Sierra Leone a tremendous ride for that kind of racehorse.
Well, he gave him a tremendous ride, and just what you're saying, he's not a horse that can stop and start. He's a bigger individual, runs with his head down, has a relentless stride. Those horses you don't want to stop. Even if you have to give up some ground, you want to be able to continue their forward progress. Now, he's always a horse that's shown that propensity to want to lug in a little bit, but I think it was set off by the Japanese horse coming out and bumping him. It almost made him, set him off, if you will, and made him want to go down to him and get on top of him more. He's a big, studdish colt that once he engaged with that contact, he was going to give back more than he got.
And it's interesting, he has never run even a remotely bad race. Every time he runs, he shows up with an A effort. Mystic Dan, maybe a little bit of a step back in the Arkansas Derby. He's a horse most comfortable inside, and I think in this draw, the draw is going to be important for Mystic Dan. I think he wants to draw near enough the inside that he can make his way over there to be able to be most comfortable. Whereas if he draws outside, he gets hung out a little wide, I worry that could be a race like the Arkansas Derby where he didn't run his best race.
I think it's a good point, and he's a horse that's very brave, as is Brian Hernandez. They're not afraid to go through those little spots, and that's a big help for a rider, knowing that your mount is as game as you are.
Yeah, and the fact that Brian was not worried about being on the biggest stage. He did everything right, and it's nice to see him getting the credit he deserves because he just doesn't ride that many big horses in big races. Those of us that watch the game day in, day out know how well he rides. And looking forward to, obviously, next weekend, Lafitte, and it's going to be very interesting to see how things shake out in the Belmont Stakes.
Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Andy Serling, man of the people. Like, now I've heard everything. Now I've heard.
I will tell you
it all.
something. If Mr. Mott sends resilience in there, that's going to even strengthen the field. That horse will have a big shot. He ran a very good sixth in the Derby.
It's another conversation. Better Belmont Stakes at 1.25 miles. I think you could make a very strong argument. When we come back, really is a beautiful paddock here at Monmouth Park, especially with horses in it. Ready to get this Monmouth party started. First of 12 on tap. Just getting started on America's Day at the Races from Monmouth, Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. You leave the kids' equipment alone today, Paul? You didn't steal any shovels and pails again?
Yeah, for a lot of people that do not know, it took them 90 hours to make that castle. As you can see, it's finished. I did a little report there, and a lot of people thought I had stolen a 5-year-old's pail.
Thought,
That
in
was
quotes?
that was just, that's what happens on Twitter. Like, you just got to stay off of it.
You can believe everything you read on social media and the internet. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Race 1 and an interesting New Jersey bred $30,000 allowance optional claimer. A couple of scratches. Take out numbers 1 and 3. Kick off the post parade with the Classy 1 pictured. How many will Paco win today?
Yeah, 5 yesterday, and this horse was 3-2 on the morning line, getting bested by this horse in the wagering.
The favorite, Sadie Baby, will revisit her last grass win in a moment. 10 races, all sprints. That changes today. There's C Maiden.
I think Sea Maiden could be the thorn in the side of Sadie Baby in here, especially the way Melissa Oreo's been riding. She likes to be forward in her races.
Lassie's Notion, turf debut.
Yeah, and a horse that needs to improve, obviously.
Joy and Prosperity, a 5-year-old debut, idle since October.
Hey, Isaac Castillo for Dan Ward. He got this one from the J.K. Sweezy barn.
Perspicacious, 9-year-old mare, 2024 debut.
Not without a chance. This horse has run some okay numbers on the turf.
Postino's Prophecy, stuck outside.
Yeah, it is stuck outside, but I think tactically, both of his wins or both of her wins have been here in Monmouth. So tactically, maybe she can stay behind the 4 and the 5. She might get a decent trip.
First of 39 races in 4 minutes. Early pick 5 starts here. Another look at Sadie Baby. So yeah, this was her last race on grass last October. Meadowlands under the lights. Sadie Baby. You're going to see charging. This is the Pinot Grigio handicap, Paulie. Sadie Baby charging late and just can't catch Mia's Crusade, who we'll see later in the Smart and Classy.
Yeah, so obviously we know Mia Crusade has got a ton of quality. Now, Sadie Baby does too. She's 2 for 10 lifetime. Now, she's a 5-year-old. Now, John Forbes only tried her, Patrick McBurney, excuse myself. John Forbes used to be a trainer for Patrick McBurney, used to be his assistant. Now, they used to have a horse here called Get Serious, who was a monster miler back in the day with Pablo Morales aboard. So Patrick knows how to stretch these horses out. I'm surprised that this horse is 8-5 because of the experience maybe and not the win at a mile in here. I thought the 2 would be the favorite, but maybe they're thinking the 5 will maybe go after the 4. I don't get the 4 being the favorite, but no, she can get it done. We'll see.
And a little lathered, working up a sweat, Sadie Baby. Warm, not necessarily hot afternoon here on the Jersey Shore, Maggie, and a fun race to kick off the Sunday program here at Monmouth. What are you seeing as the horses continue their warm-up?
Well, sorry guys, I switched things around. I was going to go 2-4, but since you mentioned that number 4, Sadie Baby, was a little bit lathered, I do want to point out she was brought in attached to the lead pony. So obviously a filly who has propensity to get a little hot, both physically and mentally. Now, she had kept it together quite nicely in the paddock. So yes, when you see horses stretching out for the first time, you want them to conserve some of that energy. And for the most part, up until maybe the last 2 minutes, the bugs are out in full force today. I've been attacked by 3 already. But maybe for the last few minutes after finishing warm-up, she's gotten a little bit more on her toes. So I don't really interpret this as a bad thing, nor do I think it's out of character. And on top of that, she looks like one that should be okay at a mile. Her problem is the 5 to her outside. What is Sea Maiden going to do? A horse that has a little bit of experience going long, but is stretching back out and does have some early pace. Now let's check in with number 2, the Classy 1, as she made her 4-year-old debut here on May 11th, and she kind of got steady back to mid-pack early. Then she got steadied again, turning for home. So maybe not a race in which she was able to really unveil her full running. And on top of that, it was was a tougher field. She's done very well since the last time I saw her, which, albeit, was a year and a half ago when she was a 2-year-old. She's really grown and filled out here. She does get meet leading rider Paco Lopez coming off the back of that 5-win day yesterday. So I like what I'm seeing from her. I think she got the perfect prep race to come in here off of. Moving on to number 7, Joy and Prosperity. Speaking of layoffs, she's going to have to do that. She does stretch back out where she tried to cut back at the Meadowlands in that state-bred Pinot Grigio Stakes. She wants every bit of distance she can handle. She's so long, so rangy. So I think this is a much better spot for her. But I just wish she looked a little bit better in her coat. She just could look better in that respect. Fairly fit. I would lean on the wait and see approach. Now let's check in with the longest shot on the board. Whoa, she just took a major hit. Number 6 in here, that's Lassie's Notion, going from 22-1 to 13-1 as we're getting close to post time. Now there isn't an abundance of turf pedigree. She's trying it for the first time now as a 5-year-old off a bit of a layoff here. But I don't mind Great Notion switching to the green stuff, and she actually has a turf look to her. She has very slack pasterns, bit more of an angular hind end, and on top of that, coming back off the layoff, Lafitte, she looks spectacular. I mean, if I put my PPs down and we're just picking horses based upon looks, it would be number 6, Lassie's Notion. But I am going to side here with your favorite. I'll chalk it out here to open things up, the Classy One.
The Classy One, 4 to 5. Can you get her some Piranha fly spray, Paulie?
Yeah, those things, please.
The bugs attacking Maggie, who ordered the code red. 3 to 5, the Classy One, Paco Lopez. And yeah, Rajiv is going to have to get this copywritten. He has Taco Tuesday, Paco Saturday. Last 2 Saturday programs, they combined 10 victories and several live mounts this afternoon.
He does. And now this horse will click down to 3 to 5. And I can sort of get where they're going as you see his mounts for the day. Oh, those are mounts
his
yesterday.
wins yesterday, yeah.
You know, Best and Down Doors, Nay Dude. I think Kyle Yamada was actually a steal at 960, but then Just Call Ray at 1380 just absolutely galloped. You're right. Obliging is a first-time starter for Jorge Delgado. He's got 2 in the next race. That horse won like a good thing yesterday too. So we'll see another couple, maybe budding superstars, maybe in race 2 today. Yeah, but Paco, he's locked and loaded, and the 2's the horse to beat here at 3 to 5. That's just the bottom line. I mean, the 4 and the 5 should go at it. I had this race 2-9, 9-2 because I just think the 9 will get the best trip. The 2's just the best horse.
Classy One with Paco. See if he can get off on the right foot with a victory in the opener, riding the odds-on favorite, the Classy One. A mile, New Jersey breds, fillies and mares. It is post time. First of 12, kicking off the early pick 5 from the Shore's greatest stretch. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call. It's post time, race 1, Monmouth, live on Fox Sports 2.
Prosperity. Two back, Perspicacious. And to the outside, Postino's Prophecy. 12 races today. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Sea Maiden blasts out of post 5, goes right to the lead. Sadie Baby takes a hold, runs in the second position. Perspicacious now alongside into the second position. Sea Maiden the leader from Perspicacious, who takes second. Sadie Baby on a stronghold running in third. To the outside, that's Postino's Prophecy charging into the clubhouse turn. Then comes the Classy One between horses in the early stages. Lassie's Notion second to last. Joy and Prosperity is the early trailer well behind Sea Maiden, who strings them out. Opens up 3 on Perspicacious, who's happy to track now behind that lone front runner in the second position. Postino's Prophecy third. The Classy One off the fence is in the 3-path, in fact, taking the 4th position away from Sadie Baby, who's tucked in on the fence. A gap of 2 to Lassie's Notion. Joy and Prosperity can see them all with a half-mile to go. A wall of runners chasing Sea Maiden, who slowed the pace down in the second quarter mile, leads by a length. Postino's Prophecy, the Classy One, taking second away from Perspicacious, who calls it a day, has dropped back to midfield while under pressure. Sadie Baby making a move on the inside. Nick of the Law furlong, 2.5 behind, saving ground around the turn. Joy and Prosperity is next in the field as they come to the top of the lane. Sea Maiden off the turn, still leads them. Postino's Prophecy there on the outside. The Classy One is asked to go on the outside. Sadie Baby behind horses trying to get inside as they come to the final furlong now. Here comes the Classy One finding her best stride. Joy and Prosperity from the back of the field is kicking it into, but the Classy One hit the lead, got the jump, and the Classy One wins it. Classiest of them all in the opener. Joy and Prosperity was second, Postino's Prophecy third, Sea Maiden fourth.
The Classy One, Chalky One in the opener. Paco Strikes, the Classy One for Kelly Breen in the first of 12 at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, patient ride here by Paco. As you can see, Melissa Iorio went to the front end, and the 4 was not intent on getting there. And, you know, Paco was able to wheel on the outside. The 9, Postino's Prophecy, had every chance. And give credit to the 7, Joy and Prosperity, who did come rolling from off the layoff since October. I mean, a nice little second here, but your favorite gets the job done in race 1.
That race under her belt, as she'll be ready to rock and roll in her next start. Joy and Prosperity. Second best today, just too much. The Classy One. Epic Racing LLC. Third lifetime win. 2 of those right here at Monmouth. Handles her business with Paco Lopez for trainer Kelly Breen.
So wait a second. He didn't ride the last 2 yesterday. Is that like almost like 4 in a row? I gotta go
We
look
have
back.
to pick it up. That's right. He might have won his last 2. Yeah, because he didn't ride the last 2. Somebody else had
6
an
of his
opportunity.
last 8 mounts or
He's
something
rolling.
like that, right?
Paco strikes in the opener. 27954. Prices when we come back. Also, he was white hot to close out 2023. Stellar in the Breeders' Cup Classic. White Abario. Favorite in the Classic because of what he did at Saratoga in the Whitney. Back at the Spa next Saturday in the Met Mile.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Monmouth Park's newest featured race day is Haskell Preview Day, Saturday, June 15th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 20th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Some of the very best who have raced here at Monmouth Park, the Hall of Champions banners. Ali Sheba, Ghost Zapper, 04 Host of the Year. Main sequence, Rajiv rode him in his U.S. debut to a victory in the Grade 1 United Nations. English Channel, brilliant in the 07 Breeders' Cup Turf, and the mighty Curlin, amongst all his other victories, a Haskell win and Breeders' Cup Classic victory in the slop right here at Monmouth Park. Fist pumping. Thanking the man upstairs for a safe ride and a victorious one. Paco Lopez in the opener as his streak continues.
Yeah, congratulations to Epic Racing LLC. He's a filly by Temple City out of the Smart Strike mare, Smart and Classy. Hence, the Classy one, and this New Jersey bred now gets her third lifetime win. At 3 to 5, you wanted to win a little bit more convincing, but right here, you could tell that she was going to get it home. And congratulations to the second place finisher, Joy and Prosperity, a mare that was coming off a long layoff, and she will move forward in her next start.
Exerting her class edge over her rivals. Late, the Classy one, as Paul mentioned. Yeah, big effort, Joy and Prosperity off the pine. Postino's Prophecy, 2, 7, 9. The favorite kick off the early pick 5 at Monmouth Park. And this is always exciting, right? When you're talking about potential, we don't want to say superstars, it's very early in the year, but it all starts somewhere for these young prospects. And we have 2-year-olds next year taking center stage at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, and it gets tricky in here because there's a lot of horses that are actually getting bet when you look at the wheel pace. Now, the one in here is going to be your favorite in here, Crazy Frazee. I think I said that right. But Nuclear Empire, the 2, is very interesting. If you look at the 1 and the 2, they have worked the exact same times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight times. The last 2 times they mixed it up. The 1 outworked the 2, then the 2 came back with a bullet drill. So I don't know how to read this, but we'll tell you this: the 3 is live. Hawthorne can get a 2-year-old ready, and this one comes in by Army Mule. They're usually very fast. Are the sons and daughters of Army Mule, and this horse is taking some money as well.
We'll keep an eye on the board. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire into Mischief. A segue from the 2-year-olds here at Monmouth Park, back to Saratoga and a new look Met Mile. It's a new look everything really in this Belmont Stakes Festival taking place at the Spa for the very first time. But the Met Mile specifically, they're going to be breaking out of that Wilson Chute. Richard Migliori has more.
I'm standing at the beginning of the Wilson Chute, and like many things in Saratoga, what's new is old. This is a reconstructed version of that Wilson Chute, and it's been a welcome addition to the Saratoga scene, and more so this year with the running of the Met Mile out of this chute. I love the way they've designed it, and it's just a much fairer race where the outside post positions aren't at a big disadvantage, and the inside post positions aren't looking at the rail. They're able to get a clean run for about 70 yards before jockeys have to start jockeying for position. I love the tradition of it, but I like the new improved version of it.
The Wilson Chute came in to, it's a good thing we had it last year with all the rain and off the turf and the main track, and now that ability to run at a middle distance in the Wilson Chute. And yeah, it's going to look very different, that Met Mile, but as Richie mentioned, there isn't any real advantage to any type of horse regardless of post position and how the draw unfolds Monday night.
I don't think so at all, because when we were going over those races last year, I remember going, okay, how are we going to handicap these races? Inside, outside? And it was like, was it speed? Was it horses coming from off the pace? Or did they get a little bit of advantage off that hook? And it seemed like it played fair all of last meet. And now that they've moved it out a little bit where you can't see the rail, like Mig was saying there, I think it's going to be a fair run race, and it's going to be a fun run race too.
Always the Met Mile, a stallion maker, the superstars that exited last year's edition, including Cody's Wish, and on Saturday, White Abarrio, who chased Cody's Wish to a third place finish in last year's Met Mile. White Abarrio, he came to life after that Met Mile. The win in the Whitney at Saratoga, and this tour de force, Paulie, in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Ears pinned, set sail for home.
Yeah, the ears are pinned like a kitty cat. He's giving all he can, and you could tell he gave it all, and he was getting leg weary towards the end of this wire, but at this time he had the race kind of sewn up for Rick Dutrow, and it was a magical moment for Rick, for a guy that sat out of the game for 10 years to win the Breeders' Cup Classic with White Abarrio, and there he is. Wow. Nothing prettier than a nice little gray.
Incredible story, Rick Dutrow. What a run to close out 2023, White Abarrio. But Paulie, he's only raced once since the Breeders' Cup Classic in the Saudi Cup. He laid an egg, a non-factor. So, yeah, that's who White Abarrio was then. Who is he now? Kind of a statement race for White Abarrio in the Met Mile.
Yeah, you know what, though? I think he's got one of the best trainers ever that can hit the reset button. Rick Dutrow, a lot of people forget what he's done with a lot of different horses. So if he's going to hit the reset button, I think that going back to the mile, cutting back in distance. Now, you see the problems there. National Treasure will probably be the speed of the speed in there. There's some nice horses, but White Barrio, McDutro has a plan every time he goes in that race. And I think he's going to tell his jockey, and he's going to have his horse, I think, amped up enough to be like, listen, we're not going to be far off National Treasure because we know that's the horse and that's the target.
Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. White Barrio. Andy and Richie with us at Saratoga. Andy, what are you expecting considering White Barrio and how good he was this time last year, the end of 2023, and the fact that we've seen very little of him in 2024, just that one effort in the Mideast?
It'll be interesting to see what he does. And I think his Met Mile last year is an underrated performance. He had a bit of a trip that day as well. But like you said, he didn't show up in Saudi. He didn't really get that comfortable trip that he's been used to in other races. So we'll see if he comes back. He's got the right trainer to do it. But he's also going to be facing a new and improved National Treasure in this race. You know, when National Treasure hooked up with Blazing Sevens in the Preakness, he wasn't the National Treasure. He became, starting with his Breeders' Cup Mile, where he ran so well to just narrowly lose to Cody's Wish. And he just wasn't really that good. And the other thing, though, I'll say is, while he has gotten a lot better, and I thought his Pegasus was a tremendous effort, thought he ran very well in fourth in the Saudi Cup. He's facing Blazing Sevens at what possibly is a better game for Blazing Sevens. I've always said Blazing Sevens was more of a one-turn mile horse, and Chad Brown and I have talked about it quite a bit. He ran very well to win our Champagne at Aqueduct, and it's just the races he had to run in kind of were longer races. It's not that Chad ever really disagreed with that. And he came back, and he had his return to win an allowance race. Now, he has never run the kind of races that White Barrio or National Treasure has run. But I think the mile may help him. When you realize that Hoist the Gold's going to be in here, that means there's going to be some pace. And while I don't know that's necessarily going to hurt National Treasure or hurt White Barrio, but it's going to help Blazing Sevens. And it's certainly not going to necessarily help the other ones if there's more pace in there. So maybe Blazing Sevens getting the mile, he could be the upsetter. Now, he's going to have to run better than he's ever run before because the good White Barrio is extremely good, and the good National Treasure that we've seen in recent races, very good. But both those horses are coming back from having been over in Saudi Arabia, and you just don't know. They've had plenty of time. Are they going to get that magic back? And that's really the question. And at least Blazing Sevens has had one start, but he's going to have to get faster to beat those guys. And don't fall asleep on a horse like Post Time either, who will get some pace. He's a really, really interesting horse, a deep closer who's shown the ability to run very well closing into slower paces. This Met Mile is going to be, as usual, the Hillendale Met Mile, an extremely, extremely good race.
Thrilling race, a thrilling day of thoroughbred racing. The Belmont Stakes, it's like an insult, Paul, to call it an undercard. Not an undercard when it feels like a championship day of thoroughbred racing.
Yeah, what a tremendous day. The poker, obviously. True North is one of my favorite by F.W. Webb. It's a great. And the Woody Stevens is kind of one of my favorite races as well. I know there's some other ones there, but the Woody Stevens is always exciting.
Grade one after grade one after grade one, all on the Fox Sports Network's live coverage, all leading up to the 156 Belmont Stakes. When we come back, a Mystic Dan Derby winner, Preakness runner-up. He'll dance every Triple Crown dance, Belmont bound. No Triple Crown, but sights set on a 3-year-old title.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as it is time for the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. The babies, the Colts, are here in the paddock at Monmouth Park, and we'll start by talking about number 1. That is Crazy Frazee for Jorge Delgado. We saw him take the fillies version of this race on yesterday's program, a very popular winner, getting the job done with the utmost ease. As we'll check in with this son of Blame, who does strike at 10% with his 2-year-old first-time starters. The Dan was a 2-time winner, albeit on synthetic. Now, the lone sibling was running in Ireland on the synthetic and turf, but never won a race in 9 starts. I do love the way that this guy's put together. Incredibly athletic and far more professional than his uncoupled stablemate in number 2, Nuclear Empire. So I do like what I'm seeing from Crazy Frazee. He was a little wound up when first coming in here, but since then has been the utmost professional. Now, speaking of professionalism, that would fit number 3, Mission First, a PA bred here for Bobby Hawthorne, coming in from Parks. He looks fast, this son of Army Mule. He is short, he is stout, really well-developed hindquarters, built downhill, and he is all about his business, where we do see some precocity in the family as the half ran a 90 buyer first time out as a 2-year-old, albeit finishing second. But I do think with the money this horse is taking at 5-2, should be quick away from there, maybe able to see it out. Now, a horse that's intriguing to me is one of 2 Kent Sweezy runners in number 4, What's Up, Brother? He's 6-1 here. The other Kent Sweezy runner, double that at the moment. But Maximus Mischief, as we saw with his first crop last year, they struck early, oftentimes, hitting at 18% with his 2-year-old debuters. And this guy, like many of the Maximus Mischiefs, is very mature looking, has a lot of size, a lot of scope to him. And I just think that is vital when you're talking about this point of time in these 2-year-olds' careers. He's a little bit naughty, a little bit unfocused overall, is wearing blinkers first time out, which isn't always my favorite thing. Oh, keep all 4 on the ground there, buddy. Again, I'll keep an eye on him, Lafitte, as he hopefully behaves out on the track, but I do like these Maximus Mischiefs in these 2-year-old spots.
See if he can keep a lid on it. Maggie, What's Up, Brother? Acting up a little bit. These are 2-year-olds. It is expected. First day on the job for each of them. Yesterday we had the fillies in Obliging. She was 1-9, all the rage, and performed accordingly. This one, much more competitive, at least on paper, with Crazy Frazee. Paulie, the 2-1 favorite, riders up.
Yeah, like we said yesterday, Obliging was 1-9. You're just not going to see that in this race. Now, the 1 might go down to like around even money when it goes to the will pays, and the 2 and the 3 are very similar. Now the 4 and the 7 are not dead on the board. And you know, Maggie mentioned the Kent Sweezy horse, and the outside horse for Chuck Spina, the 7, You Dirty Dog, is taking a little bit of money. I think Chuck's horses are just running well. This is the reason why this horse is. Chuck's not really a guy that really cranks him up first time out, but this horse is taking a little action.
Could be a productive afternoon at Monmouth for trainer Chuck Spina, having a solid start to the meet. A little bit later on, race 5, the featured event is early. The smart and classy Mia's Crusade, trained by Spina, trying for a 4th consecutive stakes win in the Sunday feature here at Monmouth Park.
Real quick, if you're betting this race, late change, and I think they just made it just now. Jorge Vargas is going to be riding the 6, not Angel Arroyo. Jorge Vargas will be on the number 6 in here. El Mayo, first-time starter.
Jorge Vargas, El Mayo, 13-1. 2-1 co-favorites. Crazy Frazee, Mission First here by Army Mule. As Maggie mentioned, just looking at him, you can tell he's a fast prospect.
Well, I just know Bobby had, most of the horses ready. This is a horse by Army Mule. Like Maggie was saying, they're usually very fast first time out. A PA bred that they bring in here for the $52,000 purse. And, most of the time, Jorge Delgado rules these races down here at Monmouth Park. And the 1 and 2 are going to be formidable. But the fact that the 3 is taking money, and Maggie said the 3 look well in the paddock, I would think the 3 is going to fire a big shot as the 7 gets hit down to 5-2, by the way.
Competitive 2-year-old sprint maiden special weight. A fun Sunday at Monmouth Park. These are the days. This is really what Monmouth is all about here, Paulie.
It really is. As you see the two acting up a little bit, but you see the one is kind of crazy. Paco takes his horses away. As you see the one already taken away from the pony. Now the two, Jorge Delgado probably told both of his riders, Paco Lopez and Haro Rondon, let's take them away from the pony. They're 2-year-olds. Let's get them away from the crowd. It's a decent crowd here, obviously, on a Sunday. Let's get them far away from the crowd and get the noise out of their heads as being young horses.
Probably a good idea now. I don't know that that was by design. I don't know that that was the plan going in. He kind of bolted, and they just decided, okay, maybe we don't need to go through that whole post parade. We're just going to go do our own thing as you watch Crazy Frazee at 2-1, and Paco trying to keep the lid on with the favorite.
I don't think I've ever seen Paco warm up without the pony. I don't know if he listens to his trainers or not, but I don't think every trainer wants him to warm up horses alone. But he gets them warmed up nice, and horse looks well on the racetrack.
Does a lot of unconventional things in general, does Paco Lopez. You're looking there at Haro Rondon and Nuclear Empire. Paco, though, you'll see him making those circles kind of in front of the starting gate, after the wire, always takes him to the outside portion of the track.
Yeah, he's a little interesting. The 3 there goes Mission First. The horse is taking some money. We'll get back to Paco about that, too, as well. It's very interesting. And in the 4, What's Up, Brother? Taking some money here for Sammy Camacho and Kent Sweezy for Starry Night Racing.
Hold on, Sammy. Get the feet in the stirrups, perhaps. That win early pedigree Maggie touched on by Maximus Mischief. Prime Motive pictured at 19-1.
Yeah, the higher one of the Prancing Horse Farm. Here's the 6 El Mayo we were talking about. Not Angel Royal Board, Jorge Vargas.
Some difficult to handle 2-year-old prospects watching here as they rev their engines, getting ready for their first day on the job, their career debuts. And on the outside, You Dirty Dog, second of 2 first-time starters, Prancing Horse Farm, LLC.
Yeah, this is a horse by West Coast that stands in New Jersey. West Coast was trained by Bob Baffert, and this horse is taking some money here at 3-1, right into these two. You know, when you have a horse like yesterday that won at 1-9, people remember, okay, Jorge Delgado had a first-time starter at 1-9. The fact that the 3 and the 7 are taking money into the 1 and the 2 in here is significant.
So that's the field, not a conventional post parade, but you had a chance to meet each of these 2-year-olds. Post time, 5 minutes. And a reminder, have we mentioned, for the second time, Belmont Stakes is on Fox. The Triple Crown always concludes in New York. This time, a different part of New York, upstate Saratoga. History made in last year's Belmont Stakes. History will be made this year. The Belmont Stakes only on Fox. 6 days and counting, all-star cast. There are the probables, Preakness winner, Seize the Gray, Sierra Leone, Kentucky Derby runner-up, maybe the favorite, and Mystic Dan, who breezed yesterday at Saratoga. Kenny McPeek seemed very pleased. We'll hear from McPeek in a moment. For Mystic Dan, the win in the Kentucky Derby, that bang-up effort in the Preakness. Paulie, here's his breeze yesterday morning. What are you expecting from Mystic Dan in the Belmont?
I think he's going to fire a big shot. I think a lot of people are discounting him. You know, Kenny McPeek didn't really want to run in the Preakness. You know, I talked to Ray Briner when I was at Oaklawn, the assistant trainer, and he basically said Mystic Dan did not eat up after the Derby. He was kind of a little tired, obviously. I mean, you're tired after running that kind of race. And then he just perked up, and I thought he ran an okay race in the Preakness. And at 1.25 miles, you know, Mig talked about it. He's such a shifty, smaller horse. I have a feeling he's going to love those tight turns, and I think he's thriving up there. And for Kenny to send him out, I would think he's going well, Lafitte.
Let's hear from him. The Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Kenny McPeek on Mystic Dan.
He's really thrived up here. This cooler weather, I think, has done him a lot of good, and he seems happy here. He's eating well here, done everything right. And we'll watch how he eats tonight, but he's eating really well up here, and I suspect he will again tonight. And if that happens, all systems go.
Obviously, it's a little bit of a different year this year with the Belmont up at Saratoga. If it was 1.5 miles at Belmont, what do you think the thought process might have been with these horses?
Well, I think he can handle 1.5 miles without any trouble. He showed that on the Gallop Out this morning. Of course, we don't have to worry about that, but normally Big Sandy at Downstate is a track that's a little bit questionable for some horses. It can be deep and heavy, but we don't have that problem here. And all accounts that I've asked is the main track's a little quicker than Oklahoma. So we had to work over Oklahoma today, which is a surface that I love training over and mostly stay over here with all my horses regularly. So this is a good year to be here. I think it's going to benefit us.
And what would be the ultimate goal this summer, you think, for a horse like Mystic Dan over the next couple of months?
I really didn't think that I wanted to ship down to New Jersey for the Haskell because of the ship and him being here. And ultimately, I'd like to win another Travers and possibly bring him back in Pennsylvania Derby before the Breeders' Cup. So I think staying here all summer and fall will be ideal, and he seems to be a horse that'll handle all that.
Won the Belmont with a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. Sarava back in 2002. Kenny McPeek with Derby winner Mystic Dan in the Belmont Stakes this Saturday. Back to the 2-year-olds here.
So when
at
you win the
Monmouth.
Derby, you go up to Saratoga. It's like going to the Ritz. Mystic Dan's hanging out at the Ritz. He's got to be having fun, no?
He's going to be in the Ritz if he can win this one. Parlay that to a Travers win. Then you're talking 3-year-old title. West Coast, Maggie, he won a Travers at Saratoga, and the sire of the gelding we're looking at, You Dirty Dog.
Yeah, but ironically, Lafitte, he is a sire that his best percentage, you know, when you look at a sire's stats and what they're best at, dirt sprints, routing on the dirt or on the turf, his best percentage is turf sprinting. And on the bottom side, when it comes to number 7, You Dirty Dog, it's all turf. And while this horse has pretty much done everything right, he was professional in the paddock. He didn't necessarily want to go with the pony as the 2. I mean, just Nuclear Empire has done literally everything wrong. But back to You Dirty Dog. Once he kind of got going off with the pony, he settled in nicely, just kind of looking at him, new experience for all of these horses. And he does come in here looking incredibly fit, but he's a little bit more of a slighter frame. And for me, the horses that don't carry that bulky conditioning, generally, that means turf. So while this horse is taking money, and I do think that's meaningful, I'm wondering if this might not be his preferred surface in the end, Lafitte.
I'm wondering how long this load is going to take. You could kind of sense this coming with the aborted post parade. This is a rowdy bunch of 2-year-olds.
Well, they took Jairo Rendon just got he was phenomenal controlling the 2. He got a full arm workout. Let's put it that way. He was steering him around. Obviously, this horse has got a little talent because he's 7-2, but they took Jairo off, and now the horse is kind of settled down. Load him in the gate, and there you see Jairo's going to jump on top.
All those curls he's doing in Medellin 6 months out of the year paying off.
Right? 6 months off training. And look, the 2 is hopping around. You know, they're going to have to be careful because it's a chain reaction with a lot of these 2-year-olds. Sometimes if they see one act up, they're like, oh, I can act up too. He's having a little fun in there. So the one that is the most professional in these breaks, these 2-year-old races are won most of the time in the first, 300 to 400 yards, Lafitte, because, the break is so key because a lot of these horses don't love to pass horses at this age.
What is it Acacia says? Christmas lights? One goes out, they all go out. It's a perfect analogy.
It is. It's 100 a perfect analogy.
Let's see if they can. It's not just getting them in the gate, it's keeping those in the gate settled.
Yeah, and if you're the 3 as a human, you're probably like, I gotta get in the gate next to this 2 over here? Like, what's going on? Yeah, exactly.
Assistant starters, trite but true, unsung heroes of the sport. Let's see if they can keep these 2-year-olds settled long enough to get them in the gate and off to a clean start. Fingers crossed. Price plummeting on Crazy Frazee, 7-5 when we last checked. Number 1, Paco Lopez looking for an early double sweep at Monmouth Park. El Mayo close to loading, then turns sideways. I'm not going to say it. I don't want to jinx things. Let's hand things over to Matt Dimmerman with the call. Race 2 live, Monmouth Park.
You Dirty Dog. The outside. El Mayo almost in the gate. He went in, backed away. Now they're going to try again, and now he's in. You Dirty Dog to the outside. 2-year-olds going 4.5 furlongs. waiting for you, Dirty Dog. Goes it. We're ready to go. And they're off. Prime Motive and You Dirty Dog both off sluggishly. El Mayo from the far outside, out alertly. Crazy Frazee from the inside has natural speed, and these two hook up, putting a length and a half on Mission First, who runs in third. Nuclear Empire shuffle back to fourth into the turn. Then You Dirty Dog, who's trying to advance position. He's 9 or 10 from the front runners as they're strung out. What's Up Brothers second to last. Prime Motive had no speed at all today. Coming to the quarter pole, and Mission First has a mission on winning today. Just blitzed by the early front runners, and Mission First kicks away to a 2-length lead. Now Crazy Frazee's trying to get off the fence to re-rally. Mission First in front. Crazy Frazee outside trying to reel him in. It's Mission First and Sylvester Gonzalez in front. Crazy Frazee starting to level off with Paco Lopez. Does he have enough time to get there? Mission First holding on. Mission First is first in the debut. Crazy Frazee second. El Mayo third. You Dirty Dog fourth.
Desperate finish in the second at Monmouth Park. The 2-year-olds Mission First. Maggie said he looks fast. He is fast. Broke sharp. Just able to hold off the late charging favorite, Crazy Frazee.
Yeah, you got to pay attention to Bobby. She's such a good trainer. And this horse by Army Mule came with intention. Sylvester Gonzalez made the swoop with a little assist from the 6, who showed some really tremendous speed. El Mayo, he was having trouble getting in the gate. In the 2, his antics just was not happening, and a good call by Maggie. The 7 kind of didn't break as well either, just was not interested, but you're going to get 4-1 on this runner.
4-1. The first time starting gelding by Army Mule. And forward trainer Bobby Hawthorne had him cranked up, ready to roll. Sylvester Gonzalez. It did get desperate, and you're waiting for him to switch leads. Mechanics supposed to go back, go to your right lead, and you'll finish that much stronger. He's a baby. First day on the job. He doesn't know what he's doing. Stays on his left lead, and still able to strike in his debut.
Yeah, you can see Paco try to implore the 1 to go by. But once, the 3 went by him, it might have took a little bit of air out of him. I give the credit to the 1 to come back there, and I thought they were game. You look at the top 2 finishers, Lafitte, they were about 7-8 lengths clear, much the best, yeah.
Strikes in his career debut. Mission First results when we come back. Like the sidewalks of New York. Has nothing on Andy Serling. Wandering about downtown Saratoga as the countdown continues to the 156 Belmont Stakes. Andy Serling, our man on the street, next.
Florida Derby. After 3/4 in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry. General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Fun start to the Sunday program at Monmouth Park. Live coverage on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Not totally obvious, but supported. Mission First in his first career start. Fast, made the lead, and able to keep the favorite at bay in deep stretch.
Yeah, good job by Bobby Hawthorne. She got this horse ready and was able to circle horses and go around horses with Professor Gonzalez. And she's so good with 2-year-olds. She's 22%. Son of Army Mule out of it. Yes, it's true, mare. Propera. $10.40 on top.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day goes to Mission First. Maggie running to his appearance.
He looked fast, and pleased to be joined by winning owner here, Joe Viviano. And Joe, talking about Mission First, talk about buying him. We spoke about buying him from Clovis Crane, who's a very good, a guy to...
They do a great job down there. Clovis got this horse ready. He's very mature for his age, for a 2-year-old. He come over here like a good horse. He shipped well from Parks. That's where our home base is. And Clovis did a great job getting ready, and then Bobby Ann took it over from there. And Bobby Ann's done great for him. And obviously you can see that in the results.
Yeah, Bobby was a little shy. I was trying to get...
Yeah, I know she wanted to be on the camera. But anyway, she did great.
She really did. And she is good with these young horses. I remember last year she had that really nice PA.
I got several other 2-year-olds with her, and she's doing a great job. They're coming along great. This is our first one to race.
What do you do with a horse that wins early in his 2-year-old season? There aren't many options, though he's a PA bred.
We'll either send him back to Clovis for a little bit, Crane Thoroughbreds, or Bobby Ann. We'll see what's coming up. It'll be her decision.
Well, Joe, congratulations. Nice trip. You here or in PA?
And PA. Yeah.
Well, nice trip and an even better one home.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
All right, as we see Mission First under the line today, coming in from Parks, winning here in Jersey, Lafitte.
It's just a different feel, a different postscript, the excitement from connections after a 2-year-old, a young prospect wins, especially first time out.
Oh, it's the best thing ever whenever you have a first-time starter. I remember I had a first-time starter win. I was over the moon. You think you got the next Kentucky Derby winner, this and that, but it's always fun, and it's good connections there. And Bobby Ann, a little shy, but we'll get her on camera sooner or later. She's a heck of a trainer. She's been under the radar for a long time.
Second race in the books, 10 to go, 12 deep on this Sunday afternoon. Nobody told me now we're allowing the inmates to leave the asylum at Saratoga. Is that the story? Andy Serling, our man on the street, providing you with the sights and sounds of Belmont Stakes week at Saratoga.
Thanks a lot, guys. Well, I'm sure many of you are familiar with where I'm standing right now, or walking, I should say. It's sort of the epicenter of the activity after the races, and this is downtown Saratoga, Caroline Street, the corner of Putnam and Maple, just off of Broadway, actually, and a lot of bars, a lot of restaurants, a lot of fun down here, a lot of good times happen in downtown Saratoga after the races are done, even sometimes before the races have started. It's going to be amazing here next weekend. Yes, it's quiet. It's early Sunday. Wait until next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. There will be thousands of people in the streets where we are now. Excellent place right behind me, excellent places all around here. Downtown Saratoga is part of what makes the experience at Saratoga Racecourse so exciting. You come down here in the evenings, lots of people, lots of fun. A lot to talk about as well. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival is going to be an amazing week of racing. We've already drawn the Thursday and Friday cards, and let me tell you, they are looking sensational. And you get up here early, Wednesday evening from 6 to 10, they're shutting down Broadway for a concert featuring Blues Traveler as well as other bands. You don't want to miss that. You don't want to miss any of the fun down here. And I'll be bringing you a little bit more. I grew up just up the street. I'm going to take a walk to my mom's house and join you to talk about some of the stakes on Friday's card.
Literally going to do some handicapping from his mom's backyard. Can't wait to see it. Andy Serling, great stuff, man on the street up at Saratoga. This isn't company man talk, Paul. I am so excited about this, and just such a different feel. We love the Belmont Stakes. We're always going to love the Belmont Stakes. It's an American classic. But the way this feels and the enthusiasm of a Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be just amazing, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm over the moon to go down there. I'm going to be driving down there on Tuesday. I'm not going to miss any of the festivities. It's a once-in-a-lifetime type of deal, and it's something that we're going to have for a couple years now and just get used to it. It's going to be, like Andy said, the Breeders' Cup in the middle. But I have to say, with those glasses on, he looks like the guy in Terminator. Have you seen this boy?
Andy Serling, our man on the street. Much more with Andy and our crew on site at Saratoga during the course of the broadcast. One trainer that's going to be at Saratoga next week, Charlie Appleby, who cleans up regularly in the States. How good was Godolphin Siskany last year? Back to defend his Belmont Gold Cup title with more on the line this time.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Monmouth Park's most celebrated event, the Haskell every summer. And the filly who beat the boys, Serena's Song Skip Away, did just that. Eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner, War Emblem. 2002 Kentucky Derby Preakness and Haskell winner. Big Brown, also brilliant in the Derby. Preakness denied in the Belmont Stakes, but he was sensational in the Haskell. Rachel Alexandra, another filly, beating the boys. And Monmouth's biggest crowd ever here to see Triple Crown winner American Pharoah back in 2015. American Pharoah, we didn't know how much he was going to race after the Triple Crown. This was his first race post-Triple Crown in the Haskell and in front of a massive, massive crowd, Paulie, putting on some kind of show.
Yeah, I think I tweeted right after this at the time that me and like 6 other horses could have ridden him, guys could have ridden him that day. And my goodness, that was a canter. And here's the crazy part. He cantered in 109 and 3. A canter. Amazing performance.
That effortless stride. 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert, now a 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer, would always reference about American Pharoah. And look at who snuck into the picture late to run second. Keen Ice, sign of things to come. Right. The ambush in the Travers. So that's what's at stake now. The Triple Crown remains vacant, but those races you see there, here at Monmouth Park and at Saratoga, Paulie, that's where the 3-year-old title is going to be decided, specifically the Belmont next week, the Haskell here, and DraftKings Travers at Saratoga.
Yeah, and when you go from the Haskell to the Travers, it's really tough to pull off. Like you said, American Pharoah couldn't do it in We know Saratoga is also known as the graveyard of favorites, but that's a pretty good schedule. You got to pick your spots here and there. You heard Kenny saying, I didn't really know if I wanted to ship Mystic Dan for the Haskell. Then I'm looking at the Penn Derby. So he's looking more down the line, considering this horse is going to run in all three. Most of the time when you run in all three legs of the Triple Crown, you kind of take some time off. Kenny's like, he's doing pretty well. I'm going to keep on going.
Good to see.
Yeah,
it's
100%.
good to see. We want to see our stars. Selfishly, we're fans. We want to see them as often as possible. One potential star, the reigning 2-year-old champion that we won't have a chance to see in the Belmont Stakes. Fierceness is not going to compete. Todd Pletcher telling the Daily Racing Form that he just hasn't recovered yet. Upon return from Kentucky, his weight was down a little bit, not as aggressive in terms of his appetite, but he says he's galloping well, and the target is now the Haskell right here.
Listen, Todd knows of anybody, of any trainer in the world, the beat of his horses. And, obviously he did not run his race in the Kentucky Derby. He wore glue-on shoes that day. He's had some foot issues. I think Todd's trying to get those right. We obviously know that he's brilliant on his best days, but he needs to be in the right frame, and he needs to get a little bit better physically, because, when it comes to him running on the racetrack, when he runs his best races, he's still the fastest 3-year-old. But when there's adversity, it just hasn't happened for him. So now hopefully the injuries don't catch up to him and he'll be ready for the Haskell.
And resilience, with all the focus on which horses are going to emerge. For example, Seize the Grey from the Preakness. Is Mystic Dan going to run? Yes, he is. Sierra Leone, perhaps the favorite in the Belmont Stakes Derby runner-up. Under the radar, resilience, trained by Bill Mott, breezing this morning at Saratoga on the Oklahoma training track, thanks to our friends at XBTV. He's the horse that it seems like antennas go up when, resilience is running in the Belmont Stakes? A lot of intrigue, solid 6th-place finish in the Kentucky Derby.
I'll tell you right now, if this horse entered, he'd be my pick.
You go.
I actually liked him in the Kentucky Derby. He was wide literally the whole way around the racetrack. I thought he ran a sneaky good 6th. Thought he might have needed that race. And Mr. Mott, not committed, but when they work good and Mr. Mott sees that they're looking good and enters, that means they're dangerous. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time, and he had a monster meet at Saratoga last year. This horse was in the 19 hole in the Derby and got hung out really, really wide, and I thought ran a decent race. I thought he was very good since he's put the blinkers on in the wood. He's a dangerous horse if he gets into the Belmont.
One trend like Team Resilience is hoping continues. Since Justify captured the Triple Crown, there have been 17 Triple Crown races run. Not one has won multiple. Not one Triple Crown race winner since Justify captured the Triple Crown has won a second Triple Crown event. 17 races, 17 winners.
That's kind of crazy.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
And how many have run in all three? That's kind of crazy, because you think Mystic Dan coming back in the third. Usually when they lose in the Preakness, they usually don't come back.
Yeah. So we'll see. 17 Triple Crown races since Justify's Triple Crown campaign in 2018. 17 different winners. We'll see if that trend continues in 6 days at Saratoga. Third race, Monmouth Park, $20,000 claiming event, non-winners 3 lifetime, all for sale, all 2 for something. Who do you like, Paulie?
When I looked at this race, I thought this race was completely impossible. I mean, I don't see anybody here. Ramon Vasquez, he's on a couple horses, but he's on a Wayne Potts horse from the David Jacobson barn. Wayne's horses have not been running well as we start the post parade, and I just don't see the 3 at 9-5.
Right on cue, the 5-year-old gelding by Keen Ice. The Travers spoiler, right it on the ice, number 1, and then Agárrame si puedes at 12-1.
Wow, well done. 2 for 30 lifetime. I tell you what, this horse 1 for 15 does have some races to go to, though.
South Street, the favorite?
Listen, Ramon is a forward rider. Watching him, up close at Oaklawn, he's on the send most of the time.
Indulge for Lindy Schultz. Look out.
The total opposite here with Indulge. Now, this horse breaks really bad, and now Lindsay's going to stretch out.
Rascally Rebel at 7-1, followed by another Contender and Amplitude at 9-2.
This is the horse that I like, the 6. I know the horse sold for 5 here at Monmouth, but I think this horse is rounding back into a better race. Did not like the sloppy racetrack at all last time out.
And Unstable Prince is out. That's the field. 3 minutes out, race 3, Monmouth Park. We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, guys, as we'll take a look at the kind of main players, if you will, but both of them are stretching back out in distance. Now, we'll start with number 3, South Street. David Jacobson serving that 30-day suspension here. So Wayne Potts deputizing for him. South Street is a horse, though, that I've always thought that the longer, the better. Now, he has spent his last 4 races sprinting. I know he's 0 for 9 at this mile distance, but I just think that he gets a little run off his feet in those sprint races, and maybe today he's able to find his rhythm a little bit better. Now, great coat to him. He's always a little bit of a lighter framed horse, which I'm never going to really warm up to him in that sense, but I do like this distance for him. As we'll move on to number 4, Indulge. Now, what do we get from him? He doesn't have much experience at all. Going long here as he'll switch back to the main track for Lindsey Schultz. Last time we saw him on the dirt was at Oaklawn in a race that was rapidly run. Now, Absolute Chaos literally ran them off their feet that day, going that 21 and change 45, and he was far out the back, and he did try to make up some ground and was able to do so late, and kind of weaving his way in throughout horses. These horses, like Indulge, are tricky because I feel like more often than not, they're just closing sprinters, whereas going long, especially around 2 turns where the fractions can be slower, it kind of dulls their late kick. I like him a lot in here. I think he looks fantastic, as Lindsey's horses often do. But and he's not screaming physically that he wants to run longer. I just don't know if this is going to work out for him. As we move on to the horse that didn't catch my eye in the paddock, but really caught my eye on the racetrack, and that is number 6 in here, Impetude, for Claudio Gonzalez. As Paulie said, he did not like the slop last time, and I can kind of see why. He's a bit of a heavier horse. He's got a lot of kind of bounce to his stride. He's light on his feet, and sometimes those horses just don't like that wet surface that kind of slips away from them more so. So he looks so healthy too. And I think what Paulie was saying is accurate. Look how well he's pointing his toes out there the track. I can't get over how well he's moving. I would land on him here. And I think Paulie is right that he looks to be rounding back into form because he's showing it physically. He looks so healthy and so well conditioned here for Claudio Gonzalez, guys.
Paul's top selection looks the part. According to Maggie, 7-2 here as we've just about reached post time. Circling back to South Street, number 3 for Wayne Potts, owned and trained. Wayne Potts, as Paulie mentioned, not the fastest start for Potts. Maybe that starts to turn around here. South Street, let's revisit his last win. 3 starts back. This is at Aqueduct. Speaking of late-running sprinters, there's South Street. Very, very wide, but in the end, it wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, and I get it. This horse won the race. But going into this race, he was 1 for 21 lifetime. So now, are we supposed to think now that he's going to come back and win his 3rd race today? I just don't see it at 5-2. And then you got the 4 win Indulge. Lindsey Schultz, I've said this multiple times in air. She's like literally one of my favorite trainers to bet. She's unbelievable. And her numbers going from sprint to route are phenomenal, 29%. But this is a closing sprinter. Sometimes you don't really want to play a closing sprinter, and I respect Lindsey to the utmost. But I think the 3 and the 4 are both vulnerable here.
It's always tough. Maybe it's more of a personal prejudice, just late running sprinters. It's like me with the Dodgers with runners in scoring position in October. It's just like I don't have a lot of confidence, man. Like if it's gonna happen, right? It just feels like so much has to go right, table perfectly set in order for it to happen.
What ends up happening is teams get smart and they don't want to face Ohtani with the bases loaded. They'd rather face Gavin Lux. Okay, that's what ends up happening there, Lafitte. That would be enough baseball talk for the day, but
yeah, and yeah, it's just the lack of confidence, even though they might have the numbers and it's just that so much has to go right where it feels like you don't control your own destiny. You need some assistance from others.
Yeah, you make kind of a great analogy because when you get to like somewhat playoff baseball, which more you're talking about, it gets a little bit tighter. So when you start to raise up in class, you got to make less mistakes as a rider and a horse.
This October is going to be different, I hope. Filing in. Let's see how this one unfolds. A mile.
We're close to Philadelphia, by the way. Be careful.
Jeez,
Those
man.
Phillies
Yeah,
fans.
I know. And they don't. Yeah, they're some of the most patient, kindest sports fans on the planet. We know this. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call. It's Post-Time Race 3 live from the Shore's greatest stretch.
Two back. Rascally Rebel. Impoted to round out the field. Waiting for Impoted. Impoted goes in. We're ready to go. And flare off. Right in on the ice on the inside. Agaramisi Puedes out with him. Here's Impoted flashing forward, and Impoted snatches the lead. Gets to the rail, clears off from the competition, hits the turn clearly ahead of Rascally Rebel, who takes the second spot. Right in on the ice is back in third. Then Indulge in the purple jacket fourth, just ahead of South Street. And Agaramisi Puedes, after breaking alertly, is tailing off at the back of the field early on as they approach the backstretch run. The pacemaker Impoted leading the way by 3/4 of a length. Rascally Rebel, they're on the outside, 3/4 of a length behind. Right in on the ice in a pocket third. Indulge pinning him in down inside. A half length off the third place rival, South Street, and the yellow and black 4 lengths off the lead down the backstretch, a clear fifth, 3 lengths ahead of Agaramisi Puedes, who is the caboose of the field with a half mile to go. Impoted still in front. The margin's about a length. Rascally Rebel 3 deep. Right on the ice has some run, but couldn't get through down at the rail. Has to take up into the far turn. Is still third waiting. Indulge outside of him. South Street getting to the outside. Shaken upon to get going by Ramon Vasquez, but there he goes to come up and challenge those front runners with a wide rally as they come to the top of the lane. Plenty of chances here as Impoted tries to stick around on the front end. South Street made that run on the far turn. Let's see if he can sustain it. Indulge between horses, starting to flatten out. Right in on the ice inside, trying to rally. There's room on the rail if he's good enough. Furlong to go. Impoted just keeps grinding away on the lead. He's still clear. South Street second. In third, coming on from the back, Agaramisi Puedes. But Impoted and Sammy Camacho went all the way in a game effort. South Street second home. Then Agaramisi Puedes and right in on the ice.
The big boy, but light on his feet. Gonna pirouette into the winner's circle. Impoted, Pauly locked in. Zeroes in on the winner in the third race, Monmouth Park.
Yeah, Sammy Camacho, I'm surprised that he got to the front end and was able to go that slow with a lot of horses coming out of, 2 or 3 horses coming out of sprint races, but when he got to the front end, he was going to be a handful. The 3 ran better than I thought, I'll be honest. You know, to be able to rate off that and try to make up some ground, and the 2 ends up running third. But yeah, the 6, good call by Maggie too to get the validation that the horse looked tremendous on the racetrack, and a great ride by Sammy just to put the horse in play.
And for Claudio Gonzalez, last year's leading trainer, what was a really slow start to the meet, starting to heat up a little bit.
He started 0 for 18. I want to say he's like 5 or so for his last 12. Yeah, he's heating up.
So those prices coming up. Impoted with Maggie and Pauly zeroing in on the winner in this third race at Monmouth. You ready with more with our man on the street at Saratoga?
Oh my God. Does he got a motorcycle?
Maybe parked like in his mom's garage, because that's where he is now, in his mom's backyard. More with Andy Serling, our man on the street at Saratoga.
Thanks a lot. Sort of back where it all began when my family built this house in downtown Saratoga in the mid-'70s. We've been here ever since, and really a lovely area. Saratoga is such a terrific area, and there's really nothing nicer in the area around the racetrack, where hopefully some of you get a chance to walk around and look at the houses. This weekend's races are going to be amazing. There's 6 Grade 1s on Saturday, I believe 9 total stakes. There are 3 Grade 1s on Friday as well. And the races, even the non-stakes, they're packed full of excellent horses, incredible puzzles throughout the day. The DK horse Acorn is in a lot of ways a rematch of the main horses that come out of the Kentucky Oaks. And obviously Torpedo Anna is the horse to beat drawing outside. Be interesting to see how fast the pace is. And Just FYI is clearly going to be a major rival for her. But there are others as well in here. It's going to be a very interesting race. But Torpedo Anna with a win
in the DK horse Acorn, she may solidify her position as absolutely the top 3-year-old filly in the country if she's not already there. Right before that, we'll be running the New York Handicap presented by Rivers Casino, and we drew 13 horses actually, and Warlike Goddess going a little bit shorter than maybe her comfort zone, 1 mile and 3/16, but she's obviously the big name in the race. However, there are many, many strong contenders in this race. So Warlike Goddess, can she bring her A game in her first race off the layoff against some interesting up-and-comers? 2 excellent races on an amazing Friday card as this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival kicks off on Thursday.
Great stuff, Andy, our man in the street up at Saratoga. Paulie, these races, this particular program, you have Grade 1 races. They don't always live up to the billing. It just doesn't always happen. Last year, this Belmont Stakes Festival, horses that won those Grade 1 races, I believe went on to take down like 5 different championships at the end of the year.
Well, if you go to the Breeders' Cup, I want to say besides the European horses that won on the turf, every other winner had made a start at Saratoga. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. First time Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. All gets underway on Thursday. The Belmont Stakes Festival, live on-site coverage right here on Fox, Fox Sports 1, and Fox Sports 2. When we return, what a special, special place and part of what makes Saratoga, Saratoga. Claire Court, the legends, their stories, their legacies live on forever, as Richard Migliore will explain.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Aside from a weekend at the racetrack, Saratoga Lake, that's not a pretty good way to spend a day up in upstate New York as well.
I have a feeling some of those people in their boats are reading the racing form. By the way, if you get a chance, go to David Aragona on Twitter. He put out the fields for on Thursday with the morning lines.
Nice.
Already too. So as well, David, obviously tremendous handicapper on our team with Naira, and his opinion's amazing. But yeah, go to his Twitter page, and he has the PPs and the morning lines up for Thursday already.
Belmont Stakes Festival underway on Thursday. Saratoga, all about the history, the tradition, going back more than a century and a half. Of course, the focus this week on the races that are coming up. It's the future, right? In the Belmont Stakes this Saturday, but such a big part of Saratoga. what's happened in the past and some of the more significant races, some of the most significant horses in the history of this sport. It's really what Clare Court is all about. Chip Gliori has more.
This is one of my absolute favorite places at Saratoga Racecourse, Clare Court. This is hallowed ground. There are 4 horses buried here that distinguish themselves at Saratoga, including the Sultan of Saratoga, 4-Star Dave, who won an incredible 8 years in a row here. How many horses will run here 8 years in a row, let alone win? An incredible feat. It's also history, and history runs deep in Saratoga. To give you context, 1863 was the first race meeting, 2 months after the Battle of Gettysburg. And legend has it, the mighty man of war, who was sold right by the paddock in the Fasig-Tipton sale as a yearling, was brought back here and was trained to a bridle and saddle. And also a beautifully tranquil place.
It's an amazing place, and you can feel the history. You can feel almost the ghost, the legacy of some of the very best thoroughbreds that have ever competed in this sport, and for those that are buried at Clare Court.
Just everything at Saratoga that's dedicated to the horses. You can go 15 miles out of town and drop into some kind of bar. The races will be on at Saratoga. Anywhere you go, it's just the fabric of everything up there at Saratoga. Clare Court is an amazing, very peaceful place, and always check in with 4-Star Dave. That is the man. A lot of people call him the dog, D-A-W-G. He's the dog of Saratoga, yeah.
Sultan of Saratoga, a bar named after him, truly achieving rock star status up at Saratoga. You're stepping aside, as I understand, headed to the boardwalk beaches. Man on the street stuff from you we can expect upon return, yes?
I'm going to go have some fun, play with that sandcastle.
You play with the sandcastle. Chad Brown, he's busy training top-class 3-year-olds like that one. Sierra Leone, Bluegrass Stakes winner, Kentucky Derby runner-up, maybe the favorite in the Belmont, maybe the winner if he can just run straight. We'll be right back.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Sierra Leone is a dangerous closer. just 2 noses away from being undefeated. While he arguably ran the best race in the Kentucky Derby, traveling 23 feet further than the winner, he also has a problem of bearing in. Just ask Forever Young in that Derby stretch stool. Will trainer Chad Brown address that issue with an equipment adjustment? If he can correct that issue and run straight, Sierra Leone just might be best in the Belmont.
Simple as it sounds. Yeah, it's a big deal. Keeping him straight. Sierra Leone Belmont Stakes bound. The Belmont Stakes in 6 days on Fox. I'm now joined by Rajiv Mirage on set. Rajiv, at post time for the Belmont Stakes, will Sierra Leone be favored?
Undoubtedly, Sierra Leone will be favorite. His narrow miss in the Kentucky Derby sets him up for a big race here, and he's definitely going to be the favorite because people are going to think that the trip that he had versus the perfect trip that Mystic Dan had was the deciding factor.
You confident that the change in equipment, this cage bit, this power steering, and that Flavien Prat will make enough of a difference to keep him focused and running straight?
From what I've seen, especially with his recent workouts, he's showing no indication of really laying in too much or lugging in. He's been working on the inside of his workmates, but he's been just like perfectly straight. So I don't know if it's because of the equipment change that's making him run that way, but he sure is showing a straight course.
Freezing half mile. Salute to our friends XBTV on the inside, Sierra Leone. Do you give him an advantage in terms of being fresh over Mystic Dan, over Sierra Leone, both having competed? Seize the Gray. He didn't run in the Derby, but he ran Derby Day. Do you give him an advantage having skipped the Preakness and having 5 weeks in between races?
There's a lot of say in this business about horses being fresh. It's an advantage against horses that are running. It's not really something that I look at because I also think that having the recency factor, that strength of running, it could also be an advantage. So I don't look at it that way, that freshness is going to give him an advantage. But I look at it that he's potentially the more talented horse.
Sierra Leone, likely potential favorite for the 156 Belmont Stakes at Saratoga next Saturday. The probables, and we can now tell you what 10 have been entered, I believe, for the Belmont Stakes, and 1 defection, Raja. Tuscan Gold is out. Does that change anything in terms of race shape, the complexion of the race?
I don't think that changes much of the race shape or anything because, in my opinion, he wasn't a major factor in the race. He was probably closer to the bottom of the expected talent in the race, so I don't see him changing much.
So Tuscan Gold is out, and field of 10, or 10 entered for the Belmont Stakes, concluding the Triple Crown next week at Saratoga. Back live with the racing here at Monmouth Park and gearing up for the 4th race coming up, 3rd race coming up. Where are we? I'm completely lost here. Live look in the paddock there. Race number 4 in the $16,000 maiden claimer, 5.5 furlongs on grass. Scratch slew of talent, field of 9 horses in the paddock for the 4th coming up at Monmouth Park. So we mentioned that festival getting started on Thursday, the Belmont Stakes Festival. We have a little bit of everything on Thursday. We have a 2-year-old fillies early on, and then we have this marathon for older horses, right? This Belmont Gold Cup 2-mile event, and the defending champ is back in Siskiyou. Sensational. A season ago, it's Godolphin, it's Charlie Appleby in North America in big races. He has been unbelievable.
Yeah, and the 2-mile distance here in North America, it's something quite unusual. And in Europe and overseas, they have many more races within close proximity of that distance. So there is an advantage to the European runners who are more accustomed to running these longer distance more frequently. However, there's some good talent lined up in this race to challenge him, some local American horses.
The trophy for the Melbourne Cup flown first class to Saratoga. The connection there for the winner, a start in the Melbourne Cup, the race that stops the nation down under.
Yeah, that's
How cool is that?
That's a pretty cool. Definitely got a better travel than I did getting here to Jersey, that first class travel. But Yeah, it'll be exciting for people to come out and be able to see such a cool memorabilia. That Melbourne Cup trophy. We don't have to go all the way to Australia to see it.
Yeah, a little bit more prestige added element to this year's Belmont Gold Cup, Maggie, and another serious contender starting over. Your thoughts of him and his chances in the 2-mile Belmont Gold Cup?
Well, I think you said the key word right there, or phrase, Lafitte. In 2 miles, there's only 5 horses in this field have traveled the distance, and only one, the one you were talking about, Siskany, has won at it, where we do see starting over trying the 2-mile distance for the first time, but he definitely has the right trainer in his corner to get that done, possibly in Mike Maker. Now, starting over is coming off the back of a win in the McDermott Grade 2 down there at Gulfstream Park, going the mile and 3/8. Prior to that, he was second to Francisco Clemente and the William McKnight. So a horse that does appear to be in good form. I think the big caveat with this guy, as he does seem to be relishing these distances, is turf course condition. As we saw yesterday on the program from our friends at Fox Weather, that we might see some rain in the forecast. So we'll see what this Belmont Gold Cup is run over, whether it's a yielding course or a course that has some moisture in it. That might play against starting over. But a horse I'm really intrigued to see travel this 2-mile distance. I think he can handle it, Lafitte.
Keep that evil away. Don't put that evil on us. Don't want to hear anything about rain in upstate New York for the next 6 days. Look at that rundown. That's just kicking off the Belmont Stakes Festival with the Belmont Gold Cup Astoria 2-year-old fillies. That'll be exciting, Raj, because of the connection with the Schuylerville, the opening day feature at Saratoga, and how often we see horses that run well in the Astoria come back for the Schuylerville.
Yeah, it's a great lead-up race going into the regular Saratoga meet, to have this Astoria here in the Belmont meet and at Saratoga. Hoping to see some really good 2-year-old that could potentially be going for top 2-year-old champion at some point.
I'll get started next Thursday. Maggie is still with us, and another story yesterday, a scary scenario, Maggie, for the Asmussen family. We were expected to see Keith Asmussen riding at Saratoga. Both he and his brother Eric involved in spills and accidents yesterday. What is the very latest? What can you tell us?
Right, exactly. A parent's worst nightmare with regards to Steve and Julie Asmussen. Both of their sons, Keith going down at Churchill Downs when Sensational clipped heels, a horse he was riding for his father. And Keith unfortunately sustaining numerous injuries, including a fractured femur, 3 fractured ribs, and lacerations to his lungs. Luckily, Keith was able to tweet and give us an update, and reportedly going under surgery this morning. We will hopefully be able to bring an update. And then younger brother Eric Asmussen, who just started his riding career at the tail end of last year, went down in an accident after the wire at Lone Star Park. He was taken to a local area hospital. All x-rays were negative. So Eric was cleared to ride today, the remaining of his mount. So unfortunately, we are going to miss Keith, though, up at Saratoga, as he was scheduled to ride the Astoria and the Tremont, Lafitte.
Maggie, thank you very much. I can't imagine what that was like, those few hours for their parents, for Julie and Steve, watching both of their sons involved in accidents.
Yes, and being that I was in positions like that in my past, the toughest things that my family told me, my wife would say, is that when I was far away, she would feel helpless, that they can't even be there to assist. And I know that Eric was in Lone Star and Keith was in Kentucky. So I know it was a tough day for the family to just not even be there at the time when needed.
Thankfully, they'll both walk away from these incidents, a quick recovery, and the best from all of us here at America's Day at the Races for the Asmussen family. Quick recovery for both Keith and Eric. Look forward to see them back in the saddle before long. Here at Monmouth, the 4th race is getting closer. We're getting closer to post time. You'll see the updated odds for the $16,000 maiden claimers. A turf sprint, 5.5 furlongs of post parade, starting with Cajun Vibes drawn inside the first-time starter, Raj Cold, on the board.
Yeah, he's the lone first-time starter in this race. In a race that really, if a first-time starter could run, he would have a big shot because there's not much to go on.
Not a lot of support. Jairo Rendon, second in the jockey standings. Monmouth, number 2, Have No Regrets, off the board in his first 4, drops in class.
Yeah, drops in class and tries the turf for the first time after showing a bit of a speed sprinting on the dirt.
Mithridates, 8-race maiden.
Yeah, hasn't run on the turf since October of 2023 against much tougher horses back then.
Brad's Bet just doesn't have that knockout punch.
Yeah, running decently, but just doesn't have that final oomph at the end.
Perodo back to grass, blinkers on.
Yeah, that's I picked this one moving back to the grass after a subpar effort on the dirt last time.
Wow, odds on 2-5, Kern River.
Yeah, Hot Connection, Mike Maker, top trainer, ships this one in from Gulfstream Park.
16-1, Vindicated Tiger.
Is cutting back in distance and trying to sprint on the turf for the first time.
Paco, Anadolu.
Yeah, Paco, you can't go wrong with Paco.
The 9 here, Excalibrate, would be a huge surprise.
Yeah, been trying to get on the turf his last 2. They've been rained off and to move to the main track. Gets to run on a firm turf today.
Maidens in the 4th, 5.5 furlong turf dash. You're looking at Anadolu and Paco. Maggie getting Paco at a price.
Yeah, is everybody taking Kern River in here? And I get it. Overall, has run the fastest races on the turf. But when you're at this level, I feel like sometimes chaos can reign supreme in here. And I do like what I'm seeing from Anadolu, who, as far as being well turned out, he definitely is. I mean, he's dappled head to toe. He looks the picture of health, and he's a horse that has never actually sprinted on the turf. We do not count those 7.5 furlong races going around 2 turns. Is the operative phrase, at Gulfstream as sprints. They are routes. And this guy, as he tried to go forward from a 12 of 12 post position, he got caught 4 to 5 wide in that first turn and ended up going pretty darn quick. And I think in a field that, albeit was made in 25s, still maybe a little bit better than these, as Live High, Live Low, I think was the winner's name. Yes, it was the 71. I wrote all over his name. I couldn't read it. But I really like this horse turning back. He's built more like a sprinter. Look how strong he looks behind the saddle. And he's like a coiled spring out there. So I think 5.5 will suit him perfectly. As we move on to the horse to his inside, who has also only gone long on the turf in number 7, Vindicated Tiger. He got very headstrong on the front end, 2 back in that maiden 16 at Tampa. Got a big warm up as well from Sammy Morin, who can be aggressive when he wants to be. I don't think this horse is going to be on the front end necessarily, but should be forward. And he, too, was really on the muscle back in the paddock, and I like him sprinting. I think he makes a lot of sense in this spot here for the ever-dangerous Kathleen O'Connell. Next, we'll take a look at 2 long shots down towards the rail. Number 2, Have No Regrets. I like this Son of Winchell switching to the turf. Actually has good stats with his turf sprinters in the dam. She was 4 for 22 on the turf. Looks as though he'll handle it. Does carry a little bit of excess weight, but I'm assuming that's just him because he has strung together 4 starts since February quite consecutively. So I'm guessing he's just a guy who likes to eat his dinner, likes his lunch, likes his breakfast. As number 1, Cajun Vibes, as you heard Rajiv say, sometimes in these lower level maiden claimers, you don't mind siding with one who is unexposed. And this is a son of Neolithic, another one that's actually good with his turf sprinters and his older debuters. He strikes at 19% with 3-year-olds and up making their first start. The Fool won first time out, and it was a stakes winner, albeit on the dirt. And then another half also won first time out on the turf. He looks like a turf horse. He was a little bit green back in the paddock, but since out in the track has done everything right. I think he's an interesting proposition. And like I said, Lafitte, these 2 horses on the inside are offering a bit of value at 23 and 16 to 1, respectively.
Live long shots. We're about to find out. For you, Raj, Perodo, the 5, your top selection. Why?
Yeah, I picked Corrodo because over 70% of this field run fast early and gets leg reary late. So I'm expecting a fast early pace that's going to collapse. And I'm looking for a horse that's going to be closing into that pace and one that does its best running late. The one that I think that does that the best is number 5, Perodo. A slow early, fast finish.
See if he can turn it on in the stretch. Peroto at 5-1. Rajiv's top selection. The wagering public zeroing in on the 6-horse now. Even money, Kern River. All set for the 4th. Matt Ditterman with the call. 4th race live, Monmouth Park on Fox Sports 2.
We're ready to go. And Leroff. Cajun Vibes left in the air at the start, is at the back of the pack. Anadolu has early speed with Vindicated Tiger. Mithridates down on the inside, now easing off the speed down the back stretch. And the leader is Anadolu, who clears off and opens up 2. Coming out of the chute, Peroto takes second with Vindicated Tiger. They're 2 lengths better than Excalibrate, who's racing in midfield with the favorite Kern River between horses. Mithridates down on the inside. A gap of 2.5 to Brad's Bet, and Have No Regrets is the trailer. And actually, there's one well out of it, Cajun Vibes, maybe 25 lengths behind as they round the far turn. Coming back to the lead, Anadolu does it well on the front end, approaches the quarter pole with a clear lead. The margin's a length and a tail. Peroto right behind, cuts the quarter in second. Vindicated Tiger under a ride. Kern River getting going on the extreme outside, coming with his rally. Kern River picking up steam nicely down the outside, and Kern River strikes the front with about a 16th to go. Peroto inside, game to the inside, but it's Kern River with the upper hand. Kern River to score. Peroto's second best. Mithridates was third. 4th home, Vindicated Tiger.
Driving finish in the 4th at Monmouth Park. In the end, the favorite graduates, Kern River. And Raj, the gelding you like, Peroto giving him all he could handle in the stretch.
Yeah, and the winner, Kern River, the favorite, had a perfect trip. A smart ride by his jockey for just sitting him off the fast pace. This horse had been chasing the pace early and been getting beat late. He changed tactics a bit, took him off the pace, and just beat my pick, who ran great. I didn't expect Peroto to be that close to the pace. I expected Peroto to kind of be behind Kern River and use him as a target. Nevertheless,
this is a turf sprint. These aren't like Jaipur runners, right? These are just $16,000 maiden claimers, lower level claimers who have never won, and watch them battle in the stretch. Peroto doing everything he can to fend off Kern River, and in the end, just can't.
Yeah, we'd love to see all these horses compete. As a jockey riding either one of these horses, it would be a great feeling because both horses were giving their all. And it's sometimes as a jockey, and even as a fan watching the race, that's what you want to see. That's all you can ask for.
Everything they had. For trainer Mike Maker, Kern River breaks through by a former Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner in Midshipman. Kern River and Isaac Castillo, 6, 5, 3, 7, 8 results. When we return, when we come back, this was last night. Seize the Gray arriving at Saratoga yesterday evening. Can he seize the Belmont Stakes? Front-running Preakness winner, 7th for legendary trainer Dwayne Lucas and Jaime Torres in his Triple Crown debut.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
National treasure.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
One of many terrific spots to watch the races from at Saratoga, the 1863 Club. Nothing like that balcony on the first turn, especially for two-turn races, that view of the horses getting out of the gate and then thundering down the stretch. Food's not bad either. 1863 Club. As always, our coverage brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual unusually well. My apologies, Ramon Vasquez. The live pickup mount, Ramon Vasquez, and boots home the favorite Kern River in the 4th at Monmouth.
Yeah, perfectly timed ride by Ramon Vasquez, a jockey that typically rides in New York and will be at Saratoga this summer. Shipped in today, came over the Verrazano Bridge, and that was a good decision.
The pickup mount right to the winner's circle. Peroto, who you like, does everything but graduate.
Yeah, game in defeat, and it was a good price.
That was the 4th race. Those were just maidens. Next, we have the feature this afternoon, the Smart and Classy. It's early today. It's New Jersey fillies, New Jersey bred fillies and mares, and the intrigue that the top 3 who put on that terrific show last year are back once again. Included Beach Days. As you look at the early wagering, it was Mia's Crusade and Riding Pretty. Mia's Crusade riding pretty early on, 5-2. The defending champ ignored at least early on to an extent.
Yeah, and what's cool about this with this Jersey bred program is there's only 97 horses bred last year in New Jersey.
97
in the state. So a lot of times it's the same horses. So you get this rivalry that's built up with the same set of horses, and it's not much separating them. So it's just a cool thing to watch every time, all the dynamics between what to make a difference today, who's going to win based on the trip and all that.
Rough
Pretty
and
cool.
tumble edition of last year's Smart and Classy. What'll happen in this year's edition, we're going to find out in about 20 minutes. The feature next year at Monmouth Park. Also at Saratoga, we've been touching on the history and the fact that it's timeless, right? But that doesn't mean things don't change. That doesn't mean that we don't add the Jim Dandy Bar at the Spa. That's next.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Breezy Sunday afternoon on the Jersey Shore. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Gearing up for the Sunday featured event, Smart and Classy Handicap. New Jersey bred fillies and mares. That is coming up next. Live look there. And Beach Days drawn inside. Can she successfully defend her title? She's 3-1. Mia's Crusade, number 4. Trainer Chuck Spina talks about how special she is and that he's never had a horse, the same horse, win 3 consecutive stakes races, trying for a 4th today. She is an absolute battler. Spina was asked about, well, the quick 2-week turnaround, her last win just a couple of weeks ago, like no concerns whatsoever. He says she can do it all.
Yeah, I mean, it's so consistent. And when you see consistency, you got to give the horse a lot of credit for being consistent, but you also have to give the connections, the groom, the rider, the people that take care of her, the trainer, to have her run her A race every time. And her most recent win in the Spurs Fair was off an extended layoff. She hadn't run since October of 2023. She raced in May 18, won that stake, and now 2 weeks later, she's coming today. That was almost like a workout for this race.
Absolutely. Mia's Crusade, here she is. And yeah, as you mentioned, shaking off the rust. And she's taking pressure. This is what I'm talking about. The fight. She has Belle Pensignetto right there. And Mia's Crusade going to have to dig, scratch, and claw her way to a second straight Spruce Fur victory.
Yeah, so and you could see her jockey, Torres. He knows her so well. He was so confident coming off the turn, felt like he had the race measured, and they just make such a good team. Look, I think she's going to move forward off that race. I know it's only a 2-week turnaround from her most recent race, but that race was just such a long layoff. She had to need that most recent race to knock the rust off.
It is an old handicapping axiom, though, a handicapping angle that I'll push back on a little bit, that when a horse is coming off of a significant layoff and that race off the bench is a taxing one and they have to work really hard and they have to fight, which Mia's Crusade did have to do, that often in their subsequent start, you'll see regression. You'll see a bounce. Why won't Mia's Crusade, quote-unquote, bounce this afternoon?
She won't bounce because in 2022 to 2023, September 2022, she did the same thing. She came off that long layoff, raced in May 2023 in the Spurs Fur. She won that race, and then 2 weeks later, she raced in the Spartan Classy, and she ran her A race. She was just beaten narrowly by Beach Days that day. So she's taking the same line that she took that time, and she did it successfully.
I think it's very cool that we don't see not many New Jersey breds, and I'll follow up with that with you in a moment, but this was last year's edition. This is what we're talking about. This was an absolute thriller. Beach Days right there in the mix. Mia's Crusade, Riding Pretty. Beach Days is going to be bouncing about there with Riding Pretty. It's just an absolute rough and tumble final quarter of a mile in last year's Smart and Classy.
Yeah, there was a lot of bumping and going on, and Mia's Crusade was on the lead, and she ran really fast early to make the lead, and that's what did her in late.
Look at Beach Days fighting in between horses.
Beach Days showed a lot of grit, a lot of resilience and determination to absorb that contact from Riding Pretty and then pushed by. Beach Days has 7 wins and 9 seconds from 25 starts. She always shows up, and she has a lot of guts.
Re-rallying in between horses, just a sign of class, this Smart and Classy. Beach Days. Can she go back-to-back? We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll see here, Lafitte, as we'll check in, though, with the 2 coming out of that Spruce Fire Stakes. And we'll begin with number 3. That is Belle Pensignetto, who is giving Connections quite the rough time. They tried to saddle her in the stalls with the pony, the lead pony, in front of her. She was not having any of that, so now they have opted to saddle her on the walk with Anthony Morgata on her head, leading her around. As you can see her there, she's gotten quite washy. Now, she is a speed horse, so this kind of exuberant energy can be expected. But it's to be expected when we're sprinting, and we're not today. We're going the 2-turn mile here. So while she's been there, she's been successful in her one try. It was an off-the-turf race in which she got very comfortable on the front end. I don't know if that happens here today, as we'll check in with the horse that just got to her last time out in Mia's Crusade. Now, Mia's Crusade doesn't have that much experience going long here, but I love the way she's so well composed in the paddock. She's just switched to favoritism quickly, and she looks very fit, really well conditioned, and I think if there's a time where she's going to show up and maybe be able to handle this distance, it could be today. But look, they both have some serious rivals that bookend this field, and I love what I'm seeing from Riding Pretty here. Lafitte?
Riding Pretty from the outside at 3-1 here. Back to the main track, a series of races on grass. What are you expecting from Riding Pretty, Raj?
Oh, this race is sets up favorable for Riding Pretty because, as Maggie said, Belle Pensero has a lot of speed, and she's going to be running early, and she's aggressive in the paddock today. And Mia's Crusade is another one that has a lot of speed. I expect them to really get into a tussle early, and I don't think it's going to do either one of them any favors. The winner will be coming from off the pace, I believe, and Riding Pretty is potentially the best stretch runner of anyone in here.
How significant is the opposition that the company, these fillies and mares, have been keeping, which Riding Pretty, a New Jersey bred, but she has been squaring off with like open company. Her races haven't been restricted to facing other New Jersey breds. How significant is that?
It's a massive difference in class that she's facing today versus her last 4 races, being down at Gulfstream, running against stake horses, and there's horses that finished right in front of her, like Papillo, who's graded stakes placed. It's just a much better competition that she's been facing. This is a significant drop in class, step down in class for Riding Pretty. And also, she's switching to her preferred surface, back to the dirt. Her last 4 races have either been on turf or synthetics, which she hasn't had that much success on. Best surface for her, favorable setup. The stars are really aligning for her to run her best race.
There she is, moving left to right on your screen, Riding Pretty. Like, she ran 4th in the Grade 2 Beldame. 4th and last, but she still ran 4th, facing the likes of Randomized in the Beldame. Yeah, she's faced some very talented fillies and mares.
Yeah, we don't even have to say 4th. She finished last in the Beldame.
4th sounds so much better.
Right. But she finished last, but she was only beat 9 lengths. So saying 4th, she could have been 4th, beat 30 lengths, right? And then it wouldn't be the same. But beating 9 lengths by Randomized. No. Randomized would won a grade 1
No
by
Randomized,
10 lengths
in this field. But there is a Mia's Crusade, trained by Chuck Spina, standing by live with Paul.
Yeah, Chuck, we have Mia's Crusade in here, and this is a mare that's 7 for 17 lifetime. What has she meant to your barn?
She's just great. She's a hard hitter. She has not much breeding. She just tries every time. She's won 3 stakes in a row. She doesn't really like the turf, and she won a stake in Meadowlands on the turf. She's best suited 3/4. But that being said, last year in the same race, she was third beaten a length by Beach Day and Riding Pretty. So she always tries.
You were talking about it a little bit. For a lot of the people don't know, sometimes they don't ride a lot of races going long for the New Jersey breds. That's why you kind of kept her around 6 furlongs, but you do feel she'll get the mile.
Yeah, I do feel she can go a mile. She's, like I said, last year in the same race, she just got beat by the 2 favorites here. It was a 3-way photo. She got beat 3/4 in the neck for the whole race. So she just tries.
We wish you the best. She's a heck of a mare. She's 7 for 17 lifetime. Lafitte, she's going to look for her 8th lifetime win in the stakes race here.
Win, lose, or draw, those are the types that you can always be proud of because they know they've given you everything they have to offer.
Yeah, and it's such a horse that just loves to run. The desire, we always love seeing that desire, and she's just so consistent.
Mia's Crusade, post parade, smart and classy handicap. Autumn's Turn pictured currently 10-1.
Yeah, Autumn Turn, a maiden, never won a race.
Belle Pensiero, has she settled down from what Maggie was observing in the paddock? Yeah, she looks better now.
Seems to settle down on track. She's a speed off the speed and is likely the front runner here.
Mia's Crusade looking for a 4th straight stakes win.
Yeah, I expect him to just track Belle Pensiero and not get into too much of a tussle.
I Can Run chased Mia's Crusade in the spruce fur.
Yeah, been unlucky in the last 3 starts. Switches to Joe Bravo today and stretches back out to a
There
mile.
you see it. Price plummeting, 8-5 now, Riding Pretty.
Yeah, just dropping in class from facing tougher competition down at Gulfstream, switching back to the dirt. Has a perfect outside post with Rendon to be able to just pick his spot going into that first turn.
In such a competitive race, you'd figured that strength of schedule for the handicappers was going to come into play at some point here, and we're seeing it with the price plummeting, Riding Pretty at 8-5. If you're Jairo Rendon, it's not this big, massive field, right? But he does have the outside post in a 2-turn race. What is his primary objective early on with Riding Pretty?
The good thing about being in the outside post in this 2-turn race is there's only 6 horses, so you're not really parked too wide. And knowing that the 2 speed horses are going to separate themselves going into the first turn, there's not much case for you to get hung too wide. Very wide. So I think Jairo is going to be focused on just keeping an eye on Beach Days, getting a good position going into the first turn and making sure that he has an eye on Beach Days and just get a nice spot wherever he's comfortable.
Field is 6, smart and classy handicap, 85,000. Riding Pretty, no randomized to deal with this afternoon. Circling back to Beach Days and trying to go back-to-back here. There's a look at her. She's 7-2 in a perfect world. How do things set up for her in order to be most effective?
Well, she has a great inside post, right? Because her jockey Bowman, all he has to do is, she comes from off the pace a bit. So all he's going to do is break, save ground going into the first turn and kind of just get her into her rhythm.
Beach Days, more on the defending champ. Right back to Maggie and Paul.
Here with the horses behind us, Paulie, as we'll take a look at the bookends of the smart and classy field, beginning with Beach Days, the defending champ,
Yes.
Paulie, and I respect her. The one problem I have for her, and she still wins races in doing this, is that she never switches to her outside lead, and I didn't necessarily love what I saw from her in the warm-up either.
Yeah, I get where you're going. She seemed like she's just been a different horse around 2 turns. If you look at her last 2 races, they were wins, 1 in a mile and 1 in a mile and 70 yards. I think she can stay a little bit close. You kind of wonder whether that last race really might have blown the top off and she might regress a little bit. That's my worry.
It was a big performance
Yeah.
for sure there at Parks, but I'm going to side with number 6 in here, Riding Pretty. I'm such a fan of Eddie Owens and the job he does. Longtime assistant for Joe Orsino. He has the very talented 3-year-old in C Streak, and Riding Pretty, she, is in against some state-bred company. It's so much of a easier crop. Granted, she hasn't necessarily beaten them at times when she's shown up against these stakes caliber New Jersey breds, but I love what I'm seeing from her today. And as Raj pointed out, she looks like the right trip, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Listen, she was in the Beldame. She got an inflated number in that race, but that race wins this. And if you look back, she does have 2 of her 3 wins here at Monmouth. She's run well over all surfaces. And like you said, Eddie's gotten off to a good start. He's a really good horseman. I think this horse might getting back to the dirt. That race at Aqueduct wins this race.
And I know she was, 1-9 the day that
Yeah.
she beat New Jersey breds in that allowance race. But again, that kind of effort would win here too with the 79.
100%, yeah. And then puts the horse right into the mix. And it kind of puts Mia Crusade where, you know what I mean?
I agree
I
with
get
you.
it. Mia Crusade is a tremendous mare of the money she's brought. But she's going to have to run because the 1 and 6 are runners in here. And I just don't know if she, like you said, does she want the distance?
Yeah, that's my biggest question mark with her, Lafitte, as this is a compact field, but it's a fun and contentious one. So looking forward to what these fillies and mares do on the track in this smart and classy.
Really fun race, guys. And Chuck Spina seems to think that Mia's Crusade can thrive at the mile distance, but they're right. It is a legitimate question about. It's not whether or not she can, of course she can run a mile, but can she bring her best at the mile distance?
Yeah, she can get the mile distance. I don't believe it's her optimal distance. I think she would be, if there was a better circumstance where she's like the lone speed or she's a controlling speed, she would have a tactical advantage going the mile if that was the case. However, the thorn in her side is Bel Pensiero. There's no way that this filly doesn't show a lot of early speed. It's going to do neither one of these fillies any favor. I can't see a scenario where they don't get in a embattled duel early.
Bel Pensiero, I think, clears Mia's Crusade, I would think. I know Mia's Crusade exiting sprints and passing. She's versatile. Bella Pensignero by Army Mule. We saw Army Mule, a sire, the winner earlier in the program, the 2-year-old first-time starter in the second race, Bella Pensignero. What will you be looking for early on between Bella Pensignero, Mia's Crusade? If you're riding Mia's Crusade, you look over to your left, you see Bella Pensignero being riding aggressively. What's the thought process for the rider?
If I'm Torres and I'm on Mia's Crusade, I have a perfect outside post outside of Bella Pensignero. There's nothing necessary for me to get in a duel with him because Mia's Crusade can track the pace. She doesn't have to be on the lead, and I'd be doing himself no favors to get into an early tussle with Bella Pensignero. So I expect that he would just take a hold. Throttle his filly down so that he doesn't engage her too early and save something left so that when the closers start coming at you, you have something in reserve.
And I think fortunate draw, the way things unfolded, tell me if I'm wrong. I'd rather, if I'm Mia's Crusade, is fortunate to be drawn outside of Bella Pensignero.
Exactly. If the positions were flipped and Mia's Crusade was drawn inside Bella Pensignero, he would have to use her a bit to at least set up himself in position. So it's a very comfortable spot to just be able to just file right in outside of Bella Pensignero. A horse that we haven't talked much about is I Can Run. She has a bit of a dirtied up form. Her last 3 races have been having bad starts. If she has a better start today with Joe Bravo on, she could actually make some noise in this race.
Now you tell me. It's like post time, man. As we celebrate these New Jersey breds at the Shore's greatest stretch. Beach Days drawn inside. Can she successfully defend her title? The favorite, Riding Pretty, 6-5 at post time. We're all set. Matt Dinnerman with the Call to Sunday feature. Smart and classy handicap from Monmouth live on Fox Sports 2.
To complete the line. We're ready to go in the Smart and Classy handicap. And we're off. The 6 fillies and mares broke in a single file line. Bella Pensignero out on the lead. Mia's Crusade takes the second position early. Beach Days tucked in right behind them in third, cornering into the turn. Riding Pretty away in fourth, kept out of harm's way on the outside. A gap of 1.5 lengths to I Can Run. Autumn's Turn at the back. 7 lengths behind the front runner. Bella Pensignero, who leads the way by 3/4 of a length, maybe a half length here. Mia's Crusade there to press the issue. A moderate tempo set by Bella Pensignero, who swings up the back stretch with a narrow lead. Just a neck now. Mia's Crusade right there hounding her from the outside. Riding Pretty has gotten into the bridle now. She's third in a good gallop. Then comes Beach Days down on the inside of her. A space of 3 now to I Can Run and 2 more to Autumn's Turn, who's sent along a bit now with 5 furlongs to travel. Bella Pensignero is the pacemaker in this feature race today at Monmouth. 3/4 of a length ahead. Mia's Crusade has her eyes on that front runner's second. Riding Pretty third as they start to pick up the pace into the turn. Beach Days has lost a few lengths here. She's fourth, but under a ride. Now 5 lengths off the lead. Beach Days going in the wrong direction. Passed by Autumn's Turn as they round the far turn. Bella Pensignero challenged by Riding Pretty, who's looking pretty as she just breezed right to the front. Bella Pensignero trying hard, but she can't match the strides of Riding Pretty, who comes off the turn and puts this race to bed down the lane. Accelerates with a big kick, and within a blink of an eye, she's opened up. The margin is 6-7 lengths. Riding Pretty with a career best effort today. She's streaking clear for a convincing victory in the Smart and Classy handicap. Riding Pretty, just that. Autumn's Turn from the back gets second. Beach Days was third, and Bella Pensignero was fourth.
A mismatch. Riding Pretty, devastating in the Smart and Classy handicap. Turning for home, only a question of how far. In for Jairo Rendon, a third stakes win of the young meat.
Yeah, perfectly executed by Jairo Rendon, just sitting third right off the 2-speed horses, and he held the Beach Days in the pocket for as long as he could and just took over in stretch and pulled away convincingly.
Hand Ride gives her cue, like a nudge on the shoulder. Riding Pretty responds. She's on her wrong lead. She's on her left lead. She never switches. Normally you see horses' tail kind of swish when they feel the crop and they don't like it. This is a hand ride, and this tail still going through the stretch.
Yeah, pretty cool. She's more focused on what the jockey's doing on her back than actually
It's like,
running.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it, man.
I have it under control. Don't bother me. I'm doing my thing.
I'm doing my thing. No randomized out here.
Yeah.
I can strut my stuff. And she dominates and crushes. Riding Pretty over Autumn's turn. 6-2-1-3-5. That tail still going.
Still swishing the tail, Riding Pretty. It's so cool to watch. You can tell that she has so much character, this filly. Just was flashing the tail around and then just loping around there. The ears keep coming up and down. Enjoying her job, so to say.
The difference between company kept, open company back with the New Jersey breds today, having faced much tougher. You saw how different it was on this afternoon, where last year she suffered a gut-wrenching defeated the neck by Beach Days. She turns the table in a big way on the defending champ, Beach Days, who was spent rounding the far turn.
Yeah, and one of the things about it is Beach Days didn't show up with her best race today, and she struggled to be third. However, when they faced off last year, Riding Pretty was a young 3-year-old. Yep. Beach Days is a year older, so she's a 4-year-old, more mature. The transition from 3 to 4, it's like a teenager becoming an adult. Now they're both coming into adulthood, and I think there's more upside to Riding Pretty as she matures and grows.
Holly Crest Farm homebred. They're having a big meet, and multiple stakes wins for Holly Crest Farm trainer Eddie Owens and Jairo Rendon. Riding Pretty in the Smart and Classy. Much more on the Belmont when we come back. Kentucky Derby winning trainer Kenny McPeak with Mystic Dan bound for the Belmont Stakes in 6 days on Fox.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride, Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thumbs up. Salute from Jairo Rendon. And a tour de force Riding Pretty in the Smart and Classy handicap, a lot like the meet started. Long Branch opening day feature. That was a Holly Crest Farm homebred, the New Jersey bred C Streak for Holly Crest. Owens, Rendon, third stakes win of the meet, and they're not done.
Yeah, when you hear Holly Crest, you're gonna think top Jersey bred connections, because they're one of the biggest forces in the Jersey bred breeding program, and they always churn out the top of the cream of the crop Jersey breds.
And that C Streak is legit. His win in the Long Branch, I believe we'll see him in the Pegasus, right? Naira Betts Pegasus on Haskell Preview Day, I think next week. That's later on. This is here and now. Riding Pretty dominates in the Smart and Classy. Down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, and pleased to be joined here by Eddie Owens Jr. We'll talk a little bit about C Streak in a moment, but first, riding pretty. Eddie, as you said, kind of hard to believe this is her first stakes victory, but she shows up with an A effort every time.
Every time she runs hard. I love this filly from day one. You know, she just professional, tries hard all the time. I love her.
She was really much the best today, and Jairo Rendon cruised into the race 3 wide around the turn. Did you kind of feel like you had it wrapped up then?
I was worried it was going so slow, but once he got to the turn, she was a winner. I knew she was.
Eddie, let's talk about your quote-unquote superstar of your barn right now in C Streak, a New Jersey bred like Riding Pretty, taking the Long Branch in emphatic fashion. How's he doing out of that race, and is it still all systems go for the Pegasus?
He come back great. He's training good up to it. Got one more breeze to put in him, but right now, everything is good.
He's just a superstar, and a horse that's been so professional, and at times I'm thinking back to his maiden victory where he overcame so much adversity that day. Talk about his development.
Well, his development was a little slow. Down in Gulfstream, he was running a lot green for me, spots, put the blinkers on him. Then he really didn't take to him, so I cut him back a little bit, and after that, well, Jose Ortiz told me to run him around 2 turns. 1 turn was not good for him. You know, he told me after that race, the last race he ran down there in Gulfstream, he told me much better around 2 turns. Let him relax, and he'll give you. And he did. He showed up that day. I'm hoping he shows up in the Pegasus, but he will. I know he'll run his race. He'll be okay.
I know we will too. Jose Ortiz, always insightful with his feedback. Eddie, wishing you the best of luck with him, but congrats here with Riding Pretty.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, always a pleasure to catch up with Eddie Owens, as he is a consummate horseman and professional. C Streak, I got my eyes out for him, Lafitte.
Yeah, Jose Ortiz was absolutely right. 2 turns for C Streak, that Pegasus in 2 weeks on that Haskell preview day. And for Eddie Owens, you know, he's very subdued, right? But he can flat out train. And when his horses are winning these stakes races, they're not just winning, they're like running up the score, Raj.
Yeah, it's great to see the Eddie Owens horses performing at the level that they're performing for a small stable with horses that are, it's Jersey breds make up 0.5% of the overall population of the foal crop. To see a Jersey bred going to compete against open company in a graded stake like the Naira Bets Pegasus, it's just cool to be given a true underdog story.
Sometimes, you know, it's easy to forget they're New Jersey breds when you watch a New Jersey bred like an Irish War Cry, right, who is a co-favorite in a Kentucky Derby who you rode. You forget very quickly C Streak. We don't look at him like, oh, he's this nice New Jersey bred. No, he is a legitimate, talented 3-year-old who's going to cause some serious damage, I think, on this road to the Haskell.
Yeah, I mean, on the road to the Haskell, if he runs a top 3 in the Pegasus, you'd expect to see him in the Haskell. So this is going to be a true telling tale for where he fits up in the open company 3-year-olds.
Don't look now. We still have 7 races left. Raj, you're sticking right here? Yes?
I'm here till the end.
He can't go anywhere. I'm going to step aside for a little while. I'll be back later on in the program as our coverage continues here from Monmouth Park and on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races, as we welcome in a brand new audience.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports SoCal or San Diego, we're glad to have you with us on this absolutely glorious Sunday afternoon. A perfect day for racing. You saw that scenic of Monmouth Park there, live racing. A lot more still to come. I'm Acacia Clement. I'm live here from Saratoga Racecourse, which is a little bit quieter than the Jersey Shore right now, but that's not to be the case next week, as we are just days away from the start of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. A lot of Belmont Stakes contenders putting in their final preparations this weekend, but on Friday is where we'll have an opportunity to see the 3-year-old fillies take the spotlight in the DK Horse Acorn, highlighted by the Kentucky Oaks Victress, Torpedo Anna, as we'll actually get a chance to see the top 3 finishers out of the Oaks coming back. Torpedo Anna, she's been so good that trainer Kenny McPeak was considering running her in the boys. running her against the boys in the Belmont Stakes, but after her last workouts and her stablemate Mystic Dan, what he's been showing, he will go onto the Belmont, and Torpedo Anna will stay against her own sex in the Acorn on Friday. She drew the outside post. Certainly not something that's been a problem for her in the past, as she won from the outside post in the Fantasy. 2 starts back. We're going 1 1/8 miles, 1 lap around the Saratoga main track, Grade 1 DK Horse Acorn. It'll be the last race of the day on Friday, culminating that 12 race card that's absolutely jam-packed with big stars, stakes winners. Of course, we will see Torpedo Anna after a nice workout yesterday morning, her big final preparation. She was one of the first horses on the track about 5:30 a.m. She worked outside of her stablemate Midnight Concerto, who is more of a turf horse, but Kenny McPeak saying they wanted some company with her where she just wouldn't do too much, just able to keep her fit. She worked 4 furlongs, or should say 5 furlongs in 109 and change, as she's a horse that finished up really well with a nice big gallop out too. Keeping in company for the actual work and then being able to stretch her legs afterwards. Certainly something that you like to see with these kinds of workouts from a horse that has just left it all out there on the racetrack. She's just 1 race away from being undefeated, and that's where she finished second at the end of her 3-year-old season in the Goldenrod, at the end of her 2-year-old season, I should say, back in November. But she's a horse that, to my eye, I thought was training really well yesterday. Good energy. I do think that her stablemate, Mystic Dan, was the more impressive of the workouts in the morning, and that does explain the decision that trainer Kenny McPeak has made as to where to run these 2. Let's get a chance to hear from Kenny on what he's been seeing from Torpedo Anna in her preparations.
Torpedo Anna laid about 5 lengths behind her going to the pole, ranged up with her, and then we didn't want her to blow the other filly away. We wanted to keep them together, kind of like boxers that you don't want to overmatch them. You want to keep their confidence. They stayed together to the wire, and Danny said he could have drawn off 4 or 5 lengths if he wanted to.
And after what you've seen from her, what will be the game plan from her as of now?
She's going to go in the Acorn. More than anything, I don't want to run them against each other. Any other year, I would have been enticed to run her in the Belmont. I think she's that kind of talent. She's only had 2 races this year, and both races were obviously impressive, and she hasn't even felt the stick in a race yet this year. So we've got a lot to look forward to, and at this point, she's Acorn unless something goes sideways and she shows up in the Belmont on Monday morning.
Do you think taking on the boys may still be a game plan down the road?
We'll think about it. We'll watch her race in the Acorn, assuming that's what happens. You know, we've got the Coaching Club and we've got the Alabama, which are 2 great races, and you got the Cotillion later on in the season too. So I'd like to think we could make her champion 3-year-old filly, but I think she's pointed that direction.
She certainly is the top of her class so far. Torpedo Anna, Kentucky Oaks victress. And as Kenny McPeak mentioned, even though she may not be taking on the boys this weekend, there are still plenty of big opportunities and illustrious races for her to potentially win, including right here in New York, but kicking things off at the historic Acorn on Friday. We look forward to seeing her. I think that she's made a lot of fans along the way. She has a world of talent. Here's a look at what's coming up on Friday, the NYRA Friday Stakes, highlighted by that DK Horse Acorn. You also have the New York, the Just a Game, very competitive turf races in the Intercontinental, fillies sprinting on the turf, also a super competitive group as well. You can watch it all on Fox Sports. And Friday, it'll be a lot of excitement, but of course we're all looking forward to Saturday, the Belmont Stakes. There's a big history with it. 5 different racetracks of where the Belmont Stakes has been run. Started off at Jerome Park, then Morris Park through 1904 in the Bronx, of course Belmont Park. It was there for nearly 60 years in Elmont, New York, before we actually saw it run for a few years over at Aqueduct. Can you imagine the Belmont Stakes at the Big A? Then, of course, back to Belmont as we knew it up through last year. Saratoga this year for the first time in history, and it will be the 5th racetrack at which the Belmont Stakes has been contended. So much history throughout this race, and there's also been a variety of distances that we've seen throughout the history as well. And here's a look at the probables. Looks like we're going to have a field of 10 going postward for this year's 156th running of the Belmont Stakes presented by NYRA Bets. And yes, it will be 1.25 miles given the configuration of the racetrack here at Saratoga. 1.1 miles and 1/8 on the main track is basically 1 lap around. So the starting gate will position where you normally see the start of the Travers. And that's what we're going to see. A lot of fans coming out here to witness history. You can watch it all on Fox Saturday, June 8th, the Belmont Stakes live from historic Saratoga Racecourse. And you can bet that apron is going to be absolutely packed. We hope that you'll tune in and join us for what's going to be a star-studded event, an incredibly competitive and fun field for the Belmont, and throughout the entire card on Saturday as well, and indeed every day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, which does kick off on Thursday. Yesterday, we saw the Preakness winner arriving at Saratoga, of course, overseen by the watchful eyes of the coach, D. Wayne Lukas, the son of Arrogate, arrived, got settled in Wayne's typical barn, back in the back, off the Oklahoma, and I saw him out this morning with, of course, Wayne on the pony accompanying him, and Seize the Gray. It was fresh. He definitely was feeling himself this morning, which is great to have the opportunity to see him with such good energy off the back of such a valiant effort in the Preakness. Let's learn a little bit more about Belmont Stakes contender, Seize the Gray.
The aptly named Seize the Gray pulled off the upset in the second jewel of racing's Triple Crown, giving the coach, trainer D. Wayne Lukas, his 7th Preakness score. Jockey Jamie Torres took him to the lead and never looked back, going gate to wire to hold off Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan in the mud at Pimlico. This was the second straight 9-1 victory for Seize the Gray, who also won the Pat de Mayo on the Kentucky Derby undercard. This son of champion Arrogate is peaking at the right time. Will he continue to prove his doubters wrong and give his Hall of Fame trainer a 5th Belmont Stakes win?
Wayne Lukas, 88 years young, and you'll still see him out on the pony every morning. And what a sight that is after 47 years in training. The stories that Wayne has, the experience and the horsemanship. 4 Kentucky Derby victories spanning from 1988 to 1999. 7 Preakness wins, which I just think this is incredible. The first one in 1980, the most recent this year in 2024. 4 Belmont Stakes victories, the last in the year 2000. This year could potentially be his 5th, and an unbelievable 20 Breeders' Cup victories for the coach, D. Wayne Lukas. Eclipse Awards won by Lukas-trained horses, 31. Another just absolutely astounding number. And he himself, outstanding trainer 4 times. And I think just the respect that everyone in the industry has for the Hall of Fame trainer, D. Wayne Lukas, who of course was inducted just across the street in 1999. You'll see that cowboy hat, him on the pony, and as always, watching over his charge. This year it Seize the Gray, who has over 2,500 owners. You heard that right, with the micro shares offered by My Racehorse. And after the Preakness, Wayne saying, I don't even know how many people own this horse, but it makes for a lot of happy people for a horse, Seize the Gray, who did break his maiden right here in Saratoga. Will try to return to the scene of the crime and become Wayne's 5th Belmont Stakes victory. Tabasco Cat, Thunder Gulch, editor's note, and commendable. Quite a list there of Wayne Lukas trainees that have gone on to take the Belmont Stakes in the test of the champion. It's always a good one when you have the opportunity to see the coach in those Triple Crown races. Paul LaDuca and Rajiv Miraj with us live at Monmouth. And guys, I know that we all feel the same about watching the coach and do what he does, winning these big races and prepping these horses for the biggest events in our sport.
100% right, Acacia. Great stuff there at Saratoga. And, we'll get back to Seize the Gray, but I remember there was a tweet on Preakness Day from my partner over here, Rajiv Miraj, saying, Seize the Gray is standing out.
Oh, yeah. When he walked out on the track, Seize the Gray, you can tell, how he was in such great condition, poised, a horse that was ready to perform exceptional. Prior to that, he wasn't really a horse on my radar that I really thought that was at that level. When I saw him on the track compared to the other horses that he was running against in the Preakness, you could tell that he fits right in, and he actually stood out a little bit.
Yeah, and I think the other key part about it is, too, his daddy, Arrogate, just set the track on fire, obviously, in the Travers, and he's probably going to love this racetrack as well, and he's coming into the race good, and, it's pretty amazing. A man that's been in the Hall of Fame for 25 years just won the Preakness. Let's get to the couple of the Pletcher runners that are going to be in the Belmont Stakes. I know you like one of them, too, as well in here. This one right here, Rajiv. You think he might be peaking at the right time?
Yeah, Antiquarian, I think, is going to make a major impact on this Belmont Stake. This is a horse that prior to his most recent win in the Peter Pan, he had shown some talent and was kind of never got to put it all together. I like to see things came together for him in the Peter Pan, showed that he's a horse that with some true class, and I think we haven't seen his ceiling yet.
Yeah, the Peter Pan's kind of like the obviously the precursor for the Belmont, and we've seen a couple horses run well out of the Peter Pan. Now the other runner for Todd Pletcher is Mindframe. He worked with Protective in the morning. I want to say Protective, nice little allowance horse, but again, working well. He's on the outside, Protective on the inside.
Yeah, and Mindframe, this workout, he's doing it in absolute ease. He looked like he was in neutral, just chilling and still putting in such a great workout. He's shown so much brilliance in his 2 starts. His maiden win, he made an astronomical buyer speed figure of 108. That's faster, that's a higher number than even the winner of the Kentucky Derby. He came back and showed it wasn't a fluke by running a 99 buyer speed figure in his subsequent start on the card on the Derby day. This is a horse with some brilliant talent.
He's the kind of horse, to me, I'll put it this way, Rajiv, an up-and-coming baseball player, an up-and-coming basketball player. Now let's go against the big boys, because I think Mindframe has that kind of race that could beat those horses. We'll just see what happens. On to race number 6. We do got 12 on the card, so race number 8 will start off your pick 5. Race number 6 will start the post parade. This is $7,500 claimers. The 1 just went through. If we're on the 1 right now, it's a broken post parade. Now we're on 1 minute to post. We're going to cut the post parade. We're live now. First place G was the 1. They're battling for favoritism between the 2, Tijota for Jorge Delgado, and bargaining power, Abnel Boca Chica and Mario Serre, who's gone off to a tremendous start to this meet.
Yeah, in these low-level claiming races, these low-class claimers, I don't like to take short price horses. They're inconsistent. You're taking them on face value of what's on the form. And I think that they're so unpredictable. I'm going to take a swing here with the number 3, Zava, my big long shot. Dropping in class off a sloppy track race in a starter allowance last time. Coming in a more realistic spot here in this 7,500 claimer. I think this horse has a sneaky good form liner in some back class. So previous races that would be able to win this race. And you're getting a fat and juicy 19-1 right now.
Yeah, and Tim Woolley, 18% on the year. Now, Tejota at 4-5, the Jorge Delgado runner, was in the Carlos Perez barn and running at Gulfstream Park. Did show speed last time. This went for Strike Stable. Is this Paco Lopez 4-5, or you think there's much between the 2 and the 5 in here?
Well, it's definitely a top contender in this race, Tejota. However, he's lost at lower levels than this in the past. In February 14th, we ran in a $6,000 claimer at Gulfstream and was third, beaten 6 lengths. Today he's running for 7,500. So it's a horse that I could see winning. At 4-5, it's just way off on delay.
When you look at some of the other runners in here, you look at the 6 running Lucky for Michael Deeney. Second time in his barn. This horse was at Aqueduct in the Chad Summers barn. Melissa Iorio aboard, and she's been a rider, you and I have both talked about. She's been very impressive, and she's a kind of rider that puts her horses forward.
Yeah, I like what I see from Melissa. She's been riding really good. Well, it doesn't do much wrong on a horse, and this one drops in class a little bit, turns back in distance, and second time for this trainer. So there are some angles there. Also gets the weight allowance with Melissa being an apprentice. She gets to going with a lower weight than the journeyman jockeys. So runs with 112 pounds. I know it was beaten quite a big distance margin last time, beating 34 lengths, but there's some changes here.
We're going to the gate for race number 6, and starts off with pick 3, daily double. Like I said, the pick 5 will start in race number 8. And the next race will start the Jersey Shore pick 6. That's a 20-cent variety, but the public's still holding firm on Tejota. I like bargaining power in here. I think you're getting 5-2 is actually a really good price. I know the 2 could be tough in here and the 1 to catch, but I'll go with the 5. Rajiv?
Yeah, I mean, Bargaining Power was second at this level 2 back, beating 5 lengths. Last time they wanted to try the turf, so they stepped him up in class. The race got rained off the turf, and he ran an okay, credible fourth. I expect him to try to send Boca Chica to try to send this one to the lead, and that would be his best chances to take them gate to wire.
Yeah, Zava at 16-1 looks like a good price. So, last one going in, race number 6, live on Spox Sports 2. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
My name's Jeff goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning for all the runners. Then afterwards, Tejota, the favorite, took up and is at the back of the pack. My name is Jeff, flashing to the front. Bargaining Power set hard to keep up with him. Now a half length back, make it a length. As My Name's Jeff clears off, Bargaining Power to the inside. A space of 2.5 to Tejota is rushed up to claim the third position. Running Lucky is next, about 7 lengths off the pace, 1.5 lengths in front of first place G. And then comes LD Leo at the back with Zava as they approach the fourth turn. And one of them lost the rider there. That's the 7. My Name's Jeff. My Name's Jeff unseated the rider who's down on the course there. I didn't see quite what happened there as they round the turn. Coming back to the quarter pole, and the leader is Bargaining Power by about a length. Tejota in the second position, well clear of the others. Bargaining Power off the turn with the lead. Looks like a 2-horse race at this point. Tejota trying to run by him in the second spot. Bargaining Power with the lead by 1.5 lengths. Tejota still right behind, chasing hard second. Bargaining Power with a 16th to go, opens up by 2. And Bargaining Power is going to win. Bargaining Power and Abno Boca Chica over Tejota, then running Lucky, and fourth was LD Leo. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have an inquiry into the incident on the backstretch. The rider, Cesar Gonzalez, down on the course being attended to.
Well, the 5 gets the job done here in Bargaining Power. He's just going to go by the 2, Tejota, but a lot of stuff going on right out of the gate. The 1 was boring out, and then we had an incident on the backside. Thoughts and prayers right now. Carlos Hernandez, the Tony Wilson runner, it looked like something went amiss on the backside. The inquiry is up, Rajiv. I don't know what you saw, but it didn't look good.
Yeah, it's a serious incident there with My Name's Jeff down the backstretch. Seemed like he took a few bad steps and lost his stride, and Cesar Gonzalez, the apprentice, fell off. And you know, we'll let you know when we get an update on what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. When we come back, we'll get you an update on the 7 in here, but the 5 Bargaining Power gets the job done.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Paulo Duca along with Rajiv Marat and a little bit of a marred race. We're going to get an update here from Maggie Wolfendale, but bargaining power gets the job done. We're talking about Mario Suri, and wow, he's having a monster meet.
Yeah, Mario Suri brought said over 40 horses here from Maryland, and they're really performing at a high level. Everything he puts in has been live, and bargaining power was his second time off the claim. Gets the job done today.
Yeah, Tahota, your favorite, ends up running second there. You get $5 for that exact night. It seemed like a lot of people have forgot about that old horse named Dornoch. Yeah, the brother of Mage. Let's get to see what he's got a chance in the Belmont Stakes, because I don't think anybody's given him a chance.
Being a full brother to last year's Kentucky Derby winner Mage brought unrealistic expectations, but Dornoch has shown flashes that he has similar ability. Proof of that came in his gritty comeback win against eventual Derby runner-up Sierra Leone to capture the Remsen as a 2-year-old. While finishing 10th with a troubled trip in the Kentucky Derby, not to mention breaking from the rail, his trainer says he had no chance 100 yards in. The Belmont is a chance for Dornoch to erase that Derby dud and show he's an elite member of this 3-year-old class.
Thanks, Greg. And listen, when you draw the rail in the Derby, it's kind of like your undoing. I always mention looking at Lucky. He had to be 5 lengths better than that whole group, and he draw the 1 hole. He didn't break well. Can he win the Belmont?
Well, I talked to his jockey, Louis Saez, after the Derby, and he told me I was completely annihilated, had no shot. I mean, just like it's seen on TV, him being in the saddle, he's like, his pat got taken away, got bounced around, so he got wiped out. Prior to the Derby, he was a hyped horse.
Yeah.
He was like on a lot of people's short list as a top one, especially going into the Florida Trail, going into the Florida Derby and those kind of races. Now, he's kind of tailed off and fallen off people's radar. If he can revert back to his old form, he's got a good chance to get back into the frame.
Yeah, and it's almost like you forget that he beat Sierra Leone, but here's his break from the Derby, and this was the key for Mystic Dan, because watch the break from the 1. He was supposed to go to the front, did not break well, and Mystic Dan's already got a length on him, and Brian Hernandez shut the door right there, Rajiv.
The door got slammed in his face, and it was no fault of his jockey or anything. Like you said, circumstances. When you draw the 1 hole in a 20-horse field, a lot of things need to go right. And in this case, everything went wrong for him.
Yeah, and he's a kind of horse that likes to be on the front end. At the end of the day, I was always taught by a trainer, sometimes when you have a trip like this, a horse will get more experience out of it than you think, because he had a ton of adversity. Here's his work going over the track. It seems like everybody over that Oklahoma training track just loves it.
Yeah, well, if you compare time for face value for what it is, he worked 48 and change, and most of the top contenders that have worked, like the Sierra Leones who work a 49 and 50, and so 48 is actually a pretty fast time considering how easy and motionless the jockey was as well. It was a good work. I like what I see.
I think maybe they're going to, their intentions in the Derby were to send. I think their intentions in the Belmont will be to send for sure. And Dornoch, you never know, could be, and you're going to get a nice little hefty price as well. Race number 7 is going to be coming up, but we got Maggie Wolfendale. I just heard, Maggie, we got an update about the jockey in the last race.
Cesar
My name's
Gonzalez.
Cesar Gonzalez. Maggie, what'd you hear?
Yeah, we saw Cesar actually get out of the chase ambulance here, was being assisted by the on-track EMTs, and was heading back to first aid to be checked out. He was complaining of head and neck pain, so he will be evaluated there. It was his last mount of the day. When it comes to my name's Jeff, he ran loose, he ran back the wrong way, and waited at his gap. He did get a ride home from the horse ambulance. Any further updates, guys, I'll be sure to bring them your way.
Awesome stuff, Maggie. For the people that don't know that, she sprinted up here, and we're on the 3rd floor like a marathon runner, like Usain Bolt, and then went back downstairs. That's Maggie Wolfendale for you. But tremendous news. Oh, you know, we just want to make sure that Cesar gets to the hospital and he's up in his extremities. Our movie. So some good news. Hopefully, My Name's Jeff. We get some better news there too as well. When we come back, on the other side of the break, we'll have some more stuff on the Belmont. And don't forget, the Jersey Shore Pick 6 starts here in a little bit.
Sire of 11 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us. Horses in the paddock for race number 7. Coming up next at Monmouth Park, maiden special weight on the turf, going 1 mile and a 16 with that chute. Couple horses taking most of the attention, the 3 De La Cruz and the number 10 Out of Favor. But as we mentioned, we're just a few days away from the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and there will be so many great opportunities to get involved, including registrations open for the Belmont Stakes Challenge. It's our biggest contest of the year, so secure your spot today to win cash prizes and 2 BCBC seats. Registration closes at 5 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, June 6th. Visit NYRA.com/contests to learn more. And who better to talk about contests than somebody that's done them all and done them well? Jonathan Kinchin joining me. You're doing like Frankie Dettori, a different track a day. Monmouth yesterday, you're here at Saratoga with me today.
It's a lot of travel, but you never gets old driving north and I can't pronounce it. That bridge, the red one that everyone knows about. What's it called? See, exactly. I don't know how to pronounce it. But when you see it, you get excited. You know you're close, and it's a little earlier than usual, but still exciting.
And you're dressed for the occasion, which we love to see too.
Strategic.
But it'd be a perfect opportunity with those contests, with all of the great stakes action that we have coming up for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. I mean, JK, pretty much just anything you could possibly want, any surface, any division, any distance on Saturday with the stakes.
Yeah, look, I know this is going to sound like a homer thing, but you tell me a better day in racing outside of the 14 championship races we have during the Breeders' Cup than what you're going to have this week up here at Saratoga with this Belmont Stakes Festival. I mean, it's grade 1 after grade 1 after grade 1 after superstar after superstar after superstar. It's exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited for it to get started, but I'm already getting sad that it's going to be over on Sunday. This is a great slate of racing.
A short and sweet meet, 4 days up here at Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Then we're back to Aqueduct to continue the Belmont at the Big A meet for a couple weeks, but then don't worry, we come back up here for the summer meet up at the spa. But talking about superstars on the program, as far as the fillies and mares are concerned, it's a really deep division as far as the distaff division is concerned. And you look at the group that's going to be lining up for the Ogden Phipps in particular. I mean, you think of champion Idiomatic that's back kind of headlining that and who she might be facing in that group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Idiomatic has just been outstanding, right, throughout her entire career. And even last year, she kind of capped it off with the Breeders' Cup Distaff. And she was just kind of silently one of the most dominant horses in her division last year. And, yeah, she's outstanding. But to your point, I am excited to see horses like potentially like Randomized coming back and the talent she showed as a 3-year-old, now with an opportunity to grow up and try to catch up with horses like Idiomatic. So, yeah, like I said, it's going to be star after star after star, and that Ogden Phipps is going to be one of those races.
And it's one of those instances where horses that stay in training create fans as well, which is great to see. Now horses in the paddock for race number 7. Again, that maiden special weight over at Monmouth. Let's sit down to Maggie and get a paddock report.
Thank you, Acacia. And we'll check in with some of the main players, including a few that are coming from New York conditioners, including somebody you're quite familiar with, Acacia, number 3, with Christophe Clement and De La Cruz. Now, last time, he had a good trip, I thought, in the 2-path, and then he rallied well behind the favorite Time Song that day, but he was on his wrong lead and lugging in. It was only his second start, so he's allowed to get a bit more professional here. Third time out as Dylan Davis getting the leg up on him, but he looks fantastic overall. No problems with him physically here in the paddock and well suited against this group. He's just going to have to get more professional. I have some interest in number 4, Villain, who is, at least as of now, taking some money. I think arguably out of all the runners in this field, all 10 of them, is coming out of the best race that we see in that Keeneland maiden special weight, where the second place finisher came back to win by 10+ lengths, earning a 92 buyer in breaking his maiden, where Villain, he was posted 12 of 12. He kind of traveled mid-pack while 4 wide into the first turn, and then the wide trip just continued throughout there. And he tried to make a move around the far turn and just, you know, forgivably faded that day. I like what I'm seeing from him here. He looks like a turf router through and through, kind of has that, as Lindsey Schultz was a previous assistant to Shug McGaughey, very much looks like a Shug McGaughey turf horse. So I think Villain could make some noise here, could steal it, as number 10 is a second-time starter out of favor for Chad Brown. He was a bit green. He got away a bit slowly. He was drawn into the race because it was a slow pace in front of him, and then he just got to being a bit green when asked for his run. And then he had this huge gallop out going the flat mile at Tampa. So I think he can improve. Second start here, and of course it's Chad Brown, so rightfully so. Is one that wore blinkers in the debut, blinkers on again here, and I just feel like when a trainer like Chad Brown does that, it speaks of a horse that hasn't really put it together at all mentally. So he's been very good here in the paddock. Paulie, like what I'm seeing physically, see if he can prove it on the racetrack today.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. 3-1 right now. And when you look at the 3 horse in here, De La Cruz, I don't know if this horse is named after the superstar in Cincinnati, Ellie De La Cruz, but De La Cruz is the horse to beat. I mean, this horse ran a good race last time out at Gulfstream Park. Dilly Dills in the irons, Dylan Davis. This was Miguel Vasquez last time. You know, the first time this horse ran, drew the 12 holes, no chance spot, but this was a good race here, Raj.
Yeah, and you can see De La Cruz is trending upwards in his races. It's you know, this race is still, like Maggie mentioned before, he's learning how to run. You can tell he's on his wrong lead. He's trying to lay in a little bit. Miguel Vasquez was having a hard time getting him straightened away, and you know, with that second race experience, I expect another step forward today. And he doesn't have to step forward much more to win this race.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I like the way he lowered his head. He really tried, but this is a very difficult race to try to sort through. I thought there's some horses in here that you really don't know. And we'll start off with Post Spray, but one of those, I mean, the one Adventurous Spirit, Todd Pletcher, Joe Bravo, those are usually winning combinations. And you're getting 5-1 on this son of Ghost Sapper. We showed the banner here of Ghost Sapper, who had one of his finest days here, but there is Adventurous Spirit.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about Adventurous Spirit. Great inside post, he has tactical speed, and ran a great third place finish last time at Gulfstream.
Captain Bob's B29. Did I say that right?
That's a mouthful. Another Todd Pletcher runner here with Paco Lopez. Hasn't shown much in his recent starts.
Here is De La Cruz, your favorite, at 2-1.
Yeah, the favorite here. Second place finished last time down at Gulfstream. Does need to put things together better.
Yeah, Maggie was talking about Villain. This horse is taking some money, Raj.
And it looks really good on the track. Made a big middle move into a fast pace last time. Gets a better post.
Aero Speed's going to go through. I thought the 6 was kind of interesting for Tom Morley. I thought this horse could be the speed in here.
Yeah, I don't know. They're trying to put him on the lead today, and he'll be definitely close to the pace.
There's Battle of Britain. Here's the first-time starter, Governor Dutton.
Yeah, good-looking first-time starter here, but doesn't show much in the workouts.
The 9 Triumphant Road should not be 15-1. Now, I don't know if he can win this race, but Nicky Wara is aboard.
Yeah, a horse that has had his fair share of starts. He had 9 starts and hasn't done much running, but he has some trouble lines.
And then the 10 will be out of favor. The Irish bred here for Chad Brown and Sammy Camacho.
Yeah, second-time starter. Learned a lot from that initial start at Tampa, where he was in between horses and into a slow pace. And I think we expect to see some improvement from him today. But it's a tough outside post. That's the only knock against this horse.
Well, we want to remind everybody that you can experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Belmont Stakes. Use promo code Belmont25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit bonus. 9 to 5 right now on the 3 De La Cruz, coming up in the 7th at Monmouth. But there's a look at the number 9 Triumphant Road, who's a nice price at 16-1. JK, I know you have some interest in this horse.
Yeah, look, you've watched the show. You've heard me probably say interested in horses on the turf closing into a slow pace. It's not as easy as that statement. I think what it does is it shows horses that have hidden moves. Speed figures are the best way, in my opinion, to evaluate what a horse has done, the most dependable way to evaluate what a horse has done, their performance. But the problem is that most speed figures are final time based. Well, if a horse goes very slow early, they can only come home so fast. And a lot of times that final number that we're judging their performances on is never going to be indicative of actually what happened within the race. The 9 Triumphant Road in the last 2 starts, both times closing into a slow pace, 4th beaten 2, 5th beaten 4. Now, if that horse were to get real pace to close into, tiring horses in front of him, I think that you can run significantly better, and at 15-1, I'm willing to take that shot.
He's a nice price for sure, warming up well on the track. But, Rajiv, you talked about the outside posts, in particular with the 10 out of favor. Horses drawn to the outside with this turf shoot at Monmouth. Why could an outside post be potentially a little bit of a challenge to overcome in this type of race?
Yeah, it's pretty challenging from the outside post because they're breaking out of the chute, which is a halfway on the turn. It's right on the elbow of the turn, so you're really being parked on the outside, giving a big advantage of ground saving to the inside horses. The jockey's going to have to find his way to navigate over to that turn so he doesn't lose too much ground.
Yeah, I mean, you got to save some ground in there, and I get it, the 10 and 3-1. We'll get to the one horse in here for Jersey Joe Bravo. I say this all the time. You want to talk about Paco Lopez on the dirt, it's Joe Bravo on the turf. And this was the last race at Gulfstream Park. I thought he was very, very game. It was the first time he got Lasix, and it was his 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, he ran a great race here, and he made a bit of a premature move going towards the leader. He was sitting third, then he moved into a fast pace. They went from a 48.5 to a 111 3/4, so they went a 23 third quarter. And that did him in late. That was also a race off an extended layoff. He hadn't raced since previously in September of 2023. That race had to give him a world of fitness. He's gonna move forward off that, and he draws that beautiful inside post.
And he's run well on 3 different racetracks. So I understand where you're going. I like the 6 in here a little bit. I'm just looking for a price. I think this horse can get to the front end. Tom's had a couple horses already ship in here that have run very, very well. So I think that horse has got a big shot. And Maggie, you're going to stick with Villain?
I'm sticking with Villain, but you're going with the Scorpion. I wish we had Lafitte on here so we could do some translating. I only know that because he's my husband's horse, but that is what El Alacran means. He looks good out there, so we'll see what he can do, and does get back to a firm turf course, which is preferable. But talking about number one in here, Adventurous Spirit, he could project, as Rajiv was saying, to be the speed with that advantageous inside post. As he's second off of a layoff, though, I still wish he looked a bit more fit. It's probably just him, because Todd's horses usually are, the most fit and defined animals that we see in a race. But it also bothered me, too, that he ran around there with the horse that finished second and was never able to get by him, where they were both lapped by the winner in King Doro that day at Gulfstream Park. And furthermore, it just, it kind of parallels, the after championship meet that horses that Todd runs in Florida probably fit here at Monmouth. But again, I always interpret it as a little bit more of a negative, that they are spending that much time into the spring in South Florida. As a horse that my eye just kept going back to, and he should be a big price in here, is Battle of Britain. He got a wide trip last time, and rightfully so, was very tired after a 26-month layoff. So he looks very strong, very fit in here. I know these are lower profile connections, but Jose Gomez ships down and sticks aboard here. So I just think he'll move forward from that effort. Not sure if it'll put him in the winner's circle, guys, but at least maybe you can get him in somewhere underneath.
Thanks, Maggie. The 7 is an interesting horse, because that first race on his resume when he was, 2, 3, 6 now. That was, in fact, 2021. He was 3 years old. He ran a bang-up race, but he's got to get back to that at 21-1. Raj, you're on the 3 in here?
Yeah, I think, the third start is the charm for Dela Cruz. He's going to sit a good trip just off the leaders. Got Dylan Davis coming in to ride him. And I think he puts it all together today. I expect Dylan to come off the turn, make him switch leads, and then set him down.
Yeah, and Villain, I think the odds are going to come down on Villain now that I'm looking at the Will Pays the 4 in here that Maggie likes. I'm going to land on the 6 in here, the Scorpion, El Alacran for Tom. I think the horse can get to the front end. Now the 10 out of favor at 7-2 with Sammy Camacho right now is your 4th choice in here, but a wide open betting board. This will start off your Jersey Shore 6, 20-cent variety if you're inclined, and then the next race will start your 50-cent pick 5. A couple more left to load. Good luck if you're involved. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for a nice little turf race here at Monmouth Park.
Out of favor to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off. Pretty good beginning for all the runners in the race. Battle of Britain shown rain to get forward position. Isn't quick enough to go with El Alacran, who leads the way coming out of the chute. Battle of Britain on the outside, not far off. Adventurous Spirit tugging a little bit here, taking the 3rd position, easing off the speed. Villain is next with Governor Dutton approaching the clubhouse turn. Dela Cruz is tucked in on the rail. Arrow Speed is next. Triumphant Road racing inside of Out of Favor, charging into the turn. He's deep on the course, and that leaves CPT Bob's B29 to trail the field, 9 off the pace. They approach the backstretch run, and El Alacran setting the pace with Trevor McCarthy. 3/4 of a length ahead. Now it's a half length. Battle of Britain there on the outside to press the issue. They lead by 2. Adventurous Spirit 3rd. Villain to the outside of him. Another length to Governor Dutton between horses. Triumphant Road is 3 wide. Dela Cruz down inside, a length and a half clear of a pair. Out of favor, and Arrow Speed. CPT Bob's B29 is at the back of the pack, racing alone there, at least 10 from the top as they approach the far turn run. El Alacran, the leader, a half length still. Battle of Britain right there hounding him. Villain a clear 3rd now. Adventurous Spirit under a bit of a ride on the rail. Triumphant Road getting closer, 4 lengths off the lead as they start to sprint approaching the quarter pole. Dela Cruz sent along from his position, out of favor, has 7 lengths to gain, tries to rally but needs to pick it up. Top of the lane, Villain has swept from midfield to the front, blowing right by the early leaders. Battle of Britain calls it a day. El Alacran has dropped out of it. Triumphant Road, Adventurous Spirit, they're all chasing Villain at 6-1, who's opened up 2.5. Villain, Jairo Rendon with another win today. Adventurous Spirit second, then Triumphant Road, and Dela Cruz, who was fourth.
Villain gets the win at a nice 6-1. Great call by Maggie Wolfendale as this horse certainly builds off of that last effort, being able to pull away from this field and hold pretty strongly there, JK.
Yeah, no, look, when you can open up a couple of links like this in a turf race, something went right for you. When they turned for home, it looked like there was still a lot left under the hood.
Villain with the win, Jairo Rendon. Raj, we talked yesterday about how well he's been riding here at Monmouth and showing it once again today with a 6-1 victor.
Yeah, Jairo is such a polished rider, and consistency is the name of the game with him, and he always rides a good race. The cow farmer half of the year, the jockey the other half of the year, it's working really good for Jairo.
Yeah, if a lot of people don't know Jairo Rendon, he rides 6 months out of the year, and the other 6 months he just takes off. One of the rare jockeys out there like that. Great call by Maggie. And listen, again, I keep trying to tell you guys, Lindsey Schultz can flat out train, and you got 6-1 from 15-1. And we were talking about Looking at Lucky, who drew the rail in his Kentucky Derby. This one is the son of Looking at Lucky and gets the job done here at 6-1. Adventurous Spirit, I thought ran well for Joe Bravo. He was trying, but there was just Villain would never look like the loser.
No, Villain just always looked like he was in a good spot, always traveling well for Jairo. And, you know, the race shaped up. It was a fast, early pace, faster than expected, the first quarter in 22. And Villain was always just tracking off that speed. You can tell by Jairo's body language that he was real comfortable where he was. He was sitting chilly, so to say. And when he called on him to make that move coming off the turn, he kind of slingshot and opened up a couple lengths. And it was never in doubt from there.
A good call by JK with the 9 too as well. Triumphant Road. He was 16-1 at the time. Ended up going off at 7-1 and ran a good third in there. But Villain gets the job done. 6-1 over 7-2, over 7-1, and De La Cruz at 2-1. So we'll go to Acacia and JK right now because you know, I think. Rajiv and I need to call each other tomorrow and match our outfits like you guys did today.
Paul, I didn't even realize it, but we are kind of twinning. You know, in person, you look more red and I look more pink. But on camera, we actually, yeah, we do. It's a little awkward.
Yeah, I mean, this is the bosses and the powers that be called and said we needed a match. We just follow instructions.
Yeah. You know, one day in Saratoga, I actually did wear one of JK's shirts over my dress. I think it was a Ric Flair shirt, too.
That was a gift. That was actually a gift from Jonathan Thomas, who won a steak yesterday with Frankie Dettori at Monmouth Park. So good job pulling that together.
Well, we'll have to bring that back one day. One day, everybody will wear Hawaiian shirts. As White Ovario, remember this guy? Breeders' Cup Classic winner of last year. He finished third behind eventual Horse of the Year, Cody's Wish, and last year's Met Mile. Of course, would go on to do some pretty good things of his own, including the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup. But can he add the Met Mile to his resume after some sharp works for next week?
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Cents for that win. Up next is
as they come for the top of the stretch in the Met Mile. Here comes Cody's Wish on the outside. Now to grab the lead. Slow down, Andy. Down towards the rail. It is Cody's Wish in front. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish putting in a huge effort here. Then it's Zandon and White Barrio. But it's Cody's Wish. And this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish.
And what a performance that was from eventual Horse of the Year, Cody's Wish, in last year's Met Mile. But behind him, a horse that would go on to win the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup Classic, White Barrio. He will be cutting back in distance, JK, for this year's Met Mile, and will try to get some redemption.
Yeah, look, I mean, you think about it, this is probably the race in which helped Cody's Wish get Horse of the Year, right? Because they had that common race together, and he beat him in this spot. And he just had like an overall longer body of work. But it's exciting to see White Barrio back. This is one of the races I'm most excited about, to see White Barrio come back and see who else shows up. But the Met Mile is always one of my favorite races the entire year. I know everyone knows it's a stallion-making race, and I'm glad we're going to be able to have it this week.
Horses like Cody's Wish, Flightline winning the Met Mile in the last couple of years. And do note, too, that the Hillendale Met Mile will be drawn tomorrow with the Belmont Stakes at the draw event. But as far as the Met Mile is concerned, it will be out of that Wilson chute that we did see new here in Saratoga a couple years ago. Let's go to Richard Migliori for more on the Wilson chute.
I'm standing at the beginning of the Wilson chute. And like many things in Saratoga, what's new is old. This is a reconstructed version of that Wilson chute, and it's been a welcome addition to the Saratoga scene. And more so this year with the running of the Met Mile out of this chute. I love the way they've designed it, and it's just a much fairer race where the outside post positions aren't at a big disadvantage, and the inside post positions aren't looking at the rail. They're able to get a clean run for about 70 yards before jockeys have to start jockeying for position. I love the tradition of it, but I like the new improved version of it.
Richie, thank you. Well said. And it has really been a great success here, Jonathan, too. For years, it was just 7 furlongs or a mile and an eighth, nothing kind of in between at Saratoga. So you have that Wilson chute. And looking at the probables, it could be a really, really fun race if we do get a chance to see all these line up at the starting gate.
Absolutely. Blazing Sevens came back and showed some growth from 3 to 4. National Treasure, obviously, the Pegasus winner. White Barrio, Hoist the Gold, kind of a one-turn specialist, it might seem. It's going to be a fun race, definitely.
White Barrio, of course, as mentioned, winner of the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup Classic. What a Breeders' Cup it was. Maybe not necessarily the distance that he does prefer, but he was able to gut out the victory that day, and it was incredibly game, and he had a very, very good year, making him a Horse of the Year finalist. But I've always felt, and I know that his form has kind of said the opposite, but from my eye and the way that he runs, JK, I've always felt like a mile is a little bit shorter actually would serve him well.
And I think that I don't disagree with that. And I think the other thing that definitely serves him well is the way they've decided to start spacing out his races, right? I think that's gone a long way for him, too. And the way that he ran over this racetrack, I think that he's definitely going to be the deserved favorite. He's going to get some pace to close into as well, even though he's not going to come from way out of it, but he is a tactical horse that can stay close. I think he's going to be sitting on a big race. I think they've been pointing for this.
Looking forward to seeing him back here stateside with that run in Hillendale Met Mile. Back at Monmouth today, Pats for Villain as Hyra Rendon goes into the winner's circle riding very well at the meet, and this horse very much looking like a winner every step of the stretch.
No, he absolutely did. When he turned for home, he made Maggie's push on him feel very, very comforting. I was fortunate enough to run third with a horse that I liked, but
Nice
Maggie definitely takes the championship belt away from race 7 at Monmouth Park.
And with one of the favorites, giving a nice trifecta there with some price horses in that maiden special weight on the turf. Race 8, another maiden special weight race, this one on the main track though. And pretty interesting field as you do see the number 6 Sequential, second-time starter for Chad Brown. This is a horse who will get blinkers on for the first time.
Yeah, gets blinkers, took some money on debut and didn't do much running, but then shows right back up in the same spot. Chad's pretty realistic. If he has a horse that he doesn't think can run very well. They'll find the maiden claiming ranks pretty quickly. I think him sticking around, giving this horse another shot is definitely interesting. The horse is taking money so far.
We'll talk a little bit more about that 8th race from Monmouth in a moment, but we're kicking off the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival up here at the Spa. You can feel the excitement, those Belmont Stakes flags downtown, the shop fronts decorated, and yes, of course, the traffic picking up a little bit. Hope you've got your dinner reservations in for all the best spots. We hope you'll be joining us up here. We'll talk a little bit more about it after this.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Colonial Affair appears there on the outside, and Colonial Affair and Julie Crone riding for her life now as they come down toward the final furlong here in the Belmont. Wild Gale is there kissing Chris with a late one on the extreme outside, and they're coming down to the wire, and Colonial Affair, Julie Crone, the first woman to win the Belmont. She wins by 2.
What a historic year for Colonial Affair and Julie Crone with the victory in that 1993 Belmont Stakes. Of course, we'll see Centennial Silks represented this year with Antiquarian in the Belmont.
Yeah, Antiquarian, Peter Pan winner. It's a little bit of a different dynamic, right? In the past, the Peter Pan was run at Belmont, while the Belmont was run at Belmont. This year, the Peter Pan was run at Aqueduct, and the Belmont's being run at Saratoga. So hard to make the correlation, but nonetheless, late developing 3-year-old showing up in a Triple Crown race, the same story.
Let's see if those Silks can get to the Belmont Stakes winner's circle once again. First, though, they're looking to get to the winner's circle in race 8 here. Centennial represented by the 2 Goodstone, a second-time starter for Todd Pletcher, Paul and Raj in a pretty competitive maiden race when you look at the horses taking money.
Yeah, very competitive maiden race in here. I thought this race was wide open. You can go so many different ways in here, Rajiv. And, you know, you look at some of these runners in here. You got the 2 Goodstone for Todd Pletcher. Lindsey Schultz just won the last race. You're not getting much out of this horse in the wagering the 3. But then you got Chad Brown and another Todd Pletcher with the 6 and the 7.
Yeah, and the Todd Pletcher, the number 7, My G, I didn't expect this one to be taking so much bet as it is. It's actually joint favorite with the other Todd Pletcher, Goodstone, which Goodstone is the one that I picked, the one that I like the most after having trouble at the start, having a tough debut, stretching out for a second time. But My G is taking some interesting money. This one ran on the turf the first time, didn't do much running, and all of a sudden shows up on the dirt and is getting bet heavily.
And you see Paco Lopez in those famous Centennial Farm Silks, the same Julie Crone wore. 2-1, or excuse me, 5-2 right now. It was 2-1, but here's Goodstone's last race, and it was a good debut. 2.5-1, but a little bit of trouble at the gate.
Yeah, I mean, broke from the 1 hole, which is the least favorite place for a first-time starter to break from, because he was the first one entered into the gate for the loading and stood there for a while, and that made him get off to a bad start there. Missed a few lengths, and then put him behind in some tough positions behind horses, getting dirt. You can see him hesitate there when the number 7 Bold Ambition came up outside of him. Inexperienced horses being put in adverse positions, but I love the fact that he did, after all that, he still absorbed that and made a good run. I think this is a horse that will get a lot of experience from this race and move forward.
Yeah, you could tell he was trying to sneak up the rail, kind of didn't dig it, and then he got hung out 4 wide because the 7 had some run. So yeah, you're right. Kind of grind away. He's on his wrong lead. He's going to switch here late and get a little bit more energy, but he was just green on this day, and I'm with you. I like the way he kept on pursuing.
Yeah, and he has that steady kind of pace. He doesn't show a quick acceleration. He doesn't have a lot of early speed sprinting. I think the stretch out to 2 turns is going to just fit him so perfectly. Get into that rhythm, use that pace, and get into a steady stride and kind of wear them down.
This will start off your late pick 5 here, and if you want to get involved, you got to go to NYRA Bets and sign up. You get a $200 sign up bonus at NYRA Bets, and we're only, 4 days away. You get a free $25 with a $200 sign up bonus. Promo code Belmont25. Details are at NYRABets.com, or you know what? Just put your phone up with a camera and scan that dang thing and get you all the information. And there's my man with the call to the post. I want to say, I think I lent him my baseball pants.
Yeah.
Those are my ex-baseball pants right there.
And that's the longest bugle I've seen. That's the baseball pants and the extended bugle.
Yes, he does a good job, by the way. He takes it very seriously. I love a man that takes something so simple very serious. And a call to the post is very serious for a lot of us, Rajiv.
Yeah, he puts a lot of swag into his.
Kind of with you. I'm kind of with you.
Blow.
Okay. We turn around here for race number 8. Like I was saying, this starts off your late pick 5 here. 12 races on the card. And if you're trying to get to the last race, motion to strike is going to be. Rajiv and I were talking about this. If we go through the sequence, there's a horse motion to strike in the last of 4. 2 to 5, Rajiv, probably a lot of people are going to try to get to him as a single, no?
Yeah, I would think that he would be the single on a lot of people's ticket. Throughout the sequence, he's the heaviest single.
Yeah, and then the other single we were talking about might be with Trevor McCarthy. We'll talk about that horse a little later. As we turn around for race number 8, here is We Live This Game, and that's exactly what we do.
Tries the dirt for the first time after running a decent race on the turf.
Here is Goodstone.
Goodstone, the one that we showed earlier. This is stretching out for a second start.
Lindsey Schultz looking for back-to-back wins here, 11-1.
Yeah, PJ Song hasn't shown much speed or anything in his 2 starts.
Big Earn McCracken goes through. Here's Gran Yaco for Juana Villa.
Yeah, the last 5 races are on the turf. Switches back to the dirt where he has a second-place finish last year.
And 6 sequential for Chad Brown now is clicked down to your favorite.
Yeah, this one ran in a tough race where Malarchuk won by 9 lengths. Second start, they expect some improvement here.
And then the 7, My G, is the kind of horse you got to ask Maggie about. Here's a horse that ran on the turf first time. Lasix blinkers, just a whole new reset here, Raj.
Yeah, showed nothing on the turf debut and taking a lot of bet today. There's something that the tote board is telling us that they like this horse.
Yeah, and listen, My G in here, I just thought was very interesting in here. You know, you get a horse that was ridden by Irad. Now Joe gets aboard. The blinkers do go on in here. I just thought this was such a wide open race. I thought I will take an unknown in here, so I do like the 7 a little bit in here. Do you think they're going the right way with the 2, Goodstone?
Yeah, I don't think this is a wide open race. I think Goodstone is way the horse to beat. I think he stands out over his competition. I just expect him to improve with the experience. He runs, his dynamics looks like a horse that is going to love the extended distance. I just see him taking a big step forward, and even just duplicating the last race would be sufficient to win this race.
Well, Cation JK, I'll tell you the one reason I like the 7. Why did Todd Pletcher work this horse out at Saratoga?
Well, I guess he was probably shipping him up here. Obviously, Todd has a string at Monmouth, Jonathan. He does stay late in Florida with a lot of horses, as Maggie touched on in the last race. And I guess he came up to New York, and they thought, hey, maybe this horse will be a little bit better suited for Monmouth, and that's where we see him here.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this. I mean, I should probably pick My G, hunch play. If you know, you know. But I see from Todd, he kind of, especially with a horse with dirt pedigree like this, he typically debuts the slower ones that need more distance long on the turf, especially the ones that have dirt pedigree like this. That's a little bit of a concern for me. The 2 Goodstone, though, that actually feels like a Todd Pletcher, that this is kind of what the plan was. Give the horse a race around 6 furlongs, a very kind of even run, and then stretch out. I like those even runs. Even pace figures, even final number. That suggests a horse that'll stretch out.
There he is, posing on the track. He's 2-1 right now. Maggie, what are you seeing from Goodstone as he stretches out?
Well, it all started when I watched this horse's replay, and as Jonathan was mentioning, if you watch this horse's replay, he does exactly what you think a horse should do, that they want to get a race into and then want to stretch out, as we do see him getting a vigorous warm-up from Paco Lopez, as Paco does tend to do. He likes to do a lot of jogging back in the, well, kind of shoot. It's a very short shoot there at the top of the stretch here at Monmouth. And he's a horse that he tried to run into the race along the rail. He was green, and he just looked as though he was rushed off his feet. And it took him a while to switch leads down the stretch, but once he did, he leveled off and kind of ran on nicely, only to beat in half a length. He looks like long for me. He's long, tubular, leggy, everything you want to see. He's my pick here at 8-5, whereas Todd's other horse, My G, who comes off a bit of a layoff, for this horse to have the pedigree he does, to be $400,000, for them to then it costs $400,000, and I'm mentioning his pedigree because if you go back a generation, the second dam is Music Note, who's a multiple Grade 1 winner going long on the dirt, and the dam is half to multiple Grade 1 winner in Mystic Guide. So for them to debut him on the turf and then for him to take virtually no money for a Todd Pletcher first-time starter at Gulfstream says, I don't know if they really like him. He's good looking. He's a bit distracted. And I honestly do think he looks a little bit turfy. As number 6 is for trainer Chad Brown, Sequential. As I checked in with Acacia, she said that in his first race, he seemed a bit distracted and kind of acted up once they got the tack on him. Same thing again. He was a bit distracted in the paddock, not acting up per se, but hollering to the other horses. He just doesn't feel like his mind's totally on his game, and he kind of ran that way too. And what I don't think is a very good field that we saw up at Aqueduct. He puts the blinkers on here, a short cup cheater blinker. Look, physically, he looks the part. I'm not sure if it's mentally all there, which will, funnels into his ability. And then number 4, Big Ern McCracken. Maybe this is a little hunch play for me, for our good friend, videographer, and editor, Ernie Munich, because I just immediately thought of him when I saw this name. He looks slow on paper, right? I mean, he looks like the outsider of this field, but he doesn't look it. He looks fantastic for Scott Lake, who I did get the chance to catch up to as we were walking out of the paddock. He said he would love to see this horse on the turf. Not going to get it here, but as I said, Paulie, maybe one at a price you use underneath.
I like it, Maggie. I like it a lot. Big Ern McCracken. I actually think this horse has got a little bit of look. And by the way, get to your Naira Bets account. Almost 75 to, going to click up to about almost 100,000 in this late pick 5 pool. So get involved. We were talking about this race. If we go to some of the other races, race number 10, 6, Proprietary Trade is probably the other horse in there, Rajiv. We were talking about that horse and Motion to Strike in the last. What you do in between, I guess you don't want some chalk here at 4-5 because it could chalk out. But those are probably going to be the 2 most heaviest singles in this pick 5.
Yeah, they seem like very logical singles. And if you can find somebody to beat them, though, it's going to make that ticket pay even better because there's a lot of tickets going to go down if any of those horses get beat. And based on what Maggie said about this race, looking at Sequential, not putting it all together yet, and My G looking more a bit on the turfy side, it gives me more confidence that Goodstone is just much the horse to beat.
He might be. We live this game. Jairo Rendon having a good day so far. It's 7-1. Your second choice is Sequential for Chad Brown, putting the blinkers on, and My G, blinkers on and Lasix for Todd Pletcher and Joe Bravo. Good luck if you're getting involved and you're still alive in the Jersey Shore. Pick 6. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
2 back, Sequential to post position 6, and then My G to the outside. Here's My G to the outside post to round out the field. We're ready to go. And Leroff, smooth dispatch for all the runners. Goodstone has early speed. Grand Yaco sent hard by Sammy Camacho to get up there on the pace. PJ's Song between that pair. Now looks like he's going to ease off, charging into the turn. There's a scramble for the early lead here. Pretty contentious pace. Goodstone's got a share of it. Grand Yaco right there. 3 deep Sequential. My G is 4 deep on the course. Now Grand Yaco, the first out of that quartet to take back. And there's a line of 3 on the lead with this contentious pace. Really brewing strongly here up on the front end. PJ's Song in the 4th position. A half length in front of Grand Yaco. Shuffled back in 5th while sent along. Big Earn McCracken is second to last. And We Live This Game is the trailer early on. At least he's got a fast, a decent tempo to chase. Down the backstretch, Goodstone, the 6-5 post-time favorite, is a neck lead on Sequential, who's hounding him. My G gets a breather on the outside. 3 deep, not far off, though. A space of about 3. PJ's Song, hard sent by Isaac Castillo, hitting the 4-turn run. We Live This Game attempts to pass runners, is getting closer on the rail. We Live This Game going pretty well as they round the 4-turn. Goodstone still holding off everybody at the moment. My G has come under a hard ride. Grand Yaco has been hard ridden for about 5 furlongs. He's still in with a shot, and We Live This Game is right behind the leaders. Now he's asked for more. Cuts the corner if they come off the turn. Goodstone still in front. My G, second. Inside, We Live This Game is trying to reel in Goodstone, who has a furlong to go, and he just keeps going. Goodstone, the son of Good Magic, opens up the lead to 3 now, and Goodstone is long gone. Goodstone coming home to break the maiden stylishly. Good battle for second. We Live This Game just nosed out Grand Yaco for that position, and My G was 4th.
2-1-5 is Centennial Farm Silks. Crossed the wire first, and Paco Lopez just went right to the front end, and he did the peekaboo.
Yeah, Goodstone put it all together. You could see Paco coming off the turn, looking left, looking right, looking for competition. He can tell that the ones that he saw next to him, he had those measured, and he was just looking to see if there was anybody else. Once he set this horse down, Goodstone just pulled away. Got what he wanted to do today, which is longer distance, routing on the dirt. Centennial Farms starting off the week right.
Should we be surprised that Paco actually won a race on Sunday?
Yeah, he won the third
He
win
won
on
10
the-
races in 2 Saturdays. He didn't win a race last Sunday, but he's gotten the job done here. Goodstone. And listen, he went right to the front end with the best horse. You could tell My G, I thought ran pretty good for first time on dirt, but Joe Bravo was trying to get the front end, and it's just not happening.
Yeah, and we'll see these Centennial Silks represented this weekend in the Naira Bets Belmont Stakes.
That's
with
right.
Antiquarian.
Horse you like a little bit as well.
A horse that I like, and
well, Goodstone gets the job done, and We Live This Game. And Grand Yaco at a big price gets the job done. So 2-1-5-7-6 for all you players. When we come back, more on the Derby. Kenny McPeak watching Mystic Dan, on the Belmont. And there is the Derby champion.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
At about $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good.
He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
Corniche.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, and usually well. When you fly in for the Belmont Stakes, make sure you stop at the selfie spot at the Albany Airport. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, right behind there is TSA PreCheck, which that line looks a little scary. You better have TSA PreCheck.
Yeah, you got to get like the little card there.
It's tough
Albany.
with the construction at Albany Airport.
Yeah.
It's tough. Just don't get there late.
No.
Don't get
Make
there
sure
late.
you leave enough time. But that's for when you're leaving, when you're arriving here for Belmont Stakes. That's what we're
Take the
talking
picture.
about.
Yeah,
That's
I
when
know.
you
Just,
take
I
the
was just
selfie. Yeah.
sorry. I just felt like I needed to share that. I didn't want any
That's
of our
okay. It's a PSA.
Belmont Stakes Racing
Yeah.
Festival fans to be upset when they left.
If you have a 6 a.m. flight, coffee's not open either. We know that. I feel strongly about that. Into the winner's circle after the 8th at Monmouth Park. Good Stone gets the victory. Paco Lopez aboard, checking to see if there's anybody around him. There wasn't. This horse definitely appreciating the stretch out and distance.
Yeah, Maggie explained it visually from what she saw in the replay, and I kind of explained it from a figure standpoint. Just looked like a race in which this horse was going to move forward when they stretched him out. That there was kind of a lesson to be learned there, a figuring out, a schooling of sorts, and when they stretched out a little bit, it was long gone.
6-5 shot with the win, $4.60 in race 8215 at Monmouth Park as we get ready for the race coming up, race number 9. This one will be that mile and the 16th out of the turf chute here. First level allowance as we'll see the fillies and mares in the spotlight. And taking a look at the board, wow, you've got a couple of horses at 9-2, one at 3-1. This is a pretty competitive and evenly matched group.
When the favorite is 3-1 and there's two horses at 9-2, you know that the bettors don't have a clue what they're trying to do in this race. Maybe as some more money comes in a little bit later, you'll have a better idea of what's going on.
We'll see how it does play out. Even right now, Chad Brown with a win last time out, and it's hot in here. 9-2 right now on the board. But as Paul mentioned before the break, Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets coming up, and looks like we will get a chance to see the Derby and Preakness winners go head-to-head. It would be the first time since 2013 when Orban Oxbow did exactly that. And, you know, it's a cool thing, JK, when you have a chance to see the horse that won the Derby and the horse that won the Preakness. If there's no Triple Crown on the line, let them settle it on the track. See if one of them picks it up in the Belmont.
I couldn't agree more. When it comes to the Belmont Stakes, my order of operations is, can we have a Triple Crown runner? Okay, if we don't have a horse running for the Triple Crown, the next best thing is to have the winner of the Derby and the winner of the Preakness, and we have that, and here's the winner of the Derby, Mystic Dan.
With an exceptional ride by Brian Hernandez Jr., would go on to be second in the Preakness. And while Seize the Gray, who won the Preakness, did not run in the Derby, he ran that weekend, winning the Pat Day Mile.
He did. He ran earlier on that undercard. Different style, Seize the Gray did. Let's talk about Mystic Dan. This is a situation where I'm a little bit torn. In a normal situation, everyday handicapping, the fact that he was this close to a pace that fell apart should upgrade his performance, should give him some bonus points. With that said, the fact that he worked out such a beautiful, perfect rail trip right here would downgrade the how relevant this performance was for me. So I take the upgrade, I take the downgrade, they cancel each other out, and to me, it's just who he is. He's a 100 to 103 type buyer type horse. He's got things need to pretty much go his way. I'm not really sure if he's going to overcome any adversity. And 2 weeks later, we saw that he did have a little bit of adversity in a loose leader with Seize the Gray.
There at the Derby, able to hold off the closing and lugging in Sierra Leone, who will have an equipment change for the Belmont Stakes. We'll see if that does help him turn the tables on Mystic Dan. But speaking of Seize the Gray, and you talked about this trip, Jaime Torres aggressive right off the bat with Seize the Gray, whereas the Bob Baffert runner Imagination in here was not, allowing that speed to carry Seize the Gray throughout.
Yeah, look, you heard in the pre-race, you look at Frankie Dettori outside in the blue and the yellow on Imagination. Bob Baffert wanted a target for this horse, and it just so happened that it's set up very nicely for Seize the Gray. Right here, if Mystic Dan was who I thought he might have been, a horse that can overcome some adversity, he would have ran by Seize the Gray. The fact that he didn't is what I've led to my kind of my outcome, my hypothesis based on what I saw in the Derby, that he just is who he is. And that's fine. It's a good horse that I would love to own that deserves to win a Kentucky Derby. But I just don't know if he's going to be able to overcome adversity and beat talented horses that he'll see here in the Belmont Stakes.
And it does look in this Belmont Stakes like there will be some adversity to overcome. It could be a quicker pace. There are some horses who are fresh, having skipped the Preakness coming in. But I have to say, as far as fresh goes, and you could see it on this gallop out yesterday morning, he had great energy in his work in company with Ghoul's Gold, who was second in the Sir Barton.
The other tricky thing about 3-year-olds, as I sit as far on this fence as I possibly can, is that they can improve. So while I can evaluate his two previous performances, Mystic Dan has a right to continue to improve. And if he takes another step forward, suddenly he might be that horse. I guess we'll find out on Saturday. I'm going to probably try to play against him. Anytime you can play against a Derby winner, it's a good betting opportunity.
Well, he'll definitely be a lot shorter price than Kenny McPeek's other Belmont winner in Sarava in 2002 with that huge upset. He's looking for a second Belmont victory. Let's hear from Kenny McPeek on what he's seen from Mystic Dan up here in Saratoga.
He's really thrived up here. This cooler weather, I think, has done him a lot of good, and he seems happy here. He's eating well here, done everything right. And we'll watch how he eats tonight, but he's eating really well up here, and I suspect he will again tonight. And if that happens, all systems go.
Obviously, it's a little bit of a different year this year with the Belmont up at Saratoga. If it was 1.5 miles at Belmont, what do you think the thought process might have been with these horses?
Well, I think he can handle 1.5 miles without any trouble. He showed that on the gallop out this morning. Of course, we don't have to worry about that, but normally Big Sandy at Downstate is a track that's a little bit questionable for some horses. It can be deep and heavy, but we don't have that problem here. And all accounts that I've asked is the main track's a little quicker than Oklahoma. So we had to work over Oklahoma today, which is a surface that I love training over, and mostly stay over here with all my horses regularly. So I think it's going to benefit us.
And what would be the ultimate goal this summer, you think, for a horse like Mystic Dan over the next couple of months?
I really didn't think that I wanted to ship down to New Jersey for the Haskell because of the ship and him being here. And ultimately, I'd like to win another Travers and possibly bring him back in Pennsylvania Derby before the Breeders' Cup. So I think staying here all summer and fall will be ideal, and he seems to be a horse that'll handle all that.
Could be a fun summer for the Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan. And yes, Kenny McPeek saying, there's only a handful of grade ones at this time of year for a 3-year-old, and you try to put them in the best potential spot, being able to stay here, run out of his own stall. All he has to do is walk across the street for the Belmont Stakes this year.
And I think when you have a 3-year-old and you're looking to try to win a championship, these Triple Crown races have a little bit more weight. Yes, the Travers also has a pretty big weight. It's towards the end of the year, but if you can win a Derby and a Belmont and then win a Travers, it's basically wrapped up.
That's for sure, especially with that 3-year-old championship still pretty wide open. That's a sight we love to see. The crowd on the rail here at Saratoga. We'll be seeing a lot of that next week for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. The Belmont Stakes itself less than a week away.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storage Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's newest featured race day is Haskell Preview Day, Saturday, June 15th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 20th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Hello.
The scene here at Monmouth Park. Families are out. You any good at that game, Raj? The cornhole. You any good at that?
Oh, I am the best.
Why does every jockey think they're the best at every game?
The champion cornhole player from Jamaica. The Jamaican Hall of Fame cornhole player.
I bet you're a great ping pong player too.
Amazing.
I bet you're great at pool.
Amazing. Great is an understatement.
Every jockey thinks they are
and
the
I'm
greatest.
ambidextrous. I can play ping pong left or right hand.
That's actually impressive. But again,
that's how I used to hustle them.
I grew up with a jockey. Trust me, I know this. Every one of them. Here at Monmouth Park, gearing up with the late pick 4 and race number 9 of 12, if my math is accurate. Fillies and Mares, mile and a 16th at a firm turf course. Good allowance race here, wide open. It's hot in here. The current favorite, Raj, a tepid choice at 3-1. Let's see if you're the best handicapper on the crew for this 9th race. Who'd you like?
Well, I picked It's Hot in here as my top selection, so.
All right, we'll see. You buying any of this, Maggie? Do you really think Raj is that good at cornhole and ping pong and pool and everything else he's ever tried before?
Well, I can confirm that he is better at pool than I am, but I, Raj, challenge you to a cornhole match. Don't forget, I'm from Maryland. We do cornhole pretty well down there. But taking a look at some of the horses here in the paddock, we'll start with number 8, La Pachanga, for trainer Shug McGahee. And this filly, I thought, just did not get the right trip last time at Churchill as she was coming back off the near-year layoff, 11 months, in fact. She wanted to go, but then she had to be steadied back early, and they went pretty quick. I mean, I understand what Joel Rosario was trying to do that day, but she didn't want any part of being taken hold of. And two, she was coming off that layoff, and a lot of times these horses are extra fresh, extra headstrong. So now she has that race under her belt. She's nice and settled so far here in the paddock, but she is a big, burly filly. I like what I'm seeing from her. She looks fit and ready to go. I think she springboards off of that comeback effort, and it could set up very nicely for her as Jairo Rondon, her jockey, looking for his third here on the card. Another horse that caught my eyes, number 5, Damaso. Now, she is one that will be forwardly placed, and she's kind of one of these horses that in this field has a multitude of wins where some of these only possess one. She's so healthy, so just exuding health, and a horse that is doing very well heading into this. And I like the fact there's a bit of versatility. She has that tactical speed. Lafitte, she doesn't need the lead.
Good stuff, Maggie. Crab cake, football, and cornhole. That's what Maryland does. Who knew? With the call to post for this 9th race, kicking off this late pick 4. This is one of the better handicapping races in terms of just competitiveness we've seen this afternoon, Raj.
Yeah, it's a wide open event, and there are a lot of angles that you can go by in this race. The angle that I chose to go by is that it's hot in here. I've shown a lot of ability for the Chad Brown barn last year. He's been very patient with her, brings her back. She hasn't raced since last September, but looks like one with a lot of talent. And I think that the time off, she's probably grown up a bit now from 2 to 3, and I expect a really good performance.
Lightly raced, Chad Brown with Sierra Leone, likely favorite for the Belmont Stakes next Saturday. First things first, we'll see what It's Hot in Here does in this 9th race, Monmouth Park. Tepid choice at 3 to 1. Feature earlier today, the Smart and Classy, exciting event for New Jersey breds, fillies, and mares. Couple of weeks here. Haskell Preview Day as the Monmouth meet rolls on. Live coverage every day right here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Post-parade brewing. Eventually, Raj, if it sounds like I'm stretching, it's because I am.
Touching back on Maggie's point about shooting some pool, Maggie and I, we took on a lot of pool games in Arkansas. We were partners. We won some nice pool matches.
But she's ready to take you on in cornhole.
Yeah, I was just bluffing. She called my bluff.
See what I told you? Factor Bella outside of 14 to 1, drawn inside. Then a contender, Madam Mischief here at 9 to 2.
It goes out for the hot connections. Delgado, Paco Lopez missed by a neck last time at Gulfstream.
Sensitivity winner 2 back on the grass at Tampa.
Yeah, and it ran very good last time, finishing 4th at Tampa, but stumbled in at the 8th pole.
It's hot in here, lukewarm favorite.
Yeah, coming off the long layoff for the Chad Brown barn.
Damaso is 1-2 of 4.
Yeah, nice win last time for trainer Kathleen O'Connell down at Tampa.
Lost my sock, blinkers on.
Now this one doesn't have much early speed. We'll be hoping for a pace meltdown to show his best run.
Look at her legs. Looks like she did lose a sock. Then number 7, Lady Madonna at 7 to 1, Joe Bravo.
Yeah, Joe Bravo, Todd Pletcher connections here.
La Pachanga, Maggie liked what she saw.
Yeah, this one finished 5th last time after having some trouble in that Churchill Downs race.
Peak Earnings, impressive win in her debut.
Yeah, another Chad Brown runner that has done nothing wrong, winning her only race.
Gray Vixen pictured.
Yeah, it doesn't have much speed. This late closer, it's become trying to drop in, save some ground early, and make a big late run.
That's the field. 9th race. Good allowance event. Fillies and mares, start of the late pick 4. And a heads up, of course, with the Belmont Stakes next week. You want to experience the excitement of the Belmont at Saratoga with NYRA Bets. Join now, get $25 a free bet and a $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Belmont Stakes. Use promo code Belmont25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up NYRABets.com for your $25 bet, $200 deposit match, and Rajiv Mirage autograph. Awfully kind of you. First 3,000 fans next Saturday, right?
Yeah, we'll toss that in.
Rajiv Mirage autograph?
3,000?
First 3,000 fans. That's what the
That's
you can read the fine print.
All right. I'm sure they'll be lined up.
You're going to be there a long time. Madam Mischief. Take a look at her latest. Early April, Gulfstream. Same distance, Raj. Watch this. Madam Mischief, like squeezing through in the inside. It's replay gives me anxiety watching it all over again.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of crowding here, and Jockey Perez was navigating through and found a tight seam. Had to actually squeeze one out of there to get there. And once she got into this seam, I expected her to show a bit more acceleration, but she was kind of just plodding away, grinding away. That steady kind of pace runner makes me think that Paco Lopez is going to try to get her going a bit earlier. She doesn't have a quick turn of foot. A filly like this, you kind of want to get, you know, it's like a train. It just gradually gets faster and faster. So you have to kind of have a more build-up, unlike the ones with a quicker acceleration.
That was claustrophobic, though. The tight quarter she was operating, and just a brave run trying to get through for Madam Mischief. Now you're looking at Damaso, her most recent, late April, Tampa. She is favored. Damaso turning for home, Raj. She is strong on the lead.
And this filly ran fast early and sustained it, and that's a dangerous weapon to have in your arsenal. When you can clip off fractions like she did in 22:46, just constantly running quarters in the 22-23 range and not get tired, and maintain it. It's just so deadly. Just run them off their feet, and I expect that she'd be trying to do the same thing here.
Can she do it again? She is emerged as the very lukewarm favorite at 4-1.
She can definitely do it. You know, she runs fast. Usually in turf races, when you're going 46 for a half a mile, going long on the grass, you're running really fast, and the others aren't able to keep up. If she runs that same kind of pace in here, she's expected to be well clear early. And if she's on challenge, they will pay the price.
Correction, she's 5-1 to her inside. It's hot in here, 4-1 with more on It's Hot in Here. We check it with Maggie.
Yeah, It's Hot in Here, making her seasonal debut here for Chad Brown. Now, to be fair, she was one that I didn't particularly like that much as a 2-year-old. She hasn't changed much from 2 to 3, and I'm a little bit of a stickler about that. She was a bit underdeveloped as a 2-year-old, and while she looks very fit and strong and moving incredibly well on the racetrack, I'm just not sold on it. You're getting a decent price. Look, nobody knows really where to go in here, as 7-2 is the shortest price on the board, which is saying quite a lot about this evenly matched field. But again, just one I wish she did a bit more growing up in the interim, and she is going to have to get faster here as a 3-year-old. As number 9, Peak Earnings, I will fully admit a fault here. I told myself to check this horse's equipment, and I forgot. So I am sorry. But I did notice something about her when she was winning last time out with Samuel Camacho aboard. Turning for home, he had a firm hold on his inside left rein, and his outside right rein was completely dangling as she went around that turn. Now, when she got to the stretch, she ran straight and true and really leveled off quite nicely in there as the favorite. So again, though, you kind of question the overall quality of the field, and I feel like this is a bit of a step up for her. She comes in here incredibly fit for just her second start. She's okay. I wasn't enthralled with her either, so we'll see what she does. As we'll also take a look at another horse that is coming out of a Tampa race. That's a big price right now at 20-1 is Sensitivity. I don't know. I will throw this back there to you guys, and maybe it was the most subtle of stumbles, because I didn't actually see her physically stumble. It was the rider. It looked as though his foot slipped out of the irons, and he kind of fell onto her neck for a couple strides and didn't ride her because he couldn't for, you know, maybe at the very most 70 yards. I don't know if it really affected the outcome of that affair, but again, it did affect and kind of break up her momentum a bit, Lafitte.
That has to be the worst feeling in the world. Your boot slipping out of the iron.
Oh yes, there's definitely, it's a dangerous situation when that happens, because you're in a riding motion and all of a sudden you lose your footing. It's, you know, and for the jockey to regain his momentum. But what it really does too, it throws the horse off their gait a little bit. And when that happened, it was subtle in this situation, but it did throw them off their rhythm for a period of time when it was coming down to crunch time to ride. And so I do think that it might have affected it at least a little bit. She wasn't disgraced in the race, only lost by 4.5 lengths, and that was her first race in 5 months. So sensitivity, all that put together, I think she could step forward in this race, and actually I agree with Maggie. She could make a big impact in this race.
All right, Mr. Jamaica gold medalist Cornhole. How's It's Hot in Here going to do it? How's she going to take down this 9th race?
Well, she's going to definitely be forwardly placed because she has natural speed. She won almost going wire to wire. Just crucial thing is saving ground going into the first turn, getting a good spot.
That was quick. They're loaded. It's post time.
Off the late pick 4 here at Monmouth with our 12 race card. This is race number 9. Gray Vixen goes in. We're ready to go. And they're off. It's Hot in Here was off slowly as the back of the pack after that tardy beginning. And then Lady Madonna had to take up approaching the end of the chute. They come out of that chute. Damaso is the leader clearly. Peak Earnings a little bit keen here, trying to settle down in second. Factor Bella third, inside of Madame Mischief and La Pachanga, who's 3 deep. Then Lost My Sock between horses. Sensitivity, the Grays down at the rail. Gray Vixen in the meantime is 3 deep. It's Hot in Here, passing one runner. Lady Madonna, who drops out to the back as they round the clubhouse turn here. Still a clear leader. It's Damaso, a length and a half ahead of Peak Earnings. More settled down and a good gallop now second. Factor Bella third, still racing inside of Madame Mischief. La Pachanga is 3 deep with that party. Another length and a half to the Gray. Sensitivity, she's 5 lengths off the lead. A half length to Lost My Sock. And then comes It's Hot in Here, third last. Second to last here, and at the back is Lady Madonna as they approach the half-mile pole. Damaso still on top, a length and a half, has had things her own way today. Peak Earnings still right behind, chasing second. Factor Bella third, saving ground into the 4-turn run. Madame Mischief right alongside of her. La Pachanga sent along 3 wide. Sensitivity is about 6 lengths off the field in mid-division as they round the turn. Gray Vixen trying to pass runners. Lady Madonna is going to be caught very wide, but she's trying to make a blitz from last at the top of the lane. Damaso off the turn, clings on to the lead. Madame Mischief comes out of the crowd to take second. Peak Earnings has dropped to the back of the field. Damaso drifting out towards the center of the track, but has plenty of run in the final 16th and kicks on to a win. Damaso and Gabriel Maldonado still out in the center of the course, but wins it by 2. Madame Mischief second, Sensitivity third. Lady Madonna from far out of it gets fourth.
Carbon copy of her victory at Tampa in April, controlling every step. Damaso, wire to wire in the 9th. Kickoff the late pick 4 at Monmouth Park.
An absolutely beautifully executed ride by apprentice Gabriel Maldonado. That was a professional. He didn't ride like an apprentice. So smooth. He got this filly into such a good rhythm on the front end. And it was just like poetry in motion just watching the race.
Taking advantage of what happened at the start, watch number 4. It's Hot in Here. She's supposed to be quick. She's supposed to be forward. If she breaks sharp, Raj, she doesn't.
Well, that's just a rusty start. For she hasn't run in such a long time, and she just stood in the gate and broke slowly. Not much, nothing impacted her. The gate opened and she just came out sluggishly for the first few jumps.
Just flat-footed leaving the gate. Wasn't the case with Damaso, who feels some pressure here from Madame Mischief. Damaso, though, has another gear. Maldonado goes to work. She responds and widens in deep stretch.
Yeah, well, we could tell when she got into that rhythm out there, she looked like a happy horse. When I rode for Wayne Lucas, one of the instructions that he always gives, he says, just put a smile on the bridle. That was his famous quote. Every time he legged me up, put a smile on the bridle.
Love it.
Which means just a happy hold where the horse is just comfortable out there and just a good, comfortable hold on the reins. And that's what Maldonado did here. That she was smiling throughout the whole run on the backstretch.
Sure, Kathleen O'Connell is smiling. Yesterday, saddled the 1-2 finishers in a race here at Monmouth Park. North America's all-time leading female trainer, most wins. Damaso runs them off their feet, 5-2-3-7 in the 9th at Monmouth. When we return, trainer Chad Brown so close in the Derby several times. 2 Preakness wins, seeking a first. Belmont with Sierra Leone, likely favorite in Belmont Stakes, 156 at the Spa.
It's Standards and spinoff, By My Standards to win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oaklawn Handicap. By My Standards attack. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Making her Monmouth debut, a victorious one. And now time to pose for pictures. Damaso. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. From Flag Fall, Rajiv, to That's All.
Yeah, this 4-year-old filly is really hitting her best stride, and this combination with Gabriel Maldonado, it seems to be clicking right with this filly. She just ran fast early, but ran it happily. Got into her cruising speed, used her speed as her weapon, and just ran them off their feet.
Ears told the story at the top of the stretch, didn't they?
Yeah, she was running a quick pace, but you look at her visually, it looked like she was going really easily. She has that weapon, that high cruising speed, and able to sustain that high pace over a long distance. That she can be any kind of horse.
Impressive. Back-to-back wins. Here the night that Monmouth Park, we turn the page from a 2-turn turf event to a 6-furlong sprint. There's the field, updated odds. Awesome City out. Proprietary Trade is in, Rajan, in 4 to 5 here, and I know you're looking forward to seeing what he can do this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Proprietary Trade. In his second career start going 6 furlongs, he had a very impressive win. It was a small field of only 5 runners, and it was just a maiden race, but he won by 6 lengths, and he really blew the doors off his competition that day. This next race, they threw him up in the deep end in the Bayshore, and he didn't quite run his race. Then it stretched him out to a mile. He showed his speed, but he got tired late. I love his cut back to 6 furlongs today, and I'm expecting to see him come back to one of his better races.
4 to 5 early on for trainer Chad Brown. Brown with a big colt next Saturday in the Belmont Stakes. Sierra Leone. For the second time, the Belmont is on Fox. Triple Crown always concludes in New York. This time, a different part of New York, upstate Saratoga. Witness history in last year's Belmont Stakes. History to be made once again. The Belmont Stakes, Saturday only on Fox. Probables look like this. The draw tomorrow night. 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter in the Belmont Stakes. Derby winner, Preakness winner, star 3-year-olds up and down, and the Kentucky Derby runner-up, Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone is a dangerous closer, just 2 noses away from being undefeated. While he arguably ran the best race in the Kentucky Derby, traveling 23 feet further than the winner, he also has a problem of bearing in. Just ask Forever Young in that Derby stretch stool. Will trainer Chad Brown address that issue with an equipment adjustment? If he can correct that issue and run straight, Sierra Leone just might be best in the Belmont.
Yeah, Brown has addressed it, right, with that cage bit. The question, will it work? How effective will it be? And with the new jockey Flavien Prat in the saddle.
Yeah, what I've seen so far in his workouts is showing an indication like he's going straight. It doesn't look like he's laying in like you see there. He's running straight as a string. And I expect that even if he does lay in the Belmont, lean towards his left, he won't be doing it as aggressive as in the past. It'll be more controllable.
But if he's showing improvement in that regard with a bad habit in the morning, that's not mean necessarily automatically that problem, we won't see it resurfacing. Just playing devil's advocate that it won't be an issue again in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be that thought or in the mindset that he has done it in the past in the races, so we expect that he'll do it. However, if I'm Chad Brown right now, I'm thinking that things are going the way I want it to go. He's showing that he's running straighter in the mornings, and that's all you can ask for. You can only do what you can do and then see what happens in the afternoon.
Acacia JK at Saratoga for Chad Brown. So close in the Derby now on several occasions, going back to Good Magic, even Zandon. And now Sierra Leone. It's been a near miss after near miss in the first jewel of the Triple Crown.
He's been close, Lafitte, and of course does have 2 Preakness victories to his name. But Jonathan, this will actually only be the 4th starter in the Belmont Stakes for Chad. And catching up with him the other day, it's actually kind of a special year for him because we always talk about Chad Brown wanting to win the Travers because he's from Mechanicville, close by. And he said, I never thought I'd be talking about the Belmont Stakes up here, but it would be great with all my friends and family.
2 birds, 1 stone, right? Get a Belmont and a grade 1 mile and a quarter race at Saratoga all in the same move. And he's got a great shot with Sierra Leone. And here's the thing. I think sometimes people in racing become entirely too results-oriented. Sierra Leone was a nasty nose away with Tyler Gaffalione and that bit in his mouth of winning the Kentucky Derby. And I understand that hindsight tells you that maybe there were some mistakes made, maybe the bit was a problem, but let's not forget he was an inch away from winning the Derby, and even if Mystic Dan didn't get such a perfect ride, he probably would have won anyways.
There he is lugging in. You can see it well in that cage bit that Lafitte referenced. Has been training in it. His last 3 works here in Saratoga have been with that cage bit, or Houghton bit, also called as well. It has an extra bar that goes underneath the chin. And also the main difference in the way that the bit is built, Jonathan, is that it does not bend in the middle. It's a straight bar that fits into the horse's mouth. So it provides power steering for the jockey when they pull on the outside rein. There's going to be more resistance on the other side in order to be able to keep a horse straight. It's very effective for horses that have the tendency to lug in or out. Chad told me that he actually started training this horse with it in the winter, but he found that Sierra Leone was very resistant and very reluctant to adhere to the way that bit worked, and that can sometimes be the case as well. He says now as a 3-year-old, he's been handling it a lot kinder in his training.
Yeah, you know, see, it's funny. I kind of liken it to college football, right? You have that great, talented freshman that the coaches got to see practice all summer long, and they decided to go with the senior. And then the senior didn't play very well, and then they decide, oh, I guess we'll go back to the freshman. It kind of feels like that to me because Chad saw the bit in the fall and didn't like the way that the horse handled it. But now he just kind of has his hand forced because of the situation of Sierra Leone lugging in and ultimately costing him the Derby. Now he's making the switch back. Well, what if it doesn't work? What if he doesn't like it, just like Chad, who's a future Hall of Famer, felt like he wasn't going to like it in the fall? Look, let's see what happens. He's still the most talented. He's still one of the most talented horses in the race. He still deserves to be the favorite, but he's got a couple of more horses he's going to have to deal with in this Belmont Stakes.
It also does explain the criticism of not having a stronger bit in the Derby, the fact that he felt that he didn't like what he had seen training previously. It wasn't something that hadn't been thought about. And to be fair, I mean, I've seen horses that really do not take well to a harsh bit if they have a softer mouth. And it's certainly not going to be harsh in any way as far as how the control is, but it's going to be stronger than the loose ring or D type of bit snaffles that you will typically see. So we'll see how the change does. He's also been training down inside of horses, where Chad says he prefers to be training. What happens when he's outside in potentially the stretch? Where does he draw? What kind of trip does he get in the Belmont?
Yeah, look, I can assure you that as bad as the people out there that bet on Sierra Leone that wanted him to get up in the Kentucky Derby, I would imagine that Chad probably wanted it a little bit more. I think that he's trying to do all the things he thinks is best, and I think that we'll see what happens with this situation with the rider change and the change of the equipment.
It'll make things interesting in the Belmont, that's for sure. Meanwhile, horses in the paddock for race 10 at Monmouth Park. There's one of those cage bits right there. More on that after this.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here. You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Shoot the four. Shoot the four. You're watching America's Day at the races as a good-looking allowance field hitting the track here, going the 6 furlongs, focusing in on a horse that, well, isn't your even money favorite. That would belong to number 6, Proprietary Trade. But we'll take a look at number 4, John Jay, who I think comes out of a sneaky good allowance field last time out. He's going to have to improve. I get it. But he definitely looks the part physically. Big, strapping, gelding by Hard Spun. That probably explains a lot because I generally do like all of Hard Spun's progeny. But that race was run very quickly, in which he did battle with a very promising looking horse who's 2 for 2 in his career named Little Nye, posting an 88 buyer. And there's only been one horse to come back out of that race who finished last that day, and he went on to win with an 83 buyer. So I just get the impression that that might be a race that is a little better than it looks on paper, and he feels like a horse that is trending in the right direction. Guys?
Sneaky, sneaky good race, perhaps. We'll see. John Jay, currently 4-1 for this 10th race at Monmouth Park. 7 minutes out, post-parade momentarily, and Proprietary, why can't I say his name? Why can't I say his name?
Let me teach you, sir.
Please, please do.
Proprietary Trade. I think I...
So from now on, when I reference the 6 horse, I'm going to say the 6 horse, and you're going to say his name.
Proprietary trade.
Yeah, don't
That is a
stumble now.
mouthful.
Don't stumble now. Speaking of stumbling, most recent, Cinco de Mayo Aqueduct Allowance Company, Raj. What happened at the start there?
The form line says broken, makes it sound like something happened. Not much happened. He broke okay, and he kind of drifted in slightly, which affected the horse inside of him. Definitely didn't affect him. You know what I like about him today is this race that he was running here was at a mile, and he ran the first 6 furlongs really good until the last in a stretch here. Actually, he ran a good 7 furlongs until the 8th pole where he started fading. Where he started fading, and Doc Sullivan got through and ran by him, and he lost second to JD Factor right on the wire. He cuts back today to 6 furlongs. He seems like that's his optimal distance. He wanted 6 furlongs in his second lifetime start, blowing the doors off his competition, and I expect to see him on the lead, if not right up close to the pace with John Jay.
You wouldn't think a middle distance would be an issue by practical joke out of an Uncle Mo mare, but to this point, he's only raced 4 times, but to this point, it looks like shorter, the better.
Yeah, and the more races a horse has, they become more defining of what he's made of. And he's only had 4 races, but today we're going to really see what he's made of.
The 6 horse, odds on favorite 4-5. There's Amity Road.
Yeah, Amity Road doesn't have much speed. We'll be hoping for a pace Meltlon to do his best running late.
333, number 2, last 7 races at Gulfstream.
Yeah, a horse that sells for a lot of minor awards. He has 6 second-place finishes from 16 starts.
Number 3, Charlie 5-0, like $21 winner at Aqueduct in April.
Yeah, upset the apple cart at Aqueduct last time after changing tactics. I talked to his owner, Anthony Garino, who said that taking him off the pace is what made him run better.
Exiting a live race, says Maggie. John Jay, pictured then. Who is it, the 6 horse?
Proprietary Trade.
4-5 here. Powerhouse Connections. Welcome to Monmouth. Trevor McCarthy. Number 7, Wizit. Sharp, he's won 3 of 4.
Yeah, Wizit won his last race off a 14-month layoff. Came back strong with a nice win, and that was in a claiming race. They stepped him up to the allowance race today, protected him from being claimed.
Good sign.
Seems
we
like
saw it work out yesterday with a horse that paid about $12, $13. The Rob Atras first after the claim yesterday.
Yeah, when the connections go up in class and try to protect the horse coming out of a claiming race, means that they really don't want to lose this one, so they like what they see.
4 minutes out, race 10, Monmouth, as we welcome in a brand new audience. This is America's Day at the Races. That is a live look in the Monmouth paddock. You're just in time. Horses have left that paddock. They're front side now, gearing up for the 10th race of 12 on this Sunday afternoon. And welcome to our viewers on SNY. SNY viewers very familiar with trainer Chad Brown, wins a lot of races, likely will have the favorite in the Belmont Stakes with Sierra Leone, and well represented in this upcoming 10th race at Monmouth. Odds-on favorite. I can't say his name. I've tried it like 18 times. I can't do it. He can. He's the 6 horse, and he looks tough on paper.
Proprietary Trade. I'm getting better at it. It's a mouthful.
Each and every time. Just rolls off the tongue.
But I really like this horse today. He's cutting back to the distance that I think is his most optimal distance. Back to 6 furlongs where he broke his maiden. His most recent race, he raced at a 1 mile distance, and he led most of the way until deep stretch when he got caught. I love the turn back in distance for him, and I expect that he's going to use his speed early and try to get to the lead, if not real close to the pace. He's going to take a lot of beating in here.
The 6 horse at 4-5 with 3 minutes to post. A contender, Charlie 5-0. Take a look at his most recent. This was late April at the Big A and a 7 furlong sprint. You'll see Charlie 5-0 looming into contention. He is wide, Raj, but on the move and traveling well.
Yeah, and the key to this win for him was the change of tactics. In his previous starts, he was chasing the pace early and then fading late. The connections decided that they wanted to change tactics, took him off the pace a bit, and he showed his different dimension and being able to finish off his races and actually pull away at the end. So we know that that's what the game plan is going to be with this horse. They're going to hopefully, for them, there'll be a duel in front between Proprietary Trade and John Jay, and then they'll try to make their best running late.
Down to Maggie, trackside as we get closer to post time for the 10th. Maggie.
Well, it is nice coming to Monmouth here and having the luxury of knowing several of the runners as they are shipping in from New York. And we'll talk about Charlie 5-0, a horse I'm very familiar with. Now, it does feel like sometimes, actually, throughout his career, his good efforts are kind of few and far between, as we do see Paco Lopez standing him out with the gate crew there. I think it's just a Paco thing. As Paco likes to just kind of jog his horses. And Charlie 5-0 is a horse that throughout his career I've noticed needs that big warm-up. I would have loved to see him kind of get him to gallop a bit more, just to loosen up. He looks great, as he has in his last several, and I think he really jumped up and at least ran to his looks last time out and defeating heavily favored Nota that day in that starter allowance. But let's not forget where Charlie 5-0 was before that. He was in the lower level claimers, actually the bottom claimers up in New York. So I don't know if I fully trust him. He is 3-1. We'll see if he can run back to that effort that we saw last time. Anything else, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 back, do not win this race. As Proprietary Trade, he is one that looks the part. Now, maybe he just didn't want to go the mile last time, but I will say this, and it was accentuated later on in the card on May 5th as we had to seal the track. We had kind of a steady light rain throughout the day where speed was really, really holding. Proprietary Trade, though, ran in the first race, which was an open track. Still, I'm wondering if it still kind of was tilted towards early runners. He was an early front runner, and he wasn't able to hang on. So, yes, the turn back makes a lot of sense. He looks fantastic. I have no problems whatsoever, and if anything, he's far more engaged and keen in the prelims than what he was last time. So I think that's always an imperative factor when you're dealing with horses turning back in distance. But guys, I'm going to try here with John Jay. I don't know if he's good enough. I don't know if he can sustain that lead. But he looks the part. I like the race he comes out of. And on top of that, Lafitte, I caught up with his owner, who is a graduate of John Jay College, for criminal justice, and he said that he donates every one of his purse earnings to the food bank. So at least John Jay running for a good cause as well.
How cool is that? A sentimental favorite of sorts. Just hearing that story, that insight regarding the owner of John Jay. If you're not betting, if you're just watching, didn't have a rooting interest before, now you do.
And now I have a rooting interest. I'm going. I love that story, and I definitely want to support John Jay, and hopefully he can win for a good cause. Well, what I'm worried about is this: John Jay and Proprietary Trade, they both have a lot of early speed, and this is what's going to set up shop here. It depends on if these horses get into too much of a tussle early, it's going to do neither one of them any favors, and it will probably set up for a closer.
Charlie 5-0,
like
perhaps, in the catbird seat.
In the catbird seat with Paco Lopez. So it's a really cool dynamics to this race. I just think that Proprietary Trade is just a bit better than these horses. I think they're just going to let him blast away. At going 6 furlongs, they don't have to worry about trying to ration out his speed like when he was going at a mile. When he was going a mile, they had to kind of play a little bit tame with him, because if you let him just roll early, he's going to fade late. I think at 6 furlongs today, it's all about just letting him, being a good passenger on his back and letting him use his speed and to his advantage.
Paco, warm-up, circles in front of the starting gate. What's that all about?
Look, Paco is a unique individual. He rides like no one is watching. That's the way I would reference him. And he does things unorthodox, but it works for him. And I don't question anything that he does. And one thing I like about him being unique is he does things the way he feels like doing it.
I hear you.
And sometimes that's a good thing. He has his philosophies, his method, and he believes in it. He's confident in it.
Like the Manny Ramirez of Thoroughbred Racing. You've heard it. Manny being Manny, Paco being Paco. Won 5 races yesterday, 2, I believe, thus far today. He's on Charlie 5-0. Post time for the 10th. Live from Monmouth, here's Matt Dinnerman.
Outside, Whiz with the gray horse. We're ready to go.
Got him.
And Leroff pretty good start. Proprietary Trade out of Lurtling goes right to the lead from the get-go. John Jay takes second, Wiswit third. Charlie 5-0 off the speed today, 4 lengths off the pace and a gap of 2 to 3:33 Amity Road. Those two trail together. Proprietary Trade says, come and catch me if you can in the Klarovich stable colors. Leads by about 2. John Jay, chase mode for him. He's second. He's about 3 ahead of Charlie 5-0 in third. Then Wiswit, who's lost position in the 4th spot with Amity Road. 3:33 at the back. Around the far turn, Proprietary Trade and Trevor McCarthy have sailed to a 4-length lead now. John Jay hard sent to get after that front runner from second. Charlie 5-0 third. Wiswit still in 4th. He's going to get to the outside. Still has a lot of work to do. They all do if they want to catch Proprietary Trade. Proprietary Trade. Now he's starting to get a little bit leg weary here as John Jay's moving up alongside to come and challenge. And John Jay's putting up a big run today. Proprietary Trade, though, finding more. That class is sticking out. Here comes Charlie 5-0 on the outside. Proprietary Trade. Charlie 5-0 lunging. Proprietary Trade held on. Proprietary Trade over Charlie 5-0, John Jay, and Amity Road, who was 4th. Proprietary Trade dug in, and the class prevailed as the favorite.
Thrilling finish, a desperate finish. The 6-horse wins. It means I lose because I have to try and say his name. Proprietary Trade just able to hold on with Trevor McCarthy for Chad Brown in the 10th at Monmouth Park. Wow.
And Trevor McCarthy had one plan, and it was just throwing out the gauntlet, pedal to the metal from the beginning, and Proprietary Trade ran fast early. Looked like he was going to be passed in the stretch, man. When John Jay ranged up on him and Charlie 5-0 was just sitting that perfect trip off that fast pace, you would think that he was beat. Trevor McCarthy dug in for everything he had, switched sticks, made his horse engage John Jay on the outside, and this guy, Proprietary Trade, was just resilient today, man. Pinned his ears back. He enjoyed that dog fight.
That's the class. And that's not like John Jay hung late. That wasn't him flattening out in the stretch. That was Proprietary Trade digging in and finding more when things got desperate late.
Yeah, some horses, they just enjoy the dogfight. They enjoy the battle. And he just loved those horses coming outside of him. He's like, you're not going to get by me today, guys.
Denied him. Had to sweat at 6-5. Chalk players.
I'm sure that the guys that bet on him coming off the turn were like, oh, my goodness.
He looked beat.
Looked beat.
Too much Proprietary Trade. Thankfully, I don't have to say his name or try to say his name too many times. This one's easy to say. Todd Pletcher, he's a Hall of Famer. He's won multiple Triple Crown events. Won't have fierceness in the Belmont Stakes, but the volume is there, starting 3 runners in the Belmont in 6 days at Saratoga.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Thumbs up, Trevor McCarthy in those Seth Klarman colors for trainer Chad Brown. Exciting enough race for you, Raj.
Oh my God, what a heart-pounding finish there, and Trevor was down on his belly, they say, like a lizard on a log.
There you go. Going to work late, and Proprietary Trade just does hold on at 6-5, down to Maggie with winning pilot Trevor McCarthy.
Whoa, where am I? Am I at Aqueduct? Just kidding. I'm here on the Jersey Shore with Trevor McCarthy and Trevor Proprietary Trade. You were so aggressive with him today from that more outside post, and he was awfully game for you.
Yeah, he was really game. He broke really good, and you know, Dan, Chad's assistant, just told me to be aggressive with him, and if he kind of breaks well, go with it. And he said, let him roll. And down the backside, I just got him in a comfortable rhythm. I'm like, looking at the fence, like, we're ticking along, but he feels like he's going 23. He's going fast. But then once he got in the turn, he kind of got a little lost. And I kind of had to kind of itch on him and itch on him and itch on him. And then once that company came to him, he really dug down hard, and then he, you know, really lengthened nice for me and finished up well. So I was just kind of thinking, man, I hope Paco didn't nail me on the outside, but he was able to hold off him too, so it worked out really well.
As a rider, do you know when it comes down to a tight finish like that if you've hit the line first?
I thought I did, you know, I'm like, man, I did, but I just was paying more attention to the horse next to me, and kind of Paco come out from the middle there, and I'm like, man, I'm pretty sure I held on, but you never know.
I know you're making a quick stop at Delaware to ride for Dave Duggan. Why is her name completely escaping me?
Can't Hurry Love.
Yep, very nice New York bred in the Rehoboth Stakes. But then you're up in Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Trevor, for you, what is this whole meet going to be like?
Yeah, I'm really excited because, you know, I've been kind of up there all week, and then I came back down, and the town's getting really pumped up. A lot of friends that I know that are kind of regulars at the town, they're getting excited too. Everybody wants to go to the races for Belmont Stakes, so I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great weekend, and yeah, I can't wait.
Neither can I. Hitting the road tomorrow, Trevor. Congratulations here.
Thanks, Mags.
All right, Proprietary Trade getting the win for Trevor McCarthy, making the trip worthwhile, Lafitte.
Win for Chad Brown, absolutely. Here at Monmouth Park, Trevor McCarthy distributing souvenirs. I bet if you asked him, he'd tell you he's the best T-shirt chucker on the planet, Raj. Why? Because every jockey is the best at everything they do.
He's got a nice right arm
horses.
there.
He's the best in the world.
He's got a nice right arm. He probably is one of the best pitchers, a great jockey pitcher he is.
McCarthy with the winning ride. How significant is that as you look at the field for this upcoming 11th race at Monmouth Park? Chad Brown has his guys. Arad Ortiz, Flavien Prat. Best riders in North America. What does it mean for a Trevor McCarthy to get that opportunity from a Chad Brown and deliver given the chance?
Trevor has been hovering in New York right below those top-tier jockeys, those go-to jockeys in big races. And one of the reasons is because he doesn't get a lot of opportunities to ride for the guys that have all the big horses like the Chad Browns of this world. And for him to be able to do that, get the opportunity today, come over to Monmouth and win, I know deep down it means a lot to him.
Big win there for Chad Brown, favorite holding on in the stretch. Exciting finish, race number 10. Back to the Belmont Stakes, countdown continuing. We officially have 10 that will be entered. Among them, not the Derby favorite in Fierceness. Trainer Todd Pletcher telling the Daily Racing Form that he just hasn't quite recovered upon return from Kentucky, needs a little more time. His appetite wasn't where it needed to be, but he's getting there and galloping well, and the fans here, the Monmouth faithful, have a chance to see Fierceness at Monmouth for their marquee event, the Haskell, in July. So here, there's a look. The probables for the 156 Belmont Stakes. Entries, we should say. And Todd Pletcher still well represented. Antiquarian, Peter Pan winner. A Mind Frame, light and experience loaded with talent. Protective, who was third in the Peter Pan Stakes. Acacia JK at Saratoga. Guys, it kind of reminds me of a scenario. Was it back in 2010 where Todd Pletcher had Escondrea? He was going to be the Derby favorite. He defected the week of the Kentucky Derby. Pletcher wound up taking home the roses anyway with Super Saver.
It's nice when you're Todd Pletcher, Lafitte, and you have a deep bench. And Todd has exactly that with those 3 horses that you mentioned. And perhaps the most intriguing of them, Jonathan, is Mindframe, who will actually be stepping into stakes company for the very first time. He is 2 for 2 at 7 furlongs and a mile and a 16th. He's shown a lot of talent, but these are some deep waters.
Yeah, absolutely. They are deep waters, but he has shown some brilliance, right? There's a lot of horses that have shown up to be good, but Mindframe has shown brilliance, right? In this race now, he didn't get the fastest Beyer speed figure here, but the pace was an absolute crawl for these types of horses. You look up there in the top left corner of the screen, 113 for the first 6 furlongs of the race. That's crawling for horses of this talent. Mindframe came home in an impressive fashion without being encouraged too much. It's his debut race, though, where he won a 103 Beyer speed figure that's got me excited about his possibilities. American Pharoah in his 3-year-old debut, a 100. Justified, his 3-year-old debut, a 104. Flightline, a 105. Mindframe's in that arena of brilliance. Now, he's got a lot to prove. He's got a lot to show. And his ability to go a mile and a quarter, and it's a lot really quickly. But he seems to be in the category of brilliant, and it's definitely possible.
He worked yesterday in company with his stablemate Protective, who was 3rd most recently in the Peter Pan and also pointing to the Belmont Stakes. I thought he was going better than his workmate. I thought that he far outworked Fierceness last week. I know it's a tall order, Jonathan, but I mentioned this to you earlier off camera that just watching him train, I have been very impressed. Just from a physical perspective, the way that he moves over the track. Mindframe has made a fan out of me just in what I've seen from him the last couple of weeks up here in Saratoga.
And look, I understand all the people that are going to say that it's a lot. It's a lot really quickly in terms of going 7 furlongs, a mile and a 16th, onto a mile and a quarter in the Belmont Stakes against some of the best 3-year-olds you'll see. I get it. But he's got a trainer who knows how to win big races. I don't want to say this race because that's a little bit different than what he normally does in the Belmont Stakes, but he knows how to win the Belmont Stakes, that 3rd leg of the Triple Crown.
Looking for his 5th win in the Belmont, won it 2 years ago in those Rapoli Silks with Mo Donegal. Let's check in with Todd Pletcher and hear what he has to say about his Belmont contenders.
Mindframe's been super impressive. He's only had 2 starts, but all the figures and everything, the way he's performed in those races has been very impressive. It's just a question of if he has enough experience, and that's our concern. We're giving up a lot of seasoning to some really good horses, but I think the talent level's there. And our perspective is put in a couple of good races in the Wood Memorial and the Peter Pan, and we think he'll appreciate the added 1/8 of a mile as well.
And for Mindframe, a lightly raced horse, though, he really covers the ground beautifully.
He's a big, beautiful colt. He's got a great way of going, covers a lot of ground, like you said, and we know the talent's there. We just hope we've got him seasoned enough.
We just saw work from Peter Pan winner Antiquarian. What did he do? Who was he in company with?
He was in company with BU, and it was a very similar breeze to what the other 2 colts did. Good, steady 49 type work with a strong gallop out. It seemed like the further he went, the better he got, and liked the way he was moving, liked the way he was getting over the ground, liked the way he finished, and loved the way he galloped out.
What has he shown you since shipping up here to Saratoga and getting settled?
He seems to love it. We've been very fortunate. The weather's been great, and I think the surface here on the Oklahoma track is really in great condition. So it seems like a good place to prepare.
And just a quick note on Fierceness. Can you talk a little bit about what the game plan will be for him rerouting?
So we're going to point towards the Haskell, which is on July 20th. So we'll probably skip a breeze this week, and next week we'll start to ease back into it.
Todd Pletcher with his great insight as always, and Antiquarian working in company with BU, who actually drew the outside post in the Woody Stevens, and will be running a little bit shorter on Saturday too. But Jonathan, we got a chance to hear about all of the contenders from Todd there. Which one is most interesting to you?
Yeah, it's got to be Mindframe. Anytime a horse can run that fast on debut, it gets your attention. And, like you said, he is lightly raced. He's got a lot of he lacks a little bit of seasoning. But to me, seasoning only matters if it matters, right? If he breaks, makes the front, or sits right off of Seize the Gray, he might not need a lot of seasoning. Now, if gets into a dogfight, maybe misses the break, has to take dirt, has Sierra Leone coming to his outside. Now, these are the times where that might come up. But if he goes out there and shows brilliance and advances his position around there, I don't think it matters if it's only his third race.
Yeah, Todd definitely knows how to win the Belmont. He also knows how to run well. I mean, you look back through history about the horses that have hit the board or have just finished really well, even if they are lightly seasoned in a race like the Belmont Stakes. Here is what we are expecting as far as the jockeys for the Belmont Stakes. Do note Tuscan Gold not going to be running in the Belmont this year, so we'll be pointing to a different location. We will have this field drawn tomorrow. The rest of the card has been drawn already. The Hillendale Met Mile and the Belmont Stakes drawn at the draw event tomorrow, but here's what we'll get a chance to see and some different jockey changes from what we've seen in their most recent starts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the notable ones there was Florent Giroux on Honor Marie, who was everyone's wise guy horse leading into the Kentucky Derby.
Unfortunately, Ben Curtis injured in a riding accident, so we wish him well soon. Florent Giroux picking up the mount there. We will pick up with the late double from Monmouth Park, heading back over to the Jersey Shore after this. The fans enjoying a lovely weekend at Monmouth. More after this.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Live coverage from Monmouth Park, the Shore's greatest stretch. With 2 left on the Sunday program. The featured event was earlier today. In case you're just joining us, the Smart and Classy Handicap New Jersey bred fillies and mares. You had Beach Days trying to defend her title, but coming in Riding Pretty, who had been facing just much better competition over the years. She was second in this race last year where she was defeated by a short margin. She wasn't going to leave anything to chance on this afternoon.
Yeah, she turned the tables on Beach Days, but she turned them in a big way. Beach Days defeated her last year in this race when Riding Pretty was just a young 3-year-old. A year later, a bit more mature, still flashing the tail, running with a bit of a style and a bit of a swagger there, Riding Pretty, but just really dominant in this race today.
How about the connections? Holly Crest Farm, homebred. They've won 3 stakes races at this meet, all homebreds, I believe. Eddie Owens winning trainer, Jairo Rondon. These connections, 3 stakes races combined so far.
Yeah, they're the top of the Jersey bred breeding program here. We talk about it, less than 100 horses bred every year in New Jersey, which makes up 0.5% of the total foal crop. And to see these Jersey breds now from Holly Crest actually going to step outside of the Jersey bred division and try to tackle some of the open company graded stake horses, it's pretty cool to watch.
Riding Pretty, making it look all too easy in the Smart and Classy earlier today. Post parade coming up here for the 11th at Monmouth Park, a wide open turf sprint. Also a reminder, today you can take home your share of $2,500 if you hit the last 2 trifectas, all right? Last couple of races, the last 2 trifectas at Monmouth Park for a share of $2,500. The bonus is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in at NyraBets.com. You should hit those cold. That should be no problem for you, Raj.
Oh, yeah.
Cold.
Easy money.
Post parade. There's Bouchera, a second start on grass.
Yeah, it's second start on grass after running on the poly track last time at Gulfstream.
Number 2 on the Dot Quick turf debut.
Yeah, third in a Florida Bred allowance last time. Drops into a not condition claimer here.
Pleasant Embrace. Kathleen O'Connell settled the winner in the 9th.
Yeah, 1-2 races sprinting on the dirt. Try sprinting on the turf for the first time.
Madness, Paco, 2 wins thus far.
Yeah, beaten far 22 lengths in the stake race last time. Drops into a more realistic spot.
Harper Be Good, another first start on grass. Number 6, Tim Bavati. Lindsay Schultz, who won the 7th with Villain.
Yeah, first off the claim, trying the turf for the first time. It's Archie bred.
Permed, 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, I picked Perm off a win last time in a maiden 40.
She's out there, she is. Breaking off from the post parade, it's Joe Bravo. He can do whatever he wants at Monmouth Park. Just kind of the way it works. What a world. Pony list and a handful here for Dylan Davis. Welcome to Monmouth Park.
Yeah, tossing her head around a bit. Seems to be settling down now. Was well beaten in a allowance race last time, but drops into a condition claimer here.
You get frustrated? You get annoyed? Horseback pre-race right after the post parade, and they're just like, they won't listen to you. They won't settle down, won't do what you want.
Yeah, it doesn't benefit either horse or rider when this happens, right? It's you get into a big fight with these horses, it doesn't benefit either one.
Dylan will get her settled down. What a world. At 9-1. To her inside will be the favorite in the starting gate, Permed in the Eclipse Thoroughbred colors. Joe Bravo. Take a look at her maiden win. Mid-March, this was at Gulfstream Park in a 5-furlong turf sprint. Permed, who strikes off the big class drop.
Yeah, she dropped in class this day. She was also coming off an extended layoff. She was off for 7 months, and she put it all together. This filly was knocking on the door in her previous starts and finishing second, 2 seconds, and then a third. And she just kind of put it all together here. It was a polished victory. Sometimes you see a horse is coming off such a layoff, they run a little bit rusty. But she put it all together, and I love that performance, just winning, going away at the end.
Permed at 9-5 as we welcome back Paula Duca to the broadcast. Paulie, the favorite, trustworthy, Permed, or are you leaning in another direction?
No, I think the horse is the horse to beat in here, but I'm going to lean in another direction. You know me, I'm not going to go for some chalk in here. I thought this race was actually quite difficult, but I do think that the 7 here, Perm, will be tough off that win. I'm taking a look a little bit at the 4 and the 3. I think the 3, Pleasant Embrace, could be very, very dangerous in here. If you look at just the body of this horse's races, showed speed on synthetic. Then Kathleen O'Connell stuck this horse on the turf course, and she did not like going the mile. Now, she went back to the dirt sprinting, and she just wired 2 fields in a row. And I have a feeling she did show speed on the turf when going long, that she just wants to be a sprinter. We'll see if she's a turf sprinter today. And I think at 6-1, again, Alyssa Iorio, she is a very, very good gate jockey, and I think she can get this horse in from the race and maybe in front of this field as you're taking a look at your favorite, the 7 there at 9-5. The 4, Madness for Joey Orsino. He's already got 1 win at this meet. Paco Lopez aboard, so this horse is going to get attention. Now click down to your second choice. I just don't know. I 1-for-6 lifetime. I don't know if this is the Paco effect. The 7 to me is a better proposition at 2-1 to 5-2 than the 4. I just don't really dig the 4 that much, really at all in this spot. So I thought the 1 Bucero is a kind of a long shot. I dug a little bit, but I'm going to stick with the 3 in here. Pleasant Embrace to go gate to wire here for Kathleen O'Connell, looking for back-to-back wins.
Kathleen O'Connell, Pleasant Embrace. There he is, Paco. Aboard Madness. Earlier, the circles in front of the starting gate, and now kind of a figure 8 thing.
Yeah,
pre-race warm-up.
Paco just does as he pleases, One thing about him, man, he's very confident in what he does. He
Why wouldn't he be?
he has his own way of doing things, his method, and it works for him, especially here at Monmouth Park. So they say don't fix what's not broken.
It's working for him. Big start to the meet as expected. 5 wins yesterday, 2 thus far this afternoon. Madness. Paco at 2-1, the second choice co-favored. Now with Permed, right back to Paula Duca.
You know, Rajiv, I've been wanting to ask you this question, and for the fans, I don't know what it is, but since we've been here at Monmouth and when I was here before, Paco Lopez takes his horses away from the pony immediately from the post braid. Then he brings them out to the outer rail to show the fans. Is there anything behind that? And you can see right now he just has the horse just like sitting on the backside, just checking stuff out. But is there some method behind that science, Raj?
It would be a better question for Paco Lopez to kind of see what he thinks. If I would to read between the lines, I think Paco just likes to make him feel like he's in control of the horse. When you but by making the horse thinks he's in control, I think they get a good relationship that way. If you realize how Paco holds his reins, it's not a customary way like the other jockeys. He uses a long rein, a long hold on the horse. Sometimes I feel like the horse doesn't even realize Paco's on his back until really late. But yeah, that's a better question for him because I think everyone has a different philosophies, different methods, and he's the only one that does it that way. So I wouldn't really know why he does it.
It's not just a Monmouth Park thing. Acacia relaying that, and she spent several winters at Gulfstream in South Florida, that it's pretty much the same thing at Gulfstream Park pre-race. Paco.
Yeah, trying to assess Paco's methodology is really difficult.
You're more diplomatic than I think people give you credit for, Raj. I'm learning quickly. Away with words. It's effective. Appreciate it. And you can, help me out with pronunciations when I struggle time and time.
If you're leaning on a Jamaican for your English pronunciation, we're going to be...
Says a lot, doesn't it?
You're going to be in trouble.
Says a lot, doesn't it?
But, we talk about Perm being the favorite, and one thing that we saw here that's a bit unorthodox is they took her up to the starting gate 4 minutes before everybody else. So she broke the post rate and goes up to the starting gate. What that tells me is that she has a tendency of being frisky or being unsettled, and they want to keep her as settled as possible so she doesn't blow her race before. Now, in the first part, she seemed pretty quiet, pretty settled, and you can see her now getting revved up if you look at her on the screen. So they're going to be, the jockey, Joe Bravo, kicked his feet out the irons, trying to do what is in his control, the best way to try to get her relaxed and settled. They have a gate handler already just holding her, making circles with her, hoping that she just doesn't boil up and even explode.
How much more keyed up typically are sprinters versus, say, a long-distance grass horse?
Yeah, even a long-distance grass horse can be keyed up. Typically, you more find this with sprinters, fast-paced horses with this tendency. But this is more than just an keyed up as far as being aggressive. This one is a bit more of like a ticking time bomb. You can see that anxiety building up in her. She's starting to sweat between the legs. Her tail is up, and she's prancing around heavily on her tippy toes.
Sooner the better. Get her in the gate and get this thing underway.
I know one thing. I know what Joe Bravo is thinking. Please get this gate going. Let's get her in and get out before she explodes.
Who is the best, most talented, most difficult horse you've ever ridden?
Wow. They're difficult in different ways. A very high-strung mare that I used to ride that I won quite a few grade ones with, it was Wasted Tears. She was a top-class, but she was headstrong. You could not get in a fight with her. You had to just be a good passenger, let her run early, because as soon as you pull on that bridle, she gets upset.
Hear that reference offering from yourself and the MiG, passenger versus a pilot for a rider, everything you can possibly do to get the horse underneath you to do their very best. Who will be best on this afternoon in the 11th race? You see there some hesitancy from number 5, Harper Be Good. They'll try and coax her forward, ride her off.
And sometimes we see the jockeys get off these horses. It gives the gate handlers a bit more leverage of pushing the horse in. And that's what they do to assist to get Harper B. Good in, and she went right in.
Micha in the starting gate, climbs back aboard. Final check of the tote board reading 9-5 on the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partner Homebred. Permed 2-1 now at post time. Matt Dinnerman with the call, 11th of 12, live from Monmouth.
Two back, permed, post 7, and What a World to round out the field. Here's What a World and Dylan Davis. We're ready to go. And they're off. The 8 runners broke in a straight line. On the dot gets the first call of the race, is up on the pace. Pleasant Embrace there to press the issue, and here comes Tim Bavati rushing forward to make it 3 across the track, coming out of the turf chute. What a World in the 4th position with Madness. On the dot, off the speed now, is down in a pocket, a joint second as they make their way to the half-mile pole. There's a space of 2 lengths back to Permed at the back. Harper Be Good between horses. Bucara's down at the rail as the fillies and mares charge into the far turn. Pleasant Embrace is cleared off on the front end. Opens up a length and a half, is trying to get out a little bit here, but maintains a clear lead approaching the quarter pole. On the dot is Finding Daylight, and now Pleasant Embrace left the rail open for On the Dot, who's shot forward and kicks on. On the dot, the one to reel in. Tim Bavati makes her way into second. Pleasant Embrace third. The others are well out of it with a final furlong remaining. On the dot, Samuel Camacho Jr. opening up the lead, and On the Dot is going to do it. On the dot, sharpened victory. Tim Bavati has to settle for second. Photo for third. What a World, who came on involved in the Shodo photo with Pleasant Embrace.
That one will go on the highlight reel for Sammy Camacho. What a trip, what a ride. Coming through on the inside On the Dot in the 11th.
Perfect rail skimming ride by Sammy Camacho. It was like the parting of the Red Sea when Perfect Embrace was attempting to lug outwards on the turn. It's a great position to be in as a jockey when you're on the rail and you see the horse that you're following just boring out away. You know the rail is going to open up and get through, and he timed it right, slipped up the rail, pulled away for a nice convincing win.
She shot through like she was shot out of a cannon On the Dot. It's been a steady diet of synthetic track races, a dirt effort, a debut in the mud by Summer Front. So it figures in her turf debut. Looks like we'll be seeing her on grass in the future based on that performance, and closing at 6-1 in this 11th at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, definitely moved up on grass, and as expected, I mean, Summer Front was a top turf horse himself, and his progeny is expected to be turf meant. No show for the big favorite Perm.
What happened?
Just was flat from the get-go and didn't do much running at all.
By Summer Front, as he mentioned, I believe a cliffhanger winner here at Monmouth Park back in the day. On the Dot, taking down the 11th from the Shore's greatest stretch. And that's right, the countdown continues. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival underway on Thursday for the first time, in case we hadn't mentioned, at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Cody's Wish takes the lead. Cody's Wish, a national treasure,
There she is. Hey, Raj, you're on TV. We're back from break. On the dot. There it is. What a performance and a smooch on the shoulder. Sammy Camacho on the dot. Her turf debut. Impressive.
What a nice run in the turf debut. Just slipping up the rail, having that perfect trip. This Philly by Summer front. It looks like she found what she loves. The grass.
Great ride. Great ride. You'll learn quick. No hesitation whatsoever to hang you out to dry.
No.
Like none whatsoever. You can just count on that. Yeah, look at this.
I can't give
Sammy.
you any ammunition.
None.
I
will use it. I will use it. For Sammy Camacho using that opening on the rail, and yeah, his eyes must have been, massing what opportunity was in front of him, and takes advantage. No hesitation.
When you're sitting on the rail and behind horses, the best thing that you could ever hope for as a jockey is seeing the horse that's in front of you start lugging out, because it's like the parting of the Red Sea. It's such an inviting hole, and it's just exactly what you want to see. Sammy just took advantage of that.
Worked out beautifully. 6-1 on the dot, turning the page to the 12th and final. Just a $5,000 claiming sprint. 3-year-olds and older. Motion to strike. Even money. Raj, what'd you think?
I think he's going to take a lot of beating here. This race is just, the ball is in the court for him. He has the tactical speed to be right up close to the lead. He's taking a significant drop in class. He's a very likely winner.
Jairo Rendon, 2 wins on the afternoon. A third stakes victory at the meet earlier today. See if he can end the program with a hat trick here at Monmouth Park in race number 12. Those are just $12,000 or $5,000 claimers. We're not going to see many $5,000 claiming events at Saratoga next week, specifically on Saturday when it's wall-to-wall Grade 1 activity, included the Woody Stephens. 3-year-olds just like in the Belmont Stakes, but these are sprinters. There's the field. And look at that. The New Jersey bred, there's the connection. Bookham Dano drawn inside. Raj, Bookham Dano with Rod Ortiz, who will pilot Bookham Dano, and all of a sudden his strength of schedule, his resume looking that much better when the colt who defeated him, Forever Young, in the Mideast came back and nearly took down the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, Forever Young for me is arguably the top 3-year-old in the world right now. He could have, I thought he was probably the best horse in the Kentucky Derby, and if his prior race, Bookham Dano gave him everything he could have to handle. He barely beat Bookham Dano.
He's really good. Bookham Dano. How difficult of a task, though, as a result of the draw with that full field in this 7/8 of a mile Woody Stephens. How tough is it going to be for him to try and win from the rail?
I don't necessarily think it's going to be tough. I've always loved being on the rail. You save ground. You get to save ground naturally. I think that the key to being on the inside there is having a good start. If he was to have a bad start, if he doesn't have a lot of speed, then the rail could be a troublesome place. But however, Bookham Dano has been a good gate horse, and he has enough tactical speed that it could take the inside post as an advantage.
You have to appreciate the connections, and Derek Ryan, who never got Derby fever. In the way he won the Pasco, I believe it was, at Tampa Bay Downs, 9 out of 10, at least connections are going to try a Derby prep. Like, just maybe he can run a little bit farther. Maybe he is that good. That was never the intention. Rerouted, for the big money, obviously, in the Mideast. We're that close to defeating Forever Young and sticking to the plan in sprint races, and this is the first Grade 1 sprint for 3-year-olds in North America this year.
Yeah, and they've taken a bit of a conservative path, but rightfully so. They have a plan, and they stuck to that plan. Derek Ryan has said he believes that Bookham Dano is at his most optimal at going one-turn races, and he didn't want to get baited into trying these 2-turn races and then soften his horse up, because there's a lot of lucrative races, and it is a good program for a good 3-year-old sprinter in races like the King's Bishop and races like that. So Bookham Dano is going to try to be the top 3-year-old sprinter.
Hawaii 5-0 fans, this is your horse. Bookham Dano draws the rail in the Grade 1 Woody Stephens and the Saturday slate. Again, we can't call this an undercard when the races are that good. With Grade 1 event after Grade 1 event, you'll see it all on Fox Sports 1 on Fox next Saturday, all leading up to the 156th Belmont Stakes. Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, yeah, he'll be primed and ready to roll for a big 3 days up at Saratoga. Bill Mott, resilience bound for the Belmont
Also, just FYI, runner-up in the Kentucky Oaks, can she turn the tables on Torpedo Anna in the Grade 1 Acorn? Stay tuned.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred Racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we look back at the 2024 Wood Memorial. Resilience pulling a little bit of an upset that day with the addition of those blinkers and earned himself a spot in the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby, where it looked like at one point he might actually win the race, starting to make a little bit of a move before flattening out the way that he's been training. He's been able to convince Jonathan, his Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, that he deserves another try going against the top 3-year-olds in his division, and we'll see him in the gate for the Belmont Stakes.
Well, I think if we're gonna believe the narrative that the Derby pace fell apart, you got to give him some bonus points for being close to that pace and sticking around as they turn from home. He got a little tired in the stretch, but he was always a horse that was kind of late to the party to a certain extent, getting those blinkers on late, and like maybe he's just growing up and improving.
He went 48 flat this morning. There he is outside with assistant trainer Neil Pasansky up. He worked in company with Bilal, who will be sprinting in an allowance race for older horses on Saturday as well. But as mentioned, I mean, this is a horse that he has plenty of ability. He gallops out nicely. It was a quick work this morning on the Oklahoma training track for Bill Mott. I spoke to Bill yesterday about him, and he said, I just really feel like the way that he's been doing, he deserves another try. And he says, if he doesn't run well here, then we'll consider cutting him back to going shorter distances, as that had kind of been his first gut reaction when he did get a little bit tired in that Kentucky Derby. But look, I mean, he won the Wood Memorial nicely, going 1 1/8 miles.
Yeah, and look, I mean, he had an excuse, right? If the pace was fast, which I think most people will agree that it was, he was close up to that pace. So he kind of took the worst of it in that situation. So I like that Bill's going to give him another shot to try the 1 1/4 miles. And if it doesn't work out here, then that's the best thing about these 3-year-olds is when the 1 1/4 miles and the Derby Triple Crown dreams kind of go to the wayside, you have the dreams of my favorite race of the entire year, the Allen Jerkins.
You've got plenty of other options to go a little bit shorter for those 3-year-olds. Big thank you again to our friends at XBTV, hustling in the morning, doing a lot of work, getting those workouts. There have been so many Belmont contenders working out this weekend, and such a great resource for everybody prepping. As we'll take a look at the field for the DK horse Acorn. Torpedo Anna, 8-5, drawing 9 of 9 on the morning line. And she is the Kentucky Oaks victress. But it's a great opportunity here in the Acorn, like we we talked about at the Belmont, we're going to see the top 3 finishers of the Kentucky Oaks come back and face each other again.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about the Kentucky Oaks is that, it's that first big 3-year-old race, but we got a lot more throughout the year, including the Acorn, which we'll see here on Friday, and then the Coaching Club American Oaks, the Alabama. Look, Torpedo Anna was very good today, but they're going to bet her on Friday like she can't lose, and I don't think it's that simple of a situation. Just FYI, only making her second start as a 3-year-old, definitely has an opportunity to take another step forward as a champion 2-year-old. And look, I think maybe the sloppy racetrack might have moved Torpedo Anna up. I'm not saying she can't or won't win the Acorn. I'm just saying they're going to bet her as if she can't lose.
Just FYI, worked solo 5 furlongs on Friday, going 101 and 1. And Bill Mott telling me that, she's always been a leggy type of filly. He said that he was very candid, and he said he wished that she had a little bit more muscle mass and conditioning on coming into this race. But that's kind of always how she's been. And yes, as you pointed out, she's going to be able to build off of that second place finish in the Kentucky Oaks. Maybe she will be a stronger version of herself in this effort, just the 3rd start of her 3-year-old season.
Absolutely. And look, she's going to have another opportunity at 1 1/8, which she had in that Kentucky Oaks. And look, when they turned for home, I think if you had a wager on Just FYI, you felt like she had dead aim on Torpedo Anna, and Torpedo Anna absolutely put her away. I'm not arguing that at all. But it's completely reasonable to think that that Just FYI can continue to take a step forward, especially in the hands of a Hall of Famer like Bill Mott.
It'll be a lot of fun to have the opportunity, particularly those 2. Yes, it's the top 3 out of the Oaks, but especially fun to have the opportunity to see those 2 rematch in the Acorn. We're taking a quick pause to say goodbye to our viewers on the regional network. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races on FS2.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. The ponies are ready. The horses are ready for the 12th and final. Raja, do you have one more in you? 24 races this weekend, 23 down, 1 to go.
I'm really sad that it's coming to an end, man. We're having so much fun.
He's a better actor. He's a better actor than he lets on.
I'm genuinely feeling it, man. We've seen some great races. Why does it have to end?
With a $5,000 claimer, it needs to end with the winner. Who do you like in this one?
I like Motion to Strike. I'm going to eat the chalk here, 4 to 5, but I don't see this horse getting beat.
At this level, though, it's such a short price to concede. I get it. He lays over this field on paper, but at this level, it feels like, I don't know, too short of a price.
You're right. That's my motto, actually. I always say these lower level races, I don't take the chalk. Kind of going against the grain here, but I get, you know what? If I had to go somewhere else, might be with a 10-year-old, number 6, Happy Farm.
Love it.
He has a lot of back class. A horse that's won 13 races and earned over $869,000.
13-time winner, first or second in 27 of 51 lifetime. I was such a big fan of his sire. One of the most impressive performances I've ever seen in person. His Breeders' Cup Classic in Dallas at Lone Star, Ghost Zapper, the 04 Horse of the Year.
Oh, man, Ghost Zapper. I started calling him Goat Zapper after winning. He was winning like the GOAT.
He to do what he did, that versatility, Grade 1 winner from 7 furlongs to 1 1/4, that's rare, not easily done. Ghost Zapper, the sire of the favorite in this 12th and final post-parade, high-yield kitten to kick things off at 6 to 1.
Yeah, then number 2 is Joker Boy, one that doesn't have a lot of speed, but dropping in class.
Mr. Moore, they're not messing around, moving quickly, Motion to Strike. There he is.
The current favorite and expected heavy favorite by post time.
15 to 1 if you like him. He is bona fide.
Yeah, he's bona fide, switching trainers to Gomez here for the first time, coming from Charlestown.
The 10-year-old by Ghost Zapper, Happy Farm.
The 10-year-old with 13 lifetime wins.
Lloyd? Just Lloyd. 7 to 1 currently.
Yeah, the most lightly raced horse of this field is only at 6 starts, but he has 2 wins.
Did you watch Entourage at all? Lloyd?
Not much.
No?
No.
Watch it.
I
You'll
missed
like
that
it.
reference.
I'll show you after our 14-hour broadcast. And a heads up, you get to experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with Naira Betts. Join now Get a $25 bet, $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Belmont Stakes. Use promo code Belmont25 and bet any track anywhere, anytime. Sign up NYRABets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. We check in with Paul.
Well, the final race here before we all head up to Saratoga, and we'll take away some Kleenexes and we'll wipe away the tears from Rajiv of this last race here. Motion to strike the 4. Listen, at even money, you're not going to see even money. This horse is going to click down to, I would say, 2 to 5 to 3 to 5, somewhere in that area. And I'm in agreement with Raj. I think the only other horse in here that can maybe contend is the 10-year-old Happy Farm. When you look back in last year in June and July, this horse would be probably 1 to 5. It'd be the other way around. But if you look at his last 3 races in the Miguel Penalozola barn, it just hasn't been the same. But when you look, you just got to look at that back class, and he just kind of figures in here. But again, motion to strike, I'm not going to leave much in here. I just think that's the horse to beat. Of the long shots in here, I thought Joker Boy made a really good appearance, the 2 on the racetrack on the gallop out. So again, I'm not giving you guys much here. I'm with Rajiv. Again, the 4 here should end up around 3 to 5 and is going to be tough to beat. And Lafitte, the only Lloyd I know, used to sing a song called Mockingbird.
Is it karaoke time?
Dumb and Dumber. And he just sang and recreated the scene in the van.
Oh my, that was one of my favorite movies of all time.
So yeah, you saw Dumb and Dumber. You get that reference, but you haven't watched Entourage.
No.
This is why our
that's what my palate is.
I
for
question our
movies.
chemistry. I question our chemistry
I'm
and
more
how
into
far
this
this long this
stupid
friendship is going
comedy.
to work.
I can relate to Dumb and Dumber.
I'm sure our viewers would agree for both of us that they can relate to Dumb and Dumber. Even money favorite, motion to strike there. He is in circling back to Happy Farm, who you touched on, the 10-year-old. This is going back a ways, but a 2019 Fall Highway Handicap.
Yeah, it's
winner.
a grade
Impressive.
3 winner. Big race in New York, the Fall Highway, and he was very impressive winning that. And are they sure? We got to check the DNA on this horse because he looks so good prancing around here like a youthful 10-year-old.
He's happy to be doing his job still.
Yeah, he's the fountain of youth.
And look at
He's
this pro.
founded Happy
Look
Farm.
at this pro. Motion to strike, a 6-year-old. He's just 28 career stars and just taking it all in with the part-time jockey Jairo Rendon.
Yeah, the cow farmer half the year in Colombia.
Medellin.
Cowboy. I'm going to call him a
amazing.
cowboy. Half-year cowboy, half-year jockey.
It's for newer fans to the sport. I mean, we jest, but it's just not common where riders, because A, they're fighting your weight, and B, trainers want to know that the jockey's going to be there. When they're going to be where, right? They don't like seeing jockeys that are all over the country and unpredictable. They like to know the guy riding their horses is going to be there. But for Jairo Rendon, who spends half the year in Colombia, half the year riding here in New Jersey, he says the key is, A, his body, that he doesn't have a weight issue, right? So he stays in shape, and that the horsemen know the plan, and that comes with the package, right? That they know that when he's going to be here half the time, they've grown accustomed to it, and because he's good as he is, like, they're good with it, and it works for him.
Yeah, most jockeys, if they took 6 months off, they'll come back looking like the Michelin Man. And, you know, for Jairo, he's just naturally, he was born to be a jockey. You can hear that phrase. He's got that physique, that small stature, and that helps for him. And I'm jealous. When I was riding my 18-year tenor, no one told me I could take 6 months off vacation. I would only get vacation when I get injured. And it's not even a vacation because I'm mending.
Life is hard. It's tough. It's not football, baseball, basketball. There is no off season. It's 12 months out of the year, and you're right. The only time you get off is when you're injured or suspended.
Yeah, or suspended. My off seasons was either spent in a hospital doing a rehab or getting mad watching all my horses run while I'm suspended.
Nothing more frustrating for a rider. Ask Richie about that sometime, being banged up in sideline and, watching other jockeys win on the horses you would be riding. And, again, another major difference between this and franchise sports, no guaranteed contracts. You don't win, you don't get paid. You don't finish in the money, you don't get paid.
Oh, that's the hardest part of it. Yeah, we earn our money. You said jockeys go make our earnings because we only get income when we go out there and perform race by race.
And the relation, it's fascinating, the relationship jockey and agent. There is nothing contractually binding a jockey and an agent. And this is where the viewers like, what did he say? The agent's 25% for a rider's agent. And that's industry standard and has been forever.
Yeah, and I've had agents of more premium agents. There's a handful of them, and they want 30%. The 30%ers. But sometimes you have to do it. The ones that can generate that business can get you to the next level.
So important to the success of a rider.
Yeah, it is. So it's just a part of it, and that's just the way it's been structured for years, and people don't like to change.
And just some of the questions that people have about the difference between this sport and riders and a football, baseball, basketball players, those some of the more striking differences between team sports and a rider and a jockey.
Yeah, franchise sports is quite a bit different.
Jairo Rendon on the 4-5 favorite, Motion to Strike. Another look here at Joker Boy at 9-1 here, and it's been for him when the real running starts. He doesn't have that fifth gear. He doesn't have that knockout punch. Just kind of even, one geared, one pace, we call it.
Yeah, he's got one pace. And unfortunately, it isn't a fast one. So he usually just drops back somewhere mid-pack or even further back, and he kind of just plugs away. Now, he's been running at a higher level. He was 5th last time for 10,000 in New York at Aqueduct, and he was 6th in his prior start for 10,000. He cuts down to the 5,000 level today, so it's a significant drop in class. For him, and this race is carded as a race for horses that have not won a race since December 2nd.
Why are these races written? Why are they created?
It's to give horses a bracket, a category that they can fit in. It's trying to make the race more structured and even because with some of these horses I've had a long stint of not winning, they can't really compete against the open company horses that are consistently beating them up.
Gives them a chance, yes, in an open claiming race where they'd be just in over their heads, and that's why we have the non-winners 2 lifetime, non-winners 3 lifetime, non-winners 4 lifetime. These races created, and the racing secretaries trying to create the most competitive individual races they possibly can.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why that Happy Farm, who's a 13-time winner, is able to run in this race is because he hasn't won since December 2nd of last year.
Been a while. Former Fall Highway Handicap winner, Happy Farm. Odds-on favorite, however, Motion to Strike with Jairo Rendon looking for a 3rd winner this afternoon. One final time on this Sunday afternoon. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 12 from Monmouth.
Motion to Strike, your current 4-5 favorite, about to load in. 3 back, he is bona fide. Happy Farm. Into the outside post, Lloyd to round out the field. We're ready to go in the nightcap. And we're off. Slow break from Mr. Moore. Good beginning from He Is Bonafide, who strides to the front. Happy Farm takes the 2nd position. On the inside, High Yield Kitten draws level with him. Lloyd is 3 deep with that party. Another length to a line of 3 at the back. Mr. Moore between horses. Joker Boy is inside. Motion to Strike. The favorites on the outside, and he's running 4 lengths off the pace. He Is Bonafide is first with a half mile to go. Leads a length and a tail from Happy Farm 2nd. Lloyd is 3rd in a good stalking position, hitting the 4-turn run. Motion to Strike has made his way into 4th. He's sent along now, but being asked to get going. He is moving forward just a little bit while under some pressure. He's 5 ahead of Joker Boy. The others are well out of it as they come to the top of the lane. Lloyd in the 3-path and the white blinkers has the head lead now. He Is Bonafide, tries to repel him, but he's back in 2nd. Motion to strike, about to claim third on the grandstand side, but still has plenty of work to do if he wants to beat Lloyd, who has a furlong to go, and he extends stride, opens up 4. Motion to strike into the second position. He's just trying to hold on for that spot. Looks like he will, but nobody's beating Lloyd, who is ready to roll. Lloyd, Jomar Torres in a romp to end things on this Sunday. Motion to strike second home, Mr. Moore third, and Happy Farm was fourth in the nightcap.
Upset in the nightcap. Lloyd, Jeremy Piven. Should have had $2 on this one. 11-1. Lloyd in the 12th and final from Monmouth Park.
Well, very impressive win for Lloyd today. It was a cutback in distance and drop in class. And this horse really relished the 6 furlongs after running at 1 mile and a 70 last time, and he was always sitting in a good spot. And Lloyd was traveling good on the Torres, coming off the turn. The favorite, Motion to Strike, he was just going through the motions.
Just getting outrun, yeah. Just getting outrun. Going to complete the exacta. Motion to Strike. Lloyd in the 12th and final. Finding his best stride. The favorite there, Yellow Saddle Talda, trying to close the gap with Howard Rundown, but no chance of catching Lloyd, who has flown the coop. Results for the 12th and final, wrapping up this Sunday of racing in Monmouth Park when we return. Plus, Dwayne Lucas, 7th win in the Preakness Stakes a few weeks back. 88 years old, still going strong with Seize the Gray. Arriving yesterday at Saratoga. Seize the Gray, Pat Day Mile winner, Preakness winner. Next stop, the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga next Saturday.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Thanks a lot. And I got to tell you, Richie, change in racing sometimes catches people off guard. But having a chance to see the changes we've made in the clubhouse at Saratoga, it's spectacular.
It's really, they've done a beautiful job. It's so wide open. You get this breeze through here. You got direct sight line to the paddock, to the racetrack. And they've also been able to keep that ambiance, the charm, the sense of history, while kind of bringing it into the modern era.
Well, I mean, I think once people realize you can stand by the Jim Dandy Bar, which has been refurbished and opened up for everybody, wherever you are, you can see all the way in the paddock. Once people look out and go, wow, I didn't realize you could stand in the clubhouse and actually see the horses in the paddock, see them coming by, and everything's unencumbered now. And I just think the changes are gorgeous. And in fact, I'm going to say the bathrooms are particularly good.
Well, I haven't gotten there yet.
I have.
But I will say, I love everything I'm seeing, and I think the fans are really going to appreciate it.
No, it's going to be great. And the changes in Saratoga, it's a question of making things better without taking away any of the beauty of Saratoga. And that's what's happened in the clubhouse. And I know there will be some jitters at first, but people will quickly realize things are much, much better in this area of the clubhouse.
I mean, he had me at great bathrooms.
Yeah, Andy working on the bathrooms over there. Tried them out. They work good.
Jim Dandy Bar. With Saratoga, everything is, we reference it as timeless, right? And a place where it's all about history and the very best in thoroughbred racing over the decades, but that doesn't mean you don't see changes. That doesn't mean you don't see innovations, and that doesn't take away from the charm, the mystique of Saratoga.
Yeah, innovation is always needed, and I feel like it's always good to see that innovation, and we want to enjoy that Jim Dandy Bar.
Can't wait to see the bathroom. Lloyd, 25.80 for the victory over the odds-on favorite Motion to Strike. Mr. Moore, 7-4-3 in the 12th at Monmouth Park. One more time, a reminder, Belmont Stakes is on Fox next Saturday for the second year and for the very first time at Saratoga. The Triple Crown concluding in New York, just a different part of New York. Upstate, the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Massive crowd. Belmont Stakes Festival getting underway on Thursday. The Belmont Stakes only on Fox. And horses that will be entered. Preakness winner is going to be there. What a story for Seize the Gray. Back where it all started, his maiden win on the undercard of the Jim Dandy Stakes last summer.
Seize the Gray. Seize the Gray for Hall of Famer D. Wayne Lukas. Wins convincingly.
One guy's been winning races at Saratoga for decades. The other won his first ever yesterday. Jamie Torres, you just won a race for D. Wayne Lukas, and he's fired up about it.
Last night I couldn't sleep, just thinking I was going to ride for D. Wayne Lukas.
And there he is, D. Wayne Lukas, the man who revolutionized the art of training the thoroughbred, a four-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, and he's not done yet.
Seize the Gray is still there. Mystic Dan bearing down on the outside. Seize the Gray won't go away. Mystic Dan catching freedom, moving down the center of the track, but Wayne Lukas has done it. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
You think about it, that Jaime Torres, who couldn't sleep the night before knowing he was going to ride for D. Wayne Lukas, if somebody would have told him back then, last July, you're going to win a Preakness Stakes on this colt for D. Wayne Lukas next spring.
Yeah, it's amazing how D. Wayne Lukas has paved the way for so many people in the industries and jockeys. He's given opportunities and stuck with some jockeys even when they're not at the premier time. He's made jockeys. He's a jockey maker.
But by the way, that's why we get excited about the two-year-old races at Saratoga. The top two finishers there, Seize the Gray, Dornoch. Dornoch winds up running in the Kentucky Derby. Seize the Gray winning the Preakness Stakes. In Maryland, Pimlico Racecourse from the start. Mystic Dan breaks. Seize the Gray, breaks sharp, assumes the lead, emerges with the lead, and never relinquishes.
Yeah, he's got this defined running style, Seize the Gray, of being a front runner. He has a high early pace, fast early, and he sustains it. We talk about horses that are able to carry that speed over a long distance. That's one of the most powerful weapons you can have as a horse, to be able to run fast early and keep on going over a long distance of time. And if they let Seize the Gray get an easy lead in the Belmont, he's going to be really tough to beat.
Mystic Dan took his shot. He swung. He ran well. And Seize the Gray pulling away in the end. All right, so it works out nicely for Team Seize the Gray. The Belmont Stakes not at 1.5 miles, at 1.25 miles in Saratoga. What's it going to take for Seize the Gray to pull it off in the Belmont as he did in the Preakness Stakes.
He has to just duplicate this same race, the Preakness at the Belmont. He has to go to the lead, get a comfortable pace, get into a good rhythm, put a smile on the bridle like Dwayne Lucas says, and just sustain it. If he gets that kind of a race, a moderate to slow pace up front, he can take them gate to wire.
Going to be tougher to sneak in the back door this time, though. They know what he's capable of. Sees the gray, and we've known what Dwayne Lucas is capable of for decades as we go by the numbers with the coach. 88 years old, born in 1935. Dwayne Lucas saddling a 7th Preakness victory. Look at that. 47 years. 47 years training thoroughbreds. Before that, trained quarter horses. First Saturday in May. 4-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Dwayne Lucas there with Thunder Gulch in 95. That is an iconic shot with Jim McKay, late Eugene Klein, Dwayne Lucas, 7-time Preakness winning trainer. 4 Belmont Stakes victories. You see the hat, one of them with Tabasco Cat back in 1994. The Breeders' Cup winners off the charts, 20 of them. 20-time Breeders' Cup champion trainer Dwayne Lucas, and the Eclipse Awards won by horses he trained. 31 of them included Horse of the Year Lady Secret back in 1986. And as a champion, North America's outstanding trainer, 4-time Eclipse Award winning trainer Dwayne Lucas, inducted into the Hall of Fame back in 1999. Dwayne Lucas, by the numbers. Raj, it is staggering. Absolutely staggering what he's done over the decades, and how many times, as you look at his Belmont Stakes winners, he has been counted out. In fact, when Tabasco Cat ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile back in 1993, there was a feature on Lucas. Back in 93, like, what happened to Team Lucas? Why isn't Dwayne Lucas dominating the sport like he once was? And what Lucas said was, we look at our program like Notre Dame. It's not okay for Notre Dame to go 10-3, right? And he compared his program to the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys had gone 1-15. He said, but we think we went out and we found our Troy Aikman, we found our Emmitt Smith, we found our Michael Irvin. And at the time, maybe it just sounded like, you know, he was confident, right? That, yeah, the Lucas program would be back. He was right. They went on a massive tear shortly thereafter, and here we are in 2024, still talking about Dwayne Lucas winning classic races.
Yeah, Dwayne Lucas has a formula to win classic races, but you do definitely need the horse. And sometimes the horses rotate in and out. It's hard to get that constant stream in every season to find a top-class racehorse. So sometimes you revolve into the point where your stock isn't where you want it to be, and you have to go back to the process of trying to recruit new horses and get them to where they need to be. And I think at the end of the day, you look at it on a holistic, a long-term view, he has a formula that when the horses come into his program and they have that ability, he can maximize their potential.
Sees the gray, win, lose, or draw. Just still an amazing story. We'll see how he fares in the Belmont Stakes. Your thoughts on Honor Marie? Kind of a hyped horse going into the Kentucky Derby. How good do you think he is? What are you expecting from Honor Marie, having finished 8th in the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, what was so cool about the Derby is there were just so many horses that had credentials to be able to win the race. It was a great feeling. Honor Marie was one of those horses. He ran a decent race, a subpar to what many expected. I thought that he was one of the wise guy horses. A lot of people think that he could take down the Derby. Finished 8th. It wasn't a bad performance. You know, if he can go back to some of his previous races, he can step forward off that performance. But he does need to step it up a bit.
What kind of ride does he need? What's the approach as Florent Geroux takes over?
Yeah, well, Florent Geroux, his previous jockey Ben Curtis was unfortunately injured in a morning workout spill, and Florent Geroux is a more notable, more accomplished jockey than Ben, and he's won big races like this, and he's just gonna need to be able to put Honor Marie a bit closer in the race. I think he was a bit too far off the pace last
Good
time.
enough to compete with the Sierra Leones of the world? Sees the gray, Mystic Dan, in your opinion?
Prior to the Derby, I thought he was good enough to make a big impact on the Derby. He didn't run that race, but I still think he has it in his wheelhouse to be able to at least make an impact on the race.
That's the Belmont Stakes on Saturday. Belmont Stakes Festival underway on Thursday. These races that couldn't be more polar opposite. Belmont Gold Cup, 2 miles. 2 miles on grass. The Astoria 2-year-old fillies, perhaps an opening day Saratoga Schuylerville preview.
Yeah, this is a great preview. We love to see these 2-year-old races at Saratoga, right? Because we talk about future champions and future stars. They have to start somewhere, and they start in races like the Astorias.
I've enjoyed spending the last 14 hours with you, Rajiv. It's been a blast.
Yeah, it's been fun. I don't want it to end.
Well, you know what? We'll be right back at it before long with that crowd right there at Saratoga with the Belmont Stakes Festival underway on Thursday. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you at the spa.
Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.